Saints Central,
your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, fucking like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right, shout out to the mighty Who Dat Nation, man. We up in this thing, the Sports Coma representing. Much love to the fam. It's game day. Saints getting ready for the Carolina Panthers. 1-11 team that's not very good. They're 0-7 on the road. The Saints are 2-3 at home. Both teams are not living up to their potential, but there is could be something going on in today's matchup. A lot of stuff to go over before the broadcast. But first and foremost, shout out to the mighty Who Dat Nation. Appreciate y'all guys being in this live with me, man. Please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and by all means, feel free to share the show on your social media feed. We are live and representing in this piece. So much love to the fam. Has been a very difficult season to deal with. A lot of foolishness inside the black and gold building, from management down to the head coach level. The team currently on a 3-game slide. Need to break the slide today against the Carolina Panthers. If anything you need to break the slide, bringing in the NFL's worst team record-wise could be the remedy for the situation. But there are no easy wins in the NFL. Let's remember that. The Carolina Panthers, despite the fact that they have been struggling, they are still a very dangerous team. They can go off. They got 1 win already. They can make it 2 today. We can't play this bullcrap game to thinking that they can get the dub. And like I'm going to say, a loss today, if the Saints were to lose the game today, that would definitely mean that Dennis Allen is out of here, man. You can't lose to the NFL's worst team record-wise and expect to keep your job. So I do expect the Saints to ultimately do just enough to win the game. Anyway, let's get into it. Shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate y'all being in the live, man. Much love to everybody being in this thing. Much love. Rock, shout out to you, brother. No, I'm not wearing the Keep Pounder jersey, bro. Me and my dogs, Shad and Dave, we did not make a bet. Shad is not making any bets. You know that, bro. So, I mean, it's all good, man, you know. Anyway, let's get into some of the news and notes, fam. Y'all hit the like button and feel free to share the show on your social media feed. And this is straight up, this is from our guys at the Saints News Network. Shout out to my brother Kyle T. Mosley and brother Bob. They dropped this nugget a couple of hours ago. Saints injury report for the Panthers matchup has Taysom Hill out of this game. You know, so Ian Rappaport reported this morning that the Saints will be without Taysom Hill in the game. So the Saints being without, this is big. This is big because usually when Derek Carr struggles or the offense needs a punch, Taysom Hill comes in there and he literally power runs the ball or runs around the edges and creates opportunities, makes things a lot easier. Without Taysom Hill being there, that is a sigh of relief for the Carolina Panthers defense that's very opportunistic. So, you know, this puts all of the pressure on the Saints Number one, Derek Carr, and really Alvin Kamara. This puts it on Alvin Kamara's shoulders in the Saints running attack. Minus Taysom, he means a lot to that team. He really does. So the Saints offensive line have to get up off their ass today, and they have to block consistently every damn time. No more half-ass blocking. No more missing assignments. No more missing guys that you're supposed to block. Play like you have some pride. Number one, play like you have some intelligence. I mean, this tape is ridiculous. I've been watching over the last several weeks of how disjointed these highly paid offensive linemen that we have in New Orleans are. Really frustrating. But anyway, Taysom is not going to be there for the black and gold. So let's go over the inactives for the Carolina game. Week 14 in this piece. You see the inactives: Jake Haener, third quarterback; Taysom Hill, defensive end Isaiah Foskey. He's out. Running back Kendre Miller, defensive tackle. Now we brought PJ Mustafire to come in because of Malcolm Roach's injury that put him on the IR. And they bring the guy in, both him and Monty Rice, and then they inactivate him. Rashid Shaheed also dealing with an injury. We covered this early in the week. That's more severe than originally thought. So he's not in the game. So Rashid Shaheed, our speedster, is not there. Taysom Hill is not there. So, and of course, the two people that the Saints brought in to possibly help Mustafire and Monty Rice, the linebacker, inactive. I don't know what that, why is that even a thing? Carolina Panthers, Shaq Griffin, Jamie Robinson, Iku Lota, Ricky Lee, Hayden Hurst, Terrence Marshall Jr., and Deshaun Williams are also inactivated as far as the Carolina Panthers are concerned. And then, of course, to talk about the Saints announced roster moves that happened the other day, that the Saints did activate Adam Prentice to the active practice to the active roster from the practice squad again, and then they elevated Marquez Callaway to the wide receiver situation, so he might help out there. And then Jack Heflin is brought in. That's why Mustafire is not going to be active, because Jack Heflin will be the dude that will come in and help. And I really like Jack Heflin. He played really well in preseason and during training camp. He's a no-nonsense guy that's hard to block, and that's a good idea to bring Jeff Heflin in. We'll see what he can do. He had some really good performance during the training camp and the preseason. So anyway, also Carolina, would it be, and of course the Saints placed Nick Saldiveri. Just talked about Nick Saldiveri the other day. They put him on the injury reserve, and that's what they announced. So there you go. So Adam Prentice, Marquez Callaway, and Jack Heflin are raised to the active roster. Nick Saldiveri placed on the IR. And boy, man, I tell you, the Saints, with all this crap, man, is something else. Anyway, this is the potential starting lineup without Taysom being in the game. Derek Carr, Elvin Kamara, Chris Olave will play. Rashid's out, so we'll see A.T. Perry again. We'll see Lynn Bowden. We'll see those guys. We'll also see Keith Kirkwood later on. And, of course, Marquez Callaway be added to the mixture. Tight end Jawan Johnson, Foster Monroe, and Jimmy Graham. With Taysom out means more opportunities for Jimmy Graham. And, of course, we told you about Prentice. Pete and Hurst at the left side of the line, they got to step up, man. Those guys are veterans. They got to step up their production. We need the running attack today against a very good defensive unit for the Carolina Panthers. McCoy in the middle, Cesar Ruiz, Ramczyk, and on the defensive side, Cam, Jordan Shepard, Saunders in the middle, with Granderson on the other side. And, of course, you see the backups to New Passanio, Isaiah Foskey out. So we'll see Kyle Phillips, Brian Brucey, Jack Heflin are in there as well. So we'll see a rotation. Pete Werner will be back with the black and gold, with Demario Davis there. Zach Bond will act as the third guy. And, of course, Paulson, the Debo, Alante Taylor, and Isaac Yidam will be our three cornerbacks. Jordan Howden in for the injured Marcus May, Tyrann Matthews there as well. Blake Grupe and Lou Headley are our special teamers. Then, of course, we look at the Carolina side. Bryce Young, Hubbard, Thielen, Jonathan Mingo, and DJ Chalk are there, guys. Tight end Hayden Hurst is out, so expect to see Tyler Trimble or Ian Thomas, those guys. And if you see the tackles, Akwanu, McCrary, Bozeman, Jensen, and Mouton up front for the offensive line for the Carolina Panthers. Defensively, Williams is out, so we'll probably see one of their backups, whether it's LeBron Ray or Marquise Haynes. We'll see one of those guys in there. Shai Tuttle in the middle with Derek Brown. And, of course, you look at the linebackers, Brian Burns, Deion Jones, Frankie Louvu, and Gross Matos, the Penn State former player. And, of course, you look at the secondary, Jackson, Horn, You probably see a mixture of CJ Henderson in there, but they got a lot of their guys back in the Devon Bell, Jeremy Chin, and of course you see Xavier Woods there as well. So they do get some guys back on defense, and the defense, like I said, have been pretty good for their unit, for that entire team. Starters for the special teams, Eddie Pinero and Johnny Hecker are the guys there. So we'll see. So really the problem is, like we talked about with Carolina, is their offense. Can their offense gets going? They have a lot of disjointed mess going on there. But like I've said, dealing with the New Orleans Saints defense is, and they might not think that, but we know how the Saints are from a defensive standpoint. The Saints have not done a good job of neutralizing a mobile quarterback threat. And even though they say the Kitty Cats of Carolina are clawless, let me tell you something. Everybody's dangerous in this, especially when this team hits us where we are weak, even though they haven't exhibited that type of potential consistently throughout the year. That's why they won in 11. But that doesn't mean a 1-11 team can't surprise you with a win. They got one win already 5 weeks ago. Don't think that they are incapable of winning contests. Like I said, a lot of pressure will be placed squarely on the shoulders of Derek Carr and the Saints offensive line. We need our running attack today. And like I said, the Carolina Panthers defense is the strongest unit of the team. These guys can get after you. They got Brian Burns over there. They got some fantastic talent there. The secondary guys are back. So let's see if they can force some turnovers. And I'm real leery about the Carr situation. Like, we have Carr here, and they say they checked him. I said that he's good. Remember, he had 2 concussions within the last 21 days. That is dangerous to put that man out there. I think that's a dumb move by a dumb head coach. But in the end, they don't want to put Jameis. I would sit that man down. That is very dangerous, because if the Saints' lackluster, inconsistent offensive line cannot protect him, and Brian Burns and the rest of those guys start knocking him around, it could prove to be a very difficult day for the shook up Derek Carr already. So we'll see, man, how this is going to go. I'm very leery of this, man. I really don't like Carr being in there from a health standpoint. It's terrible. The league should have stepped in and really stopped the dumb Saint team from doing this, because with no Taysom Hill, the pressure's on Carr to do something to make it work. So we'll see how it all shakes and goes in this thing as well. And we'll see. All right, so shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. Much love to the Who Dat Nation. OG to the 3rd degree says, Q, my mind has officially shifted to the draft. I'm just watching to be watching. Okay, bro. All right, things could change, man. Things could change, bro. Like, I know in the league, man, things do change in this crazy league of ours. Honest Abe, shout out to you. Appreciate all y'all for being in the stream. Argentino Dogo says, I think it's a damn shame they're playing Carr. I think it's a reflection how the Saints are not handling business and are off in a greedy tangent to just make and save money. The pressure of $154 million over 4 years, roughly $30+ million a season on Derek Carr, is the reason why that this team is putting Carr in a situation. Because if you think about it, why in the hell would they risk putting him in a situation like that when you have a capable veteran quarterback that's been in the system for longer, 3 years in the system, who would do you a service? Carr will not do any better than what a Jameis Winston would do, but you could tell where their loyalties lie. Even though the man is this, you had a really good medical excuse that you can offer up. It's like, we're gonna shut him down for the next 2 games and then reevaluate him. Nope. Soon as he cleared it, they knew they was going to do it, because they kept on practicing on a limited basis throughout the week. So soon as he got through with the concussion protocol, they was going to shoot him in there. Very dangerous and stupid by a desperate team that knows that if they lose today, Dennis Allen will be fired. I promise you that. Ain't nothing Mickey Loomis could do to protect them if they lose to the Carolina Panthers. Let me tell you something. Eric, shout out to you, bro. Good to see you. Who that fly Pelican, much love. Appreciate you. L-Dub, shout out to everybody being in the stream, man. Good to see you. Uncle Freddie, how you doing? So what's up, Uncle Freddie? How you doing, my brother? Hope everything going on with you, my friend. Appreciate you being in the live. Haven't seen you in a while, bro. All right, what's up, SK? Good to see you, brother. St. Doug is in this thing. Pelicans, Nola's in this thing. Brother Prom's in this thing. Brother Ken's in this thing. KK, shout out to my queens. They up in here. Random says, I would prefer the Saints lose today so DA can get fired and Carr gets benched. I think eventually everything will happen will eventually happen to help this, to help that along. Because personally, Dennis Allen doesn't have enough of anything to stop the slide from happening. He set up there the entire season, didn't make any changes. So I don't know, I really don't think that he makes it and survives, like a lot of people thinking he will. So what's up, Jermaine? Shout out to you. JLJ504HD, shout out to you as well. Good to see y'all, man. Bobby the Space Ghost is in this thing. Brother Bruce is in this thing. Shout out to you, bro. He says, just watch the game with your eyes and not with your heart. All right. Yeah, man, we passionate. That heart gonna get involved, bro. Sooner or later when you're watching, it's gonna get involved. All right, Brother Rowe, how you doing, sir? Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for being there. Who that to y'all as well. 504 Cole and everybody else, man. How y'all doing, man? Appreciate you. DJ Twigger, who that to you, man? DJ Phil Cole. We got all the DJs in here today. Shout out to you, man. All right, Javier, how you doing, fam? Japanese Hercules is in this thing. Hercules is in this thing as well, man. What's up, Barbara? Shout out to Queen Barbara, man. Appreciate you being here as well. All right. Much love, brother Derek. How you doing, sir? Appreciate you. Tough Tiger, how you doing, sir? Brother John, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat, man. Well, appreciate you, bro. I hope it's gonna be, bro. It ain't gonna be nothing else. I hope so. Brother Philip, how you doing, sir? Shout out to my dog Phil, man. All right, so anyway, Marley Mall, how you doing, sir? Yeah, we like I said, man, I have some reservations about this contest because people thinking, okay, the Saints are going to run over the Carolina Panthers. And let me say this. The Carolina Panthers team, even though they've been struggling offensively, defensively, that's the best unit. You still got to watch out for them. They can produce turnovers. They can get after you, and they would have to protect Carr. They can't let Carr get beat up. They can't let him get slammed on the ground, and Carr's going to have to learn to protect himself. He's going to have to get the ball out of his hand as quick as he possibly can, make decisions, span the field. And we've been saying this the whole season long, and now the secret's out. The secret's out is that he doesn't look over the entire field. He lacks the discipline to perform a decent rep, looking at and spanning out the entire field and seeing all of his options. This guy gets trapped on one side of the field, and it's really, I think that's something that he's been doing his entire career, but you can't do that down here. You have to make the decisions properly. You have to look over the whole field and then make the proper throw. Just don't come out and do the check down when guys are running up the field because you're scared or incompetent to do the full thing. And me personally, this guy's been beat up. He's been slammed down. He had multiple concussions. I don't think he's thinking clearly. That's why I don't think he should be in the game. Now, I did hear Terry Bradshaw said that he doesn't believe that any of the quarterbacks the Saints currently have on their team is the future of the team and that they should go to the draft. And that's Terry Bradshaw's opinion. Now, we could possibly, I could share a lot of that, but it depends on where these people are in their thought process of what they're looking at the team. If you got an old dinosaur like Mickey Loomis sitting on top of the team, he doesn't see anything wrong with what the Saints are doing right now. He says that we got the best people in the building. He doesn't see any reason. And if that's the case, there will be no drafting of a quarterback in the first round of the draft because they will not draft a quarterback after paying $154 million to Derek Carr. That would mean that we failed if we had taken a quarterback that soon after giving a guy $150-something million. That's how they look at it. That'll be an indictment on their dumb decision making. But in the end, a lot of things have to change in my book. Mickey Loomis has two jobs. He's a vice president of BS or whatever it is, and then he's a general manager. He needs to relinquish the general manager position because he's not generally managing anything. He's allowing Dennis Allen to run the team into the ground stupidly, and he needs to change or give up the job to somebody who got some gumption or some balls to do something about turning this around while we still have some time. Not allowing it to go into the ground, and then when it hits and it sinks, goes into excuse mode about injuries and needing to give Dennis Allen and Derek Carr more time to get it together. It won't happen, bro. It will not happen. I'm going to talk against it. I'm going to spit against it, and everybody else is going to do the same thing. We're not playing that with you. Do something while you got the time. But here go to kick off. Saints kicking off from right to left. Carolina is going to return at their 1 yard line. He gets to the 5, 10, 15. Saints get them down around the 14-yard line as they get the tackle to open up. So Carolina will start with the ball from their own 14-yard line. Y'all please feel free to hit the like button as we're up in this thing. Donovan, how you doing, sir? Hi, Rise. Shout out to you, brother. Torres in this thing. Good to see y'all, man. Appreciate each and every last one of y'all for being in this thing as well. Big ups to you. Brother George, how you doing, sir? Much love. Yeah, Riddick wouldn't be a bad George. Riddick wouldn't be a bad choice, bro, but we got Kai Harley here. Kai Harley here is a fantastic choice to run it, but Riddick, I like Riddick. He's smart. All right, so here we go. They're starting from their own 14, Carolina in the shotgun. They give it right to the running back. Running back gets about 2 or 3 yards before the Saints get involved and get them brung down by gang tackling, maybe 2 or 3 on the pickup by the Carolina Panthers. As we know, we just talked about their starting lineup already. And I didn't think Bozeman would play, but he's in there. And they have some interesting skill set players. Adam Thielen kills the Saints. Jonathan Mingo's fantastic. DJ Chalk is fast as hell. And we'll see if the Carolina Panthers, who get the ball first and foremost, if they can really get something going against the Saints defense. So, they've been struggling. But like I said, and we got a guy down on the ground already. I can't tell. It's a big offensive lineman that's down already. And they're checking out his leg right here. So he picked up 3, so it's 2nd and 7. As we got a Carolina Panther lineman down on the ground. We can't tell who it is, but he's pointing at his leg, trying to keep it stiff as possible. So I don't know if it's a cramp or if it's something serious. So they're looking at him right now. It look like they're going to try to bring somebody in to kind of get the brother removed. But first play of the game, he goes down with an injury. Okay, shout out to what's up, Brent? How you doing, sir? Says good morning to the Who Dat family. Love is long suffering. But we don't love the vanilla possum rat caller or the Cosby sauce chowder guy in this way. Go Cats. Come on.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Thank you,
I'm
man.
trying to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, big Carolina guy down, pointing at his leg, man. It doesn't look good, man. And they're probably going to bring in the cart to get him up off of that. But thank you, Brent. Appreciate you. Don't love the vanilla possum. Yes, now he's chopping wood. So he goes from a vanilla possum to possibly a vanilla beaver because we just going to keep chopping wood. We went from cleaning up we got to clean up everything. We janitors to now lumberjacks. That is quite the hell of a jump. And professions. They go from janitors to lumberjacks. So we got to clean up. Then it went from clean up to we got to just keep chopping wood. That's all we got to do. Just keep chopping wood. So there it is. But thank you, Brent. Appreciate that, man. I appreciate you. All right. Yeah, George. That's what I said. Yeah, bro. That's what I was saying, bro, is that Kai is there. They got the guy already there. Remember, Fontenot was trying to take Kai out there with him to Atlanta. He refused because he knew that Mickey Loomis was getting old, and sooner or later he had to get out of the way. And that's something that we really need Mickey Loomis to get out of the way. He already has a job. He got 2 hats he's wearing, and I don't know what a vice president does for the Saints. I really don't know, to be honest with you. But if it's obviously, it must be something really difficult because it's stopping him from doing general managing. He's not generally managing a damn thing. That's the problem. That's why people have stopped looking at Dennis Allen and now they're looking at him. We've already known Dennis Allen won't do anything different. He won't change anything. He refused. He's too just, I don't know what's wrong with Dennis Allen. I just know he's not a head coach. He preaches change but does nothing. So we looking at Mickey Loomis. That's why people are really just stop looking at Dennis Allen. We know he's a loser. We start looking at him like, dude, you see your man over here? This dude don't know what he's doing. Oh, I got the right persons. I want to listen, Q. And you're not a head coach. Neither is Dennis Allen. Oh, yes, he is. We made him a head coach. He's not a head coach, Mickey. You're going to get your man over there on the 3-game. Well, we're going to win today. Yeah, man. Whatever, man. It's just crazy, man. What's up, Mark? Shout out to you, man. JG in this thing. All right. Appreciate you. All right. What's up, Barbara? Shout out to you. Hold on, Barbara. Let me get they got the guy up off there, sends a man in the motion here. They in a shotgun. There's a snap. Bryce Young takes a shot downfield, and it's overthrown over the receiver who was running, and it'll bring up 3rd and 7 on the play. So Bryce Young took a shot downfield to his wide receiver, and he overthrew him for about 5 yards or so. As they're trying to take a shot at the Saints defense, see if they can wake them up that way. All right, Saints 24th against the rush, 7th against the pass. So we still missing a lot of really quality people in our secondary. Marshawn Lattimore's on the IR. We know Marcus Mayday, he's out of there. So the Saints got a few people they had to move up in there, but we're deep there. All right, here we go. 3rd and 7 now for Carolina from their own, what is that, 17. Bryce Young take another shot down the field, and it's overthrown again. So whatever he likes, he's throwing to that side of the field, and he likes something over there because he went in the same area of the field, throwing down the left side of the, down the left sideline there twice on back-to-back plays. He's seeing something. He just don't have any no rhythm right now with his people. So 2 quick shots down the field. Carolina goes 3 and out, and they're getting ready to punt the ball. Johnny Hecker is back to kick the ball back to the Saints, and we'll see Lynn Bowden Jr. I think that's Lynn Bowden back there to return from the black and gold. That's the punt by Hecker, and it's going to be a right around, bounces down to like the 35 of the Saints, and Lynn Bowden gets it and gets right up to the 42-yard line on the return before he's tackled down. And we'll see Derek Carr for the first time run out there and see what he can get going. All right, Barbara, shout out to you. Says DC is DA sacrificial lamb. Yeah, I know, Barbara. I don't like that. Thank
I
you.
want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, I don't like that because, listen, Carr is a lightning rod for a lot of criticism, and rightfully so. But you can see concussion, ribs, right shoulder. And we've been talking about his ribs. They just started telling you the truth about his ribs. He's been dealing with ribs for a while. Saints pick up the ball from their own 44. Carr under center, hands it off to Alvin Kamara, dances around. Kamara picks up about 2 yards before Carolina gets him. Maybe 3 still on his feet and still going ahead. They're still carrying ahead and they're still walking him ahead. And he finally gets down around about a 7-yard pickup as the Saints push Kamara for, it looked like it would have been stopped at 2 or 3, but they all push him to a 7-yard pickup there. So like I said, the Saints offense 19th in the NFL in rushing, 19th in points, and Alvin Kamara with a strong run comes out of the game. Jamal Williams goes in. That was a really good run by Alvin Kamara. Maybe that's a thing that the Saints have to do. They have to show some stuff here. All right, so that's the move. There's the shotgun. Ball is thrown and caught by Jawan Johnson toward the left side, and the guy's acting like it's a fumble. It's not. Jawan Johnson was already down on the play, so he was already down, and they're trying to say it's a fumble, but they're trying to decide on what's going on, and they're acting like it's a turnover. They're situating it like it's a turnover. So yeah, he's down, and the referee's like spotting the ball like it's a turnover. You got to bring that back to the other side of the field. So, and they will correct themselves, man. And there was, and the Saints get up to the 45-yard line after the Carr throw. They're showing the power eye set now. And there's the play. Carr turns, fires the ball on the check down of Foster Monroe, and ain't nothing shaking on that play as he turned and then immediately find Foster Monroe toward the right side. Not much of any on that play to that side. So Carolina, like I said, they're very opportunistic in terms of what we're looking at this team's defensive wise. They have a very good defensive coordinator, and they're opportunistic that way. All right. So anyway, let's see what happened with Carr this time around and see if he can drive. Remember, no Taysom Hill in the game. Carr's under center. Alvin Kamara's back there. They send a man in a motion from right to left. Handoff to Kamara, goes up the center, finds a little twist and turns, falls down, and almost picks up a full 10 yards. A gain of 9 by Alvin Kamara running right up the center. Good run. He read a really good lane right there because he was cutting to the left and seen a hold and cut back right and found a lane and then spent his way out of a bad tackle and was able to spin and turn his way into a 9-yard pickup for the black and gold. So 3rd and 1 now for the Saints in Carolina Panther territory. A very positive drive up so far. Let's see if they can complete the deal. All right, so that's Carr in a shotgun. Quickly fires the ball down the line of scrimmage to that is Chris Olave, who gets the first down for a gain of about 7 or 8 yards. He's pushed out of bounds. So they're trying to simplify the playbook for Carr. A lot of quick throws toward the outside to get the ball out of his hand to create rhythm, and it appears to be happening. So this could be an interesting phenomenon for Derek Carr because he doesn't have to worry about Taysom Hill stealing his reps. He'll be in for the majority of the game. This could be a good or bad thing. 18 straight completions right now for Derek Carr. Let's see if he can keep it going. Man in motion as the tight end, hands it off to Jamal Williams, and Williams gets tripped up, but not before getting a gain of about 6 or 7 yards off to the right side. So there you go, Jamal Williams on the play. Picks up a good gain, about 6, they saying here. So right now, the Saints are moving the ball pretty decently against Carolina's defense. So 2nd and 4 now, as they kind of pan to Pete Carmichael reading his play sheet. And Carr will be under center for the black and gold as they're looking. Clock is getting down there. It's about 13 seconds on the play clock. Under center, a man in motion from right to left as the wide receiver turns and hands the ball off. Jamal Williams gets to the next level, breaks free, and gets down to the 10-yard line. So picks up the first down and then something as Jamal Williams is bucking. He's out there throwing his hand and he's excited. And the Saints are doing a very good job of blocking. And like we said, man, this is what we need to happen. We need this to happen. And Jamal Williams trying to get loose there as he broke an arm tackle and got to the next level. But this is what we need to happen for our offensive line. We really need them to open up lanes for the running backs. All right, Jamal Williams appears to be still in there. They man a motion guy, and they turned into a power out on the motion set and the twist and turn around there. And the Saints barely got anything, if anything, on the play. So maybe nothing, they're saying. He just barely got back to the line of scrimmage. So Carolina's saying, I see what you're doing, but we're going to stop you. One opening drive TD allowed this entire season. So that's commendable. You know, I just read the stat there. I mean, the graphic that they have is one opening drive touchdown allowed this season. So we know the problem ain't with Carolina's defense. They're not the one that you have to worry in terms of, dysfunction. Shotgun Saints, they have 4 wide receivers, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. There's a snap. Carr being pressured and gets knocked down, throws the ball away, and the blitz came right up toward him, straight through the offensive line. The defensive back got in there, unblocked, and chased Carr into actually it was the linebacker, just shot right on through there, and Carr had to throw the ball away, and he just gets pushed down on the ground, and he immediately gets back up. But boy, he had to get rid of the ball on the play, and he gets pushed down. You can see any contact they want to make to Carr and ruffle his feathers, push him down, make him uncomfortable. They know he got shoulder issues, chest issues, so you can see he did a good job pushing Carr down to make it uncomfortable. 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right, running back next to him in the shotgun. Carr with the snap, pressure coming. Carr steps up, and he gets ruffled again, goes down, has to throw the ball out of bounds, and the Carolina Panthers defense wake up on the 2 next plays and force the Saints into a field goal situation when the pressure came. So I think that was Frankie Louvu on the previous play. And then on the next play, you seen the pressure came from, I think that was Burns, wasn't it? Burns kind of reached at him, and then another player, and then he just grabbed Carr and brung him down. And then, of course, it'll send the Saints unit. So 2 blitz package plays came out there and ruffled Carr's feathers. They knocked him down, and this is the tone they want to set. So here go Blake Group A out to kick the field goal, and Blake kicks it. Oh, my goodness, what an ugly, hideous kick, knuckleball kick, and it's not any good. Boy, what an ugly-ass kick that was. He knuckleballed that thing. How did he miss that field goal that bad, man? My goodness. That was ugly. Boy, that was an ugly kick, and then it goes wide left, and just with that, the Saints didn't get anything on that drive. Boy, that went south real quick. My goodness, that was terrible. Who that for life? Chris says people give Bryce crap, but he could play, bro. I scouted that, man. He could play. Thank you, bro.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Terrible, man. That was a chip shot. That was a chip shot, and he missed it badly. And we know the kid been dealing with a groin issue. He didn't attempt the field goal last week, but this week called upon because the 2 blitz plays to run Carr out of there, and then the kicker comes out. Saints get nothing from the drive. So that's a win for the Carolina team that they get nothing. The Saints get no points out of it. So there you go, Saints opening up the game that way. That's not a positive thing. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you there. Oh, man, that was terrible. That was awful. But that's what happened. And when you're a team that's just has different issues or whatnot, you expect things to happen that are positive, and they don't happen. Wasn't that Yeah. All right, fam. I'm back here. I've had a little snafu there. Yeah, this is bad, man. This is not good. Football what we seeing, but you expect stuff like that to happen if you watch the New Orleans Saints play. They're unfundamental. You know, they is attention to detail. That's a whole nother thing. And that is a marker of the coach. The coach has a very significant role, not only just role, but his energy is all over this team. The team mimics the mentality of the coach, and the coach is an inconsistent, up and down, non-detailed, disciplined person, and that's what you get with the team. All right, so thank you, Brent, for the cash app, bro. Thank you for that.
I wanna say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, Carolina picks up from their own 20-yard line with Bryce Young under center, turns and hands the ball off to Hubbard. The Saints are there to rustle him down for a gain of 1 yard, and he falls on the back of the back legs of the tight end and looked like the guy is hurt. So Group A, I don't know what it was, looked like it was set poorly, and it looked bad. He just knuckleballed the thing. It was terrible, and Headley Headley looked like he didn't get it, like he didn't put it on the strings, and you can see Blake Group A looks back at Headley. I don't know if Headley spent it correctly, but a lot of people don't like how Headley's been punting, and I agree. I would have stayed with Blake Gillikin, but it is what it is. All right, so there's them. They get the ball to 2nd and 2, and there's the run right there by Hubbard on the play, and he gets almost all of it, and it's going to be 3rd and 1 on the play. So the power running game, if they can some kind of way get that power running game going for Carolina and work behind Hubbard, Hubbard can have success against the Saints. 3rd and 2 now after the good run. Carolina's in the shotgun now. They have multiple wide receivers to the left, one to the right. There's a snap. They give it to Hubbard. Hubbard picks up the 1st down. He's right on the line, actually. Yep, they're going to give it to him. I'm looking at the referee. She runs up right to it, and they're past the 1st down marker. 1st down, Carolina. So, I mean, this is not going to be a high-scoring game, to be honest with you, man. But if they can stay in it, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, JG says, so you choose this guy over Lutz. Bro, hey, I don't even much want to get into that, bro, because people was telling me at the start of the season, man, Q, it's going to be all right. And I'm like, dude, we don't need to change kickers. We don't need to change punters, but it is what it is. We got to rock with the guy. Shotgun for Carolina after the 1st and 10. Bryce in the shotgun, running back next to him on the right. Pressure coming. Bryce steps up, throws, and it's a catch right downfield near the 50-yard line to number 17 with the catch. That's DJ Chalk, one of our LSU buddies. They got DJ Chalk there and Terrence Marshall Jr. They just don't know how to use him. And Bryce steps up into the pocket and delivers the throw to DJ Chalk. He gets on, and that's what I'm saying. That's open for the Carolina Panthers. If he steps up, he could have scrambled if he wanted it. He could have scrambled it, so he had options. He stepped up and made a good throw on the play to get them to midfield. So 1st and 10 for the Carolina Panthers. Near midfield, Bryce under center. Wide receivers to both sides of the formation. Hubbard is behind him. Turns and hands the ball. Nope, it's a play action. Pressure coming. Bryce steps forward, throws. He's hit as he's thrown, and it's intercepted. Is it in? No, they say it's incomplete. No, it's an interception. The referee's pointing toward the Saints side of things. The Saints defense gets to Bryce, and he tries to throw the ball, and it is caught it went up in the air because the Saints hit him as soon as he released it, and then it went right into the hand. So really, number 91, I think that was number 91. No, that was Howden. I can't tell from my angle, but Pete Werner did a wonderful job of pulling it down for the interception. So the Saints defense get a pick off the pressure to Bryce Young. He was trying to throw the ball down the field. The Saints were able to get to him, ruffle his feathers, and now the Saints defense get the turnover right there. So, they talking to Bryce, trying to tell him to keep his head up. It's all right. So Carolina Panthers defense gets out there and tries to see what they can do with the Saints. Let's see if Derek Carr can take the Saints down the field and score a touchdown to take advantage of another turnover by the Saints defense. All these turnovers the Saints defense gets. Let's see if the Saints offense can capitalize. Carr under center, turns, hands the ball off to Elvin. Elvin gets barely maybe a yard, maybe 2 yards as Carolina stands him up and pushes him back on the play. It'll be 2nd and 8, maybe 2nd and 9. We'll see. Very interesting, man. That's a turnover by the defense. So the Saints get the turnover. Now we need our offense to punch it in after the missed field goal attempt in the bad series. So like I said, it's an interesting phenomenon. Taysom Hill is not active for this game. So Derek Carr has all of the quarterback duties all to himself. Can he gain a rhythm? He's 3 or 4 right now for 12 yards in the shotgun. Wide receiver 1 to the left, 2 to the right, and running back next to him is Kamara. There's the snap. Pressure coming. Carr standing in the pocket too long and just checks it down to Elvin. Way too long to do that. That's way too long for him to make that decision. You got to speed it up, bro. Way too long. He did do a good job of cycling. He did look like he looked over the entire field, but he got to speed it up. He took too long on that play to make a decision with the ball, but he did complete it. All right. So anyway, here we go to bring up 3rd and 3 for Derek Carr right now in the shotgun, and we'll see what the Saints can do here from the Carolina Panthers 29-yard line. Wide receivers on both sides, and there's the snap. And the shotgun, pressure coming. Carr steps up, and he gets hit soon as he tries to throw the ball, and it's an incomplete throw. Carolina's trying to treat it like it's a fumble, and just like that, it's a big D Brown gets in there and causes problems. So the Saints have been terrible so far on 3rd downs. The pressure comes in there. That big sucker D Brown gets right there. He just runs the line right there and drags Carr face first into the turf. Did y'all see how Carr on the replay? Grabs Carr down, and Carr's face mask hits the turf. So it's like, dude, why is this? And there's a flag down, and it's rightfully should be because he grabbed the scruff of his neck. Well, let's see if it's going to be against the Saints. This usually should be a penalty against Carolina because it looked like the defensive lineman grabbed the scruff of his jersey. But it would be fitting for them to turn around and say it's a holding against the Saints. Let's see what the call is. It's a flag down on the play. So let's see what it is. What we doing here? The referees, what we doing here? 4:55 on the clock right now. And you can see, like I said, that pressure, and they're going to send out the punting unit. And listen, like I said, fam, the turnover does no good. So the defense gets the turnover. The offense does nothing with it. They ruffle his feathers, and then they're punting from right there. They at Carolina's 40. They won't even send out the kicker to kick. That's supposed to be a kick. At least try to let them kick it. They're going to punt from the 40-yard line for real, fam. And Blake Group A gets the bounces right around the 11. My goodness, you punt from there? All right, shout out to Who That Life for Chris. Who That for Life, Chris says, hope the fans boo like last game. Matter of fact, throw produce, tomatoes and shit at the offense. Straight tomatoes. All right. Yeah, chat. Spam the chat with tomatoes. All right. Make sure you're throwing. I don't even know if they got rotten tomato emojis, bro. But you might tomatoes in the chat. All right, thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this.
All right, thank you, Chris. Spam the chat with tomatoes. All right, thank you, bro. All right, yes, bro. Let me see if I got. Yeah. Thank you for this one too, Chris. He said, you know what, Q? Not surprised, par for the course. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you for that one as well, man. Appreciate you. And like I said, fam, this is terrible, man. This is awful. And that's why I was telling people they're going to beat Carolina. I'm like, no, we got to be very mindful of how the Saints play. And Derek Carr's situation is not a very positive thing because Derek Carr is coming off of concussions. He's a concussed player twice, 2 in 21 days, 2 concussions. And let me tell you something. I told them dumbass Saints people that the last series of 3rd downs, notice what's happened with Carolina on the 3rd down. They sending the blitz in there. Saints are not picking up the blitz. And one of the times on the 3rd down, each time they making a point to hit them. Are y'all noticing that? Put 1 in the chat if the family members are noticing. Tomatoes. All right. Yeah, Vicky, you seeing this QB play? I know, bro. I'm watching it with y'all, man. I'm here. I'm talking. Oh, my goodness. This is terrible. Yeah. What's up, Adrian? Shout out to you. Corey, what's up, man? Shout out. Y'all y'all funny, man. But all I can say is, man, are y'all guys noticing that? Put one in the chat, fam, or Y, or either one or Y in the chat. If you're noticing that on the third downs, Carolina's defense is getting in there. Not only they getting in there, but they're making sure to knock Carr down. Put one in the chat or Y in the chat if y'all notice that. When they get in there, whether it was Frankie Louvu or whoever, them two defensive linemen that had an opportunity, when they get in there, they are hitting Carr and pushing them down. The last one, when they dragged Carr down by the scruff of his neck, his face mask hit the turf. And I'm like, you can't do that with this dude. This dude just coming off a 2 concuss. They just stupid Saints, man. Dumbass people to put that dude in that type of stuff. They're going after him. All right, he go to Carolina Panthers, picking up from the 11-yard line, and the running back carries the ball off to the left in a gain of maybe 2 or 3 yards on the play. But notice the Saints have had 2 possessions, no points, both of which was a missed field goal on the knuckleball, and at least let the young kicker redeem himself with that kick. You don't punt from inside the 50 on their side. At least let the young kicker, you picked him, Allen. You picked that kicker. Let him redeem himself. See that? They wouldn't even, they just benched, we don't believe in him, so the hell with it. You can't do that. You got to let him redeem himself. 2nd and 7 now, a gain of 3. Bryce in the shotgun. He got 2 guys next to him back there, and they're going to hand the ball off, and the guy gets end-upped right around there. I can't see. I think it's Jonathan Mingo. No, it's Blackshear, the running back. He gets upended by Tyrann Mathieu, and a gain of about 5 or 6 to bring up 3rd and 2 or 3 on the play. So there we go. All right. Rich says, Q, this game, DA's seat becomes a matchstick. If they lose to them, bro, he fired. I've said this, bro. Hold on. I'm going to give you your credit for that. Just a second, my friend. All right. So there we go. Carolina right now standing up there. Let's see what they can do. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Got a running back next to Bryce in the shotgun. Pressure coming. Bryce throws toward the right side, and it's knocked away by the Saints defender, and he was going toward Adam Thielen on the play, and a young Isaac Yiadom gets involved there and knock it away. And we glad that the referee, because that could have been a flag, because Yiadom never looked back for the ball. He basically at the last moment he did. Looked like that the last moment he did turn right there and make a play. So smart move by Isaac Yiadom to look at the last moment back, because that could have been a foul by the referee. So the Saints defense forced Carolina out again, 4th and 3. The punter, Johnny Hecker, is out there. The punt back off to Lynn Bowden to the opposite side. They're letting the clock tick down for whatever reason. And there's the snap, and there's almost blocked. My goodness, Hecker goes down. There's the punt. It'll be received at the 45, Lynn to the 50, to the Saints, to the Carolina 44 or 43-yard line. He gets tackled and rolls up. All right, Carr's back out there, and we'll see what goes on. We'll see what they can do. All right, Rich, man, thank you for the super chat, brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, shout out to Gen X Girl Reacts. Much love. She said, can't DC call for some help on 3rd down? Does he see? Oh, beautiful. Well said, Gen X Girl Reacts. You are absolutely 1,000% correct. He is the quarterback. He's supposed to see the blitzes coming in, and he's supposed to call the protections. He can slide guys here, or basically, if you don't like what he's seeing, he can audible out of the play. There's something to take advantage of the blitz. Carr, that's a lot to ask Carr to do, but you're paying him $150 for him to do that. And as you can see, that is one of the things that we talk about all the time with Derek Carr. He doesn't do those things consistently enough. That makes a difference. So thank you for saying that, because that is well said. He's supposed to see that. Thank you. Tenacious, what's up, fam? What's up, Tenacious? How you doing, bro? Big ups to you, my man. Thank you for being here. All right, Uncle Paulie says, Q, Derek Carr will get hurt in this game. Winston will get in very soon. Watch it happen for real. Family, I'm telling y'all, I don't like this. I said it for the last several days. during the week leading up to it. I said when they first released the practice report on Wednesday, the first report, they had a limited designation there. And I was saying them people going to peep this guy limited. And soon as he clears concussion protocol, they're going to put him in the damn game. This is a dumb decision. This is a bad decision. This is an unhealthy decision. They don't give a rat's patootie about Derek Carr's overall health for the long term. This is not something that you would do if you need it. There's no need for them to put him in danger, and Carolina is already knocking him down every third down play. They get in there and they're knocking him down. They're knocking him down, pushing him down, slamming him down. They're knocking him around. This is not safe. But Dennis Allen is a dumbass. I've been saying that for a long time, and this is a desperate maneuver where you would risk the health of a player just so you can pick up games or try to win a game because you paid him 150, and you know that a lot of the people going to be pissed and upset that you made such a call. So, this is what we need to do. As you kind of span towards Zach Bourne working with Cam Jordan, and Cam teaching him how to swim move. Cam is showing Zach Bourne on the sideline how to swim move. Cam, I wonder if you did that 3 years ago, brother. We could probably use Zach Bourne like that, man. But anyway, thank you for that, man. Appreciate you. Hold on, Josh. All right, so here go the Saints picking up from their own 45. Carr fires the ball to Jawan Johnson. Look like, is that Jawan? No, that's Chris Olave. Chris Olave on the comeback gets the ball, and it looks like a gain of 7 or 8 yards off to the left side. So they have a graphic on the screen right now, 13 to 14 plays run in Panthers territory. No turn. That's not a positive because they got 13 of 14 plays on the Saints offense ran inside of Carolina territory. No touchdowns, no field goals. All right, so they're operating from the Panthers 37. Carr under center, turns and hands the ball off to Alvin Kamara, dances around, and Kamara was able to find a little light there and gets a nice chunk of change there right up the center of the line. He gets the first down plus some. So you're looking at a pretty decent game by Alvin Kamara, who's just the Saints just have to, the offense just do what you're paid to do. Open up holes for Alvin. He danced around in the play and was able to make a few good moves and gain more than what he needed to. So Alvin Kamara right now, 4 carries for 25 yards, new set of downs as we get close to the 2 minutes in the first quarter. Alvin's back there. Derek Carr is under center at the 30-yard line of the Carolina Panthers. There's a turn, another handoff. The Wk.14 goes right up the middle and finds another 7 or 8 yard pickup for Alvin Kamara right up the center. So the Saints, do really well from down 1 to down 2. But when they get 3, Carolina gets the blitzing, and then it's over good. All right, Josh says, fam, let's be honest. I'm rooting for the Saints to tank because if they do, Allen is fired. And without Allen, you know what, bro? I feel your pain, bro. But I think that's going to take care of itself, whether it happens now or at the end of the season. There's no way that Dennis Allen can make an excuse to keep him. All right, here we go from their own 23, from Carolina's 23 as a handoff to Jamal Williams to the right side. Jamal Williams still on his feet, runs down and gets from the 23 to the 10-yard line of Carolina off to the right side. So the Saints are doing a pretty good job of running the ball right now against Carolina's defense. So that's one of the things we talked about with them is opening up and having the running lanes, and they pull and they take out the guys. And of course they got a little holding going on, but that's all right. Let's keep it going. And Jamal Williams picks up a nice run. So we can combo Jamal Williams. And I can't believe we got Jamal Williams and Alvin Kamara together, and we haven't gotten the type of success we should supposed to have gotten with these guys. So it's 1st and 10 as they're right at the 11th. They got them spotted up at the 11-yard line. So the referees are telling them something. I don't know what the referees are kind of holding this thing up right now. But yeah, the Saints, let's see if they can punch it in the end zone, man. Let's see if we can punch it in the end zone, and let me see if I can remember to hit the music when they do. Man in motion is from left to right. It's Keith Kirkwood. Handoff to Alvin Kamara, dances around, and boy, oh my goodness, big number 95 slams him down, twists and turns Alvin Kamara down for a gain of only 1. Big boy had him and spunt him down, boy, like he was a top or something. He grabbed Alvin. He was trying to break away. He just threw Alvin. Good grief. He just tossed him on the ground like he was made of paper mache, man. He said, what are you doing, man? All right, so anyway, not much of a gain. 2-yard pickup right there. It's Big D Brown on the tackle. Just threw Alvin on the ground. Good Lord. Shotgun, 2 wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right, and Carr's in the shotgun with Wk.41 to his left. And there's going to be a timeout here. The Saints call timeout. They don't like what's up. and they decide to call the timeout that'll send them into a commercial. Well, actually, it's not. That's the end of the quarter. I thought they called timeout. It's the end of the first quarter. So they'll return and see if they can start it all over again. All right, Tenacious says Alvin Kamara is the lifeblood of this game. Let the man cook. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this run.
All right, thank you, bro. Appreciate you. What's up, Tasha? Shout out to Tasha and my dog Sean. We up in this thing. As Will says, it's DA's fault. All right, bro. You're right. Duke says they finally playing Jimmy Graham, but he's still not getting the ball in just the block. And we know his game is not just, we know Jimmy's not the best blocker. That's something that we've always known. He got a little bit better later on in his career, but Jimmy Graham is not known to be a blocker. But he in there trying to do something. We need to get him, be able to find an opportunity to get Jimmy in the red zone and throw at him. He's 6'7". He's a 6'7" target, man. Come on, we need that. We need that to happen. All right. Yeah, Rock said pay the man number 95. Yeah, the way he took Alvin Kamara and threw him on the ground like that, like good Lord, man, damn. What Alvin Kamara said to you, man? He just threw him on there. All right, Wendell says, I want the Saints to tank. I want Jaden Daniels from LSU, the Heisman Trophy winner, and plus I want Denise Allen. You mean Dennis Allen, who was born and raised, that's right, from Atlanta, Georgia, of my hometown. He sucks. No doubt about it. You're right, Wendell. Jimmy, that's the thing. Is like, okay, we need to send this dude back. Well, see, it was all on the Saints. The Saints have to course correct. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a captain of a boat, and you have some weather or some stuff that kind of push you off course, you got to correct. You got to kind of course correct yourself back to where you belong, and that's what Mickey Loomis is supposed to be doing. But he's taking an ignorant, stupid dinosaur approach. As I made the call and I'm sticking to it. That's not how you're supposed to manage anything. Sometimes things don't go the way they're supposed to, and you don't let the clock run out so you can get into excuse injury mode. They're not playing that. Do something now while you have the time to fix this team. Do something now, and that's what people are telling him to do. But he don't want to do it. He thinking he's some kind of legend, and Mickey Loomis ain't no damn legend. Riding off of Sean Payton's coattail and listening to him tell you to get players don't make you no legend. You just was fortunate to be the guy that was here with Sean Payton, because obviously he ain't do nothing but listen to Payton. He ain't got no managerial style. He ain't doing nothing. All right, so here go the man in motion from right to left, and Carr's under center, hands it to Alvin Kamara, gets to the 5, 4, 3, 2, down to the 1, and might be in, and it's a touchdown. Let me hit the button.
Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. 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 Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, 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 welcome. Somebody please better help. Somebody please better running this thing like Elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt, not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out the shame for the championship. Fucking on town, tuck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you can probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, 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 boogie like this, and I'm a who that, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that, do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma.
Yeah.
With Big Q and the guys.
All right.
All right, man. Let me tell y'all something, man. The button needed a little WD-40, man. We ain't pushed the button in a while, man. It needed a little WD-40, man. But hey, it got to working, man. But hey, man, that's what I'm talking about, man. We got the touchdown. Alvin Kamara running hard. He was last game. Alvin Kamara was stepping up, handling the business, running really good, and he gets us in the end zone with the touchdown. Saints on the board, 7-0. Blake Grupe hits the extra point. So there we go. So not a bad performance there. 9-yard touchdown rush by AK-41. 6 plays, 44 yards, 3:12 off the clock. Saints up 7-0. Start of the second quarter, 4:55. Still a lot of time as Blake Grupe kicking off to the Carolina Panthers, and he kind of bumps it right into the end zone. They'll receive it at the 25-yard line. So we'll see what the offense can do for Carolina. Can the Saints keep it going? Can the Saints keep this going, man, moving forward? So they're showing Alvin Kamara's race car. He's sponsoring a guy with a race car. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. And he gets out of it. I think he brought the race car to work. That's not bad. Not a bad idea. All right, you better not mesh on the pedal there, man. Let me tell you something, man. We got some very resourceful police officers that wouldn't like take your ass to jail. And I play for the Saints. And all right, so they pick up from the 25-yard line, man, in motion from left to right. It's a handoff to the running back and turns, twists, and barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. Might not be a gain. If anything, Hubbard might have picked up one or none. Not much shaking on the play. All right, so yeah, this is pretty good for the black and gold right now. And let's see if the defense can kind of get some more turnovers here. And, the Saints got them on the board right now. So anyway, shout out to the fam, man. We in this thing. All right. All right. Yeah, they got to definitely take the air out of the ball. You're right, bro. They got to take the air out of the ball and just run the game. Let's see how it goes. Okay, Bryce Young is under center. 3 wide receivers are piled up to the right. You got one to the left. Running back is back there. Turns, hands the ball off to the running back, finds a running lane, and falls forward for a gain of 11 yards. He was going right center and then shifted left on Hubbard, picks up about 11 yards right up the center of the Saints defense. Like I said, that is open for them. And that's a nice run. He cuts right back behind, found a truck-sized lane, and was able to get for not only the first down, but an extra yard right there. So not a bad run. They're trying to lean on Hubbard to kind of make things pop for him. 1st and 10 after the pickup right there, trying to keep the offense moving along. All right, so they get up to the Saints 30 to their own 36-yard line. And then it's a handoff to Hubbard again. He cuts back to the right, goal center, and then gets tackled, and he picks up about 7 yards on the play again. So about 6 or 7 on the game. Hubbard, he's slow getting up. He's slow getting up. Somebody got a popped on right there toward the end of the play. And boy, just like that, they thought something was going on, and the Saints laid him out on the play. And they were trying to help him up. And boy, he took a nice shot there. I won't say from it. Boom, boy. Yeah, there was a pop from, was that Tyron Man? Alante Taylor gave him that shot. Alante Taylor toward the back end popped him. And he had difficulties getting up. So he got 7 on the play, so they'll have to operate with the backup running backs there. Alante laid a smackdown on him right quick. So let's see if the young guy is all right. Hopefully he's all right, man. All right, Dr. Martin, how you doing, sir? Appreciate you. Says Q, the run is working. Will Carr force for numbers? Dr. Gray, I'm gonna be honest with you. What we need to do is we just need to kind of stick to the running attack. And just, with Alvin Kamara and Jamal Williams running, like they're running, they're showing some positivity right now. Alvin Kamara, Dr. Gray, right now has 7 carries for 43 yards in the touchdown. That's damn good. That's pretty good. But thank you, Dr. Gray. Appreciate that, man.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this.
Yeah. Let's keep on running the thing. Why not? Why not? Why not? Let's just keep on running the damn thing. That's what we need to do. Like I said, right now the Saints are doing a wonderful job, man, of just operating like that. Just keep running the ball. That's what I'm for. But yeah, that's the thing, man. Individually speaking, you can see Elvin's in his bag right now, and that's what I'm saying. We've been kind of really getting on the Saints in terms of them in the rushing attack. I've been talking about how crappy that offensive line has been playing, up and down, missing blocks, holding, allowing guys to get beat. And I was saying, man, we need to be focused more on running the ball and taking the ball taking it out of Carr's hands. We got to rely on a running attack. For that to happen, the offensive line has to be more stable. They have to be more consistent. And that's something that we haven't seen enough, especially in the last several games during this 3-game losing streak you can fault a lot of that on the Saints offensive line. They're just not doing a good job of opening up the running lanes. But tonight, they're doing a wonderful job. Today, they're doing a wonderful job. Right now, Elvin Kamara, like I said, 7 carries, 43 yards. He's averaging over 6 yards a carry. He got a rushing touchdown. Jamal Williams, his complement, has 4 carries for 29 yards. He's averaging over 7 yards a rush. So right now, the Saints collectively, 11 carries for 72 yards. They're averaging 6.5 yards per rush. Keep running the ball. Run the damn ball. That's what we need to do. Keep running it. All right. What's up, Joe? Shout out to you, man. Good to see Brother Joe in the building. Farouk, how you doing, fam? Much love to everybody. Alpha, I see you, fam. Gardner, big shout out to you. Steven, I see you too, fam. All right, here go Carolina with the ball, handling it off. Good. The young running back got up and ran off, clicked his heels like he was Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz, and they put in the backup running back there to kind of get a little work there as well to see if Hubbard will kind of get up there. So 3rd and 1 on the run. They pick up some more yardage there, and it'll be 3rd and 1. Can the Saints defense get them up off the field and get a ball back to the offense? As you can see, Jack Heflin, the practice squad player who was activated this week, is in for Malcolm Roach, who's out on the IR. So Bryce Young's in the shotgun. Hubbard's back in the game. They got a bunch package going on. It's a run. Hubbard gets there, and he gets enough for the first down. He keeps them alive as they get closer to midfield. First down for the Carolina Panthers. All right, and they're flashing to the Atlanta Falcons game as Kyle Pitts gets a 36-yard touchdown from Desmond Ridder. It's 10-10, Bucks and Falcons. 10-10 right now in the second quarter. So that's a game we kind of keeping a side eye on because really we want the Bucks to win. They kind of mush the Falcons down right there. You know, we always want the Falcons to lose. No disrespect. It's just how it is. But we want the Falcons. Then I picked the Bucks to win, not because I'm mad or anything. As the Falcons, you know, I'm a black and gold man. I want them to lose everything. All right, so anyway, shotgun for the Carolina Panthers. And there's the run, and Bryce fires the ball inside, bobbled and incomplete on the play. Sullivan drops the ball. Bryce Young put it on him. Sullivan dropped it. It wasn't perfect, but he put it right on him, and he hit him right in a bad spot, his hands, because it was right there. And he put a little stank on it, but that ball should have been caught. And it does look like we might have got away with one because it looked like our defensive back had his left arm tied up. That's why he didn't make it. So very sneaky maneuver right there. 2nd and 10 now. Man in motion is stealing from left to right. It looks like a running play. Saints moving up for the blitz. Handoff right there, dances around, barely gets back to the line of scrimmage, falls over, maybe a gain of 1 on the play as the Saints send the pressure in there, and they stop that shot. Now, see, Bryce, with a little bit more experience, he could see he would be able to make those adjustments there and kind of switch out of that because you've seen they showed him everything, like, we coming for you. At that point, maybe you switch out and do something else. That's something he'll learn later on once he gets a capable offensive staff around him to show him the proper ways of doing things. 3rd and 9 on the play. All right, Bryce Young in the shotgun there as they're near midfield. 2 wide receivers to both sides of the formation. Running back next to him in the shotgun. There's the snap, pressure coming. Young has time. He's going to take it. He's going to run and gets to the 50, 45, 40, 35, all the way down to the 35 or right around there as Bryce Young. And I told y'all that Bryce Young decides to start scrambling, and this is going to be problematic because that's there for him all day long. The pressure comes, and the Saints have a terrible habit of not allowing guys to leak out, and Bryce Young will take off, and this is going to be the first of many little rushes that he's going to do. He's like, oh, well, I can run the ball now. I didn't realize it. Now he's going to start taking off. Saints can't do nothing about it. This is something I talked about in the preview yesterday. That's there for him if he realizes it. So he gets all the way into Saints territory at the Saints 31-yard line. He's in the shotgun. Wide receivers, 2 of them to the right, 1 to the left. And there's Bryce, quick ball deflected at the line of scrimmage by, I think was that either Demario Davis, Demario on the deflection, and that ball was going to a receiver cutting, and Demario able to get his hand on it to deflect it, and it falls harmlessly to the ground. So Demario Davis, great play by Demario sticking his hand in there because that was a completion. Demario poked it away and knocked it away because he was going to Thielen, and Thielen was cutting across the center of the Saints defense. It would have been a nice little gain there. So smart play by the ever-present Demario Davis. From the 31, Bryce Hunter center, Saints showing pressure again. And that's he gonna hand the ball off to the running back, dances right. Saints get him and eat him up right around the 30-yard line for a gain of maybe a yard, maybe two on the play. Not much shaking on that for Carolina. But that play with DeMario sticking his hand in there and knocking that away, that right there that would have been a pretty decent gain for Carolina. All right. So that's not pretty good play. As Tanu Passanio was on that last play, it kind of stopped him from doing anything. And they got Passanio inside. Y'all see that they're moving him inside. That's where he should be, to deflect those balls from a smaller Bryce Young. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right, running back there to help out Bryce in the shotgun. There's a snap. Pressure coming. Looking left. Has time. Steps up, throws up the center, and the ball is incomplete. Thrown right to number 17. He couldn't make it as Isaac Yiadom is on the defensive play as he tries to find DJ Chalk down the center of the field. Bryce Young stood sometimes. He had some opportunity, but the ball held on to it to try to make the throw, and he waited for him to make the cut. He stood in there and threw the ball, and then it was kind of behind him, so this will bring up 4th and 8 on the play. Not a perfect ball, and they'll send out the kicker for a 47-yard field goal to get points. Eddie Pinero's out there, 15 of 16 for field goals inside the 50-yard line, according to the graphic. There's the punt. I mean, the snap. The ball is kicking. Pinero's going to hit it, and Carolina's on the board, 7-3. Saints up. So the Panthers gets points out of it that time around as Bryce tries to fit the ball to Chalk, and it was deflected as Yiadom got his hand in there to knock the ball away. Smart play by Isaac Yiadom at the end of the play. So 7-3 after the field goal. Saints up. All right. So there you go, fam. Right now, black and gold winning the game. Not really, it's good. You know what I'm saying? Good. It's all good. A lot of family members saying, Q, we don't want to see this, bro. We don't want to see this, Q. We don't want to see this. We won't see it. Nah, don't do that. Don't think about the Saints. Don't want the Saints to lose the game. If they lose the game, they lose the game. But I'm not asking for them to lose because I know eventually how things work out, that eventually Dennis Allen will eventually, end up losing out, because even though if he beats Carolina today, ultimately we got some more difficult teams we got to deal with. And I think his destination, or his destiny rather, is going to be ended here. I don't think he gets out of this season unless he gets this team to the playoffs. Another 9 playoff year will not work. They have to get the team to the playoffs. So you got Tampa, you got Atlanta, you got the Rams. You got some teams that you got to beat with 5 games remaining that you got to take care of in the NFC South. And the Saints can control their destiny if they can win the bulk of these games. They got to win these games. A lot of people don't believe they will, but we shall see. All right. Yeah. Alpha says Bama QB and LSU wide receiver. That's not. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Brian says, but sadly, we've hidden gems that Goofy Zesty Dennis don't know. Goofy Zesty. Tuck says DeMario may be the Saints' best free agent signing after Bree. DeMario has been really good, man. And the fact that, he's on the back end of his career, but still very impactful. Him and Cam Jordan are some of those rare players that we have that actually still contribute even at this stage of their development or at their career. They're still very productive people in there doing stuff. So, all right, Barbara says we will get better by default, but by not having Dennis Allen and his merriment up here. Indeed. All right. So anyway, we got some stuff, man. We seeing some very positive stuff going on right here for the black and gold. 7-3 currently. Here he is. Lewis says, Q, I feel for people rooting for the Saints loss. There's a real possibility that we will retain DA if they finish strong this year, but there's no possibility that he is the right coach long term. I agree, bro. I don't think we should vote. I'm not, people going to do what they want to do. I'm not going to root for Dennis Allen to get fired. I think ultimately that'll take care of itself, meaning that if he's not the right coach, sooner or later it's going to happen and they can't protect him. The bottom line is he has to get this team into the playoffs. Even if they beat Carolina today, it's a positive. I like wins, period. But if the Saints, he has to get them in the playoffs. That means wins against Tampa. That means wins. He got to beat Tampa Bay and Atlanta. We lost to those 2 guys early on. Even though we might beat Carolina and sweep them for the season series, Carolina got a lot of problems. So I mean, beating Carolina is what you're supposed to do according to the record, you know. But like we saying, you can never be sure. They find some type of rhythm here. It could be dangerous. And once Bryce realized that he can run on this team, that's going to be a whole nother added layer to it. Saints pick up the ball from their own 25 after the kick, and there's Derek Carr looking, taking his time, and he checks it down to Foster Monroe, who's tackled by four Carolina Panthers for a gain right there. So he finds Foster Monroe, and he picks up 7 yards on the gain to the center of the field. Carr to his old tight end Monroe, 2nd and 3 for the Saints. But like I said, I think it take care of itself in the end. We know Dennis Allen is not the right guy for this job, and there is no spin in this. He has to get the team to the playoffs to get fired. Bottom line, does he do that? We'll see. I say no, but we'll see. All right, Carr under center now, 2nd and 3. They're at the 31-yard line, hands the ball to Kamara. Kamara dances around a little bit, gets right up to next to it. And he looked like he'll be just shy of it. So it'll be 3rd and inches, look like, for the black and gold, unless they give him the first. Look like he was just shy of it. Brian Burns fired in there unblocked and was able to run down the line of scrimmage and grab Kamara for, well, actually, he didn't. He was there chasing him down, but you can see big Derek Brown and Frankie Louisville involved on the stop prior to Burns getting there. 3rd and 1 for the Saints. Carr under center. He sends Foster Monroe in the motion from right to left, hands it off to Jamal Williams. Brown wraps him up, but not before Jamal falls forward for a pickup of 1 yard, and the Saints get the first down to keep the clock moving. Right now, 7:55 on the clock as Jamal Williams runs off. Like I said, family, the Saints rush defense right now is actually doing pretty good. You would be good to stick with it right now. They're averaging almost 6 yards per rush between both Alvin Kamara and Jamal Williams, just to let you know. They're doing it. And this is without Taysom Hill, who's a big part of what they do. Shotgun for Carr. He has 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. There's a snap. He looks and rolls to the right, fires it to Lynn Bowden Jr., who picks up about maybe 5 or 6 or 7 yards on the play. Look like he's about 2 or 3 yards shy of the first down, so that'll bring up 2nd and maybe 3 somewhere around up in there, depending on, it's a gain of 7 on the play. So 2nd and 3 as Carr rolls out to the right, fires to the right to Lynn Bowden, who gets 7 yards as they wrestle him down. 2nd and 3 now for the black and gold. 7 minutes on the clock and ticking down. All right, Carr's under center, 3 wide receivers, or 3 players to the left side. Man and most from left to right is Bowden. He turns in. It's a handoff to Jamal Williams. Carolina says, "What do you think you're doing?" And they get in there and make the play. And next thing you know, they get him for a loss of maybe 2 or 3 yards on the play. It's Xavier Woods. Xavier gets in there on the blitz and wraps Jamal for it could be a loss of 2 or 3 yards on the play. Yeah, it's 3rd and 5 there. So it kind of backs the Saints up right there. 3rd and 5 with 6:27 and counting down. Carr's in the shotgun. Saints had 3 bunch wide receivers set to the left, tight end down to the right. There's a snap. Pressure's coming. Carr standing in there, gets bumped around, and just throws the ball away. He got bumped in there and just decided to throw the ball away. So 4th and 5 on the play. And yes. And like I said, you can look, how when Carr plays in there, you can see he spans left, the pressure's coming, he steadies left like he's going to throw left, and then when he finally throws the ball, he just turns, and really it's a simple throw there, but he just threw the ball where I don't know where he was throwing the ball at on that play. That was a simple check down throw, and he just threw it wide right of where Jamal Williams was. That was just poor. Oh, wow, the guy ran into the punter on the play, and that's going to be a penalty against Carolina. That's a running. Look, he just ran into the punter, the Saints punter on the play, and there's no flags. I don't see any flags down. They saying there's no foul on the play. How is that not a foul? They ran into our punter. Boy, I'll tell you, the NFL just makes rules up, man. They just make shit up. You run into the punter, any situation, whether it's going to be either 2 penalties. It's not a penalty. Man, get out of it. Whatever, man. It's whatever. But anyway, yeah, that was not a good play by Carr was, as you can see on that play, Derek Carr got caught staring down to the left. He never looked right. The only time he didn't look right is when he couldn't go left. And then when he finally looks right to Jamal Williams, the check down is his favorite throw. He throws it terribly past where Jamal Williams at to not give him an opportunity. Now, granted, I don't think Jamal makes the play because they had players that were right out front of him that probably would have tackled him, but you never know, they might have missed it. But that's Derek Carr for you. Derek Carr gets stuck out there. He was staring guys down to the left, then the pressure's coming, and he just didn't want to do it. So at least he didn't throw a pick on the play, but the offense goes nowhere with Derek Carr. But you think Dennis Allen them noticed that? You think that they noticed that? So, I mean, anyway, they're coming for Derek Carr. They're coming for him. It's going to be a long game in here. So, yeah, this is Carr makes the offense look so drab, man, when he's in there. He really does. And it's not all on him. But, man, when you don't make the plays, dude, when you don't make the throws that you're supposed to be making and you make it $30 million a year and you can't make a check down throw, that's not good, dude. That's not good. My goodness, man. Yeah, that was terrible. They're making it up. There's a report that came out about the NFL and these dumb officials. And we know they have time, they part-time workers. They're not even full-time workers. And the NFL does that with them to keep control over them. But there was a report that came out that NFL's officiating crews under scrutiny after missed calls. It was one of the calls against the Saints last week when the guy was caught face guarding him. It was in the Atlanta game against the Saints where Caden Ellis was face guarding one of our wide receivers. I forgot who it was, whether it was Chris Olave or Lynn Bowden Jr. was face guarding him, never turned around. Referee standing right there, missed the call. So I mean, they own them like, we need to get on these officials when they actually the ones controlling the officials. Come on, man. We know what time it is. Who you think they calling to when they on the mic talking? We trying to get the call right. Officials don't have all the power we would think they do, man. Part-time workers with that kind of power over the game, we're gonna really believe that? 1st and 10, man, for the Carolina Panthers from their own, I think, 17-yard line. There's the handoff to Hubbard to the right side, picks up a little steam there and gets about 8 yards, maybe 7 yards on the pickup on the play. Let me hear what this guy is saying about why this not a call. Let me hear it. So Blandino's saying if it's a rugby style play, man, get your ass out of here with that. Just make it up on the fly. It was a rugby style kick. What? No, dude, no. You know what? Send me a copy of your damn rule book. Does anybody out there got a copy of the full NFL rule book? I mean, seriously, do anybody got a copy of the NFL rule book? An updated copy of the NFL rule book. They're just making this stuff up. Anytime you got a rugby style punt, there will be no flag. So if the guy could take your damn head off, take it clean off, there will be no flags, okay? Just let you know, anytime they do rugby style stuff, he can literally kill you out there. It's no flag, okay? Now that we got that out of the way, back to football. It's crazy. All right, so here we go. They pick up from the 26-yard line. There's a snap. Bryce Young looking out the shotgun, fires the ball down the center. It's knocked away by the Saints defender. Who is it? It is Isaac Yiadom. Isaac Yiadom on the 3rd down play makes another terrific play. Isaac Yiadom is doing a very fantastic job early on in the game because he's been making some serious plays. He gets right there and just knocked the ball away, not even close, because the ball was thrown right behind toward Isaac Yiadom. It was a bad throw. If Bryce puts it out front of his receiver, then that was a catch, but Bryce threw it behind him and Yiadom was able to play on it. So, I mean, it's crazy. But here go the punt situation. Saints defense forced Carolina's offense out. And block kick. It's a block punt, and they get it for the touchdown. Touchdown, Saints, is DeMarco Jackson with the block punt. The Saints get the block punt.
pissing, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. 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 Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, 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 welcome. Somebody please better help. Somebody please better running this thing like elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out the shame for the championship. Stuck fucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you can probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Funny like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. 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 Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the RO Media Network.
Oh, yeah. All right. All right. The Saints special teams get involved after a bad play, and they perform a good play, which is a bad play for the Carolina on a block punt situation. And Johnny Hecker went face first into the turf. He's now face first into the medical tent after DeMarco Jackson and the Saints special teams blocked the punt and was able to return it for a full touchdown. Saints up 14-3 right now. So there you go. The Saints get up on them now, 14-3 with 4:27 remaining in the game. So we'll see what Carolina can do headed into this thing. And I guess that was one of those another one of those old rugby style punts, that happened, man, because it is what it is, man. The rugby punts, as long as you got a rugby punt like that, you got a rugby punt, that means that they can't call a penalty. Their hands are tied. Now, let me ask y'all this, and listen, that was a good play by the Saints special teams getting the block. We love those. And we need more of those. But, did anybody know that? Just seriously, I just don't want to reflect on that. Did anybody know that rule about if you have a rugby style punt, you can't be flagged for running into the punter? Did anybody know that? Put one in the chat if anybody knew that. I've been watching football for a long time. As long as it's a rugby style punt, they can literally kill you out there. There is nothing I can do. There's no flag for that. Says Blandino, who is the guy that's running the referees calling or whatever the hell it is. Did anybody know that? I didn't know. I'm just saying. Black Preacher Man, shout out to you. It says, talking about karma. I know, brother. Not too long after. Thank you for the super chat.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Look at that, man. Thank you, Black Preacher Man. Never heard of that ever. Nope. No, none of nope. Never heard of that. Cute. Nope. Willie says nope. Saints for Life says nope. Fire D says nope. T Roy says nope. Mr. Head Tap says nope. Brother Devon says nope. KK said a new rule activated live game. You're right. Never heard that ever in my life. They just made that up on the fly, and that's what they do. And I'm going to keep saying that until I get an official updated copy of the NFL Saints rule book. I mean, I have to, because they know nobody out there has all of the Saints rules. All of the NFL rules. They could just make up whatever. Like they made up the Tuck rule live with how that started Tom Brady career as a Hall of Famer. The Tuck rule. Just nobody, all the players, I never heard of that before because they just make them up. They just making this shit up as we go. They just making it up. Yeah, it started today. Yeah, I know. They just make it up, bro. They just make it up as they go, man. That's how it goes. All right, Saints up 7. They're dancing on the sideline. They got Jabari Greer dancing up on the sideline, old Saints legend. Jabari, you know damn well not to be dancing right now, bro. We still got a lot of time left in this game. It ain't time to dance, man. Not right now, bro. Not knowing the Saints, man. We still got a lot. And that's a pre-snap thing prior to him getting it. He was put into the Saints Hall of Fame. Shout out to Jabari Greer, man. Love Jabari Greer. They picked him up as an acquisition from Buffalo and he was a tremendous talent for the Saints defense. Jamie says, new rule, Florida least equal 10-yard penalty. Thank you. Appreciate you, Jamie. Thank you.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate you. As we get back to the game, Bryce Young, 4:37 in the second quarter, 1st and 10 at their own 13-yard line. Saints showing blitz. He's in the shotgun. Can he do something? Lifts, ready for the snap. There's the snap. He got pressure. Coming, steps up into the pocket, and he's trying to run it. Fakes out. Oh, my goodness. Faked out a few people, and he gets the first down in about a gain of about 11 yards on the play. Faked out several Saints players and got 11 yards. When he realized that's there for him, I wonder how the game will then look, as we going forward. That might give him the confidence to play. And that's why I'm saying the Saints got problems. He just ran right in there. One guy missed. He faked DeMario out of his shoes and then was able to. That's just what the Saints do. We just can't stop anybody. You can see Bryce just running and turning, faking people out, doing his thing. And he picked up 11 as they get right to the 24-yard line of their own. He's under center. He got wide receivers, 2 of them to the left and right of the formation. It appears to be a running play. And it is. He hands it off to the running back who goes right up and gets tackled by Saints defenders. He's still on his feet and trying to get something. He gets twisted down for a gain of about 3 or 4 yards on the play. 3:40 and counting down. At some point, the Carolina Panthers are going to have to start getting into their 2-minute offense and see what they can do here. 2nd and 5. Well, he picked up 5 yards on the play. Okay, cool. 2nd and 5 now. 3:20 and counting down. All right, Saints up 14-3 right now. Carolina has the ball. So let's see what they can do here. Can Bryce take advantage of the Saints' effect that, not being able to stop the runner? 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Bryce in the shotgun with his running back next to him. There's a snap. It's a handoff, delayed run to Hubbard, and he falls forward and picks up almost all of it, and he'll be 1 yard shy of the first down. That'll bring up 3rd down and 1 on the draw play to Hubbard. So let's see if Carolina can keep it going. They're trying to put everything on the shoulders of Hubbard to keep it moving along until Bryce Young can try to get a rhythm here. All right, Cam Jordan, they're paying to Cam. He's on the sideline getting a little rest there. Right now, 1 of 8, Bryce Young for 18 yards in the first quarter of play. You got to get going. Shotgun for Bryce, 3rd and 1 for Carolina. 3 wide receivers right, 1 to the left. Handoff to Hubbard. Hubbard dances to the right, picks up the first down, gets to the 40, still on his feet, twists down to the 46-yard line of the Saints. Looked like the Saints had him, and then he kind of bent the corner, got north to south, and was able to pick up the first down and then some as they get close to midfield, get all the way up to their own 46-yard line. So good run by Hubbard as he was able to find a little room there to run. The Saints tackle him, but not before getting that big chunk of yardage as they get to the 46 of their own. So 2 minutes as they're going to run right up to the 2-minute warning. That's the clock stops right there. And Carolina will have to try to see if they can keep marching and try to at least make it a game here. So they got a little rhythm. Can the Saints get them up out of there? Can they stifle that rhythm? All right. All right, big ups to the fam, man. This game is a lot more easier on us than traditional games, man. I don't know. It just feels differently. Random says, like all QBs all they have to do is run. And that's what I was saying. I talked about that in the preview streams. I said that's available for Bryce Young if he wants to take it. That is available. Him scrambling around, you can see he had 2 really positive plays of him doing that. That is available once he realizes it. So right now, like Hubbard right now against the Saints, right now, and people not really paying attention to the statistics right now. We'll go over them at the halftime. But Chuba Hubbard right now has 61 yards rushing. He's averaging 4.7 yards per rush, almost 5 yards per rushing. Chuba Hubbard's averaging. Bryce Young with his 2 carries, he has 2 scrambles for 32 yards. He's averaging 16 yards per scramble. So he had 32 yards right now. And that with Miles Sanders, 11 yards on 4 carries, they have 20 carries for 108 yards right now on the Saints defense. They're averaging over 5 yards per rush between their runners. With Bryce Young added into that, that's available there. Don't think that when the second half comes that they're not going to take advantage of that. They're going to try to take advantage of that in the second half. The Saints have to find a way, and I've said that game after game, and they just don't have the ability to stop that, but that's available. Whether or not Carolina staff realize it, that's a whole nother thing. So right now, our rushing attack is working, and we'll go over the statistics right now, but nothing real fantastic about the stats right now, to be honest with you. Nothing really fantastic about the stats right now. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, just a little game there. Tuck, shout out to you, says we hugging the runner instead of tackling. Yeah, kind of hugging them and kind of waiting for them to kind of get a little, get some help there. You kind of grab them and hold on to them so I can get some help on the game tackle. Yeah, it's a different thing. Jack says feel different because we have we have a lead for a change. Yes. Yeah, we got a lead for a change, Q. That's why I feel. Yeah, I can get used to this, man. I can get used to this a little bit. Bullet Family says this lead means nothing. We're playing the worst team in the league. Thank you there, Bullet Family. Appreciate you, man. All right. Handsome Nerd says, I have a feeling Young will run all over us. Hey, bro, you ain't lying. It's called halftime adjustment. Here go the Cardinals. I mean, the Cardinals. The Panthers are now at their own 46-yard line, man. The most left to right is Adam Thielen. And it's a play action there. Bryce, the pressure's coming. He steps up, and the Saints really on the pressure. We got a flag down. And could it be? Let's see what it is. That might be the first one against the Saints because Carl Granderson got around in there and kind of grabbed Bryce. But let's see what the flag is on the play. Let's see what the call is. They acting like it's against the Saints. Offsides against number 90. They're going to give them a first down on the play. So that's number 90, family. That's who's number? I forget. Is that Brian Brucey? So anyway, that is. So we had a guy offside. That'll be 5 yards. That's against Heflin. No, Brian Brucey. That's Brian Brucey, I'm thinking. Yeah, there you go. All right, so that helps out Carolina. It stops the clock, and it gives them an opportunity to do some stuff. 1st and 5 now at midfield. Young is in the shotgun. Wide receivers on both sides of the formation. Lifts his leg, waiting for the snap. There's a snap. Pressure coming from the Saints. Bryce stands tall, fires the ball to his wide receiver or his tight end. I want to say that's Adam Thielen. Thielen's all right. He took a hell of a hit on that play, held on to it. So there you go on the play. All right, so Adam Thielen makes the grab there for the Saints. Saints popped the crap out of him. He still held on to the ball. Rich, shout out to you, says Carr, 38 yards passing, 30 million QB. Yes, indeed. Hold on, bro. Okay, they're inside Saint territory now. Bryce Young in the shotgun. There's a snap, pressure coming, and right out the blue, he turns and fires the ball away. And boy, there's a flag down on the play because Brian Brucey, who just got caught with the offside head, came through there. He paused, and with just no blocking, nothing at all. And they're saying, isn't another offside penalty? He came through that free. Pause again. He got through that again. So it's against them. Okay, so that's against the Carolina Panthers. So there you go on the play. All right, because he got through there. He got through there pretty clean. And then they're saying it's against Carolina. So that'll work this time around because Brian was like, man, come on, bro. It wasn't me. All right, so yeah, and they fussing at him now. They didn't like that play because it kind of stifled things a bit. 2nd and 6 now for them as they're at midfield. Bryce in the shotgun, wide receivers on both sides of formation is running back next to him to right. They send a man in the motion and stealing from left to right. Hands the ball over to the running back. He's trying to scoop around. Saints defense says, where you think you going? Nowhere. So they stop him for a 2-yard loss behind there. Zach Bowen and others are on the stop. That'll bring up 3rd down for the Carolina Panthers. No gain in a loss of a couple yards, it appears, on the play. All right, Rich, thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Yep, and you see on the play right there, man, the Saints defense getting involved in making a stop. So 3rd and 8 right now, and the Saints defense are, let's see if they can get Carolina up out of here and stop this drive, right? Because Carolina, they're trying to get close so they can kick a field goal and trying to just stay relevant, just trying to stay in the game. But a lot of the black and gold faithful just standing up there watching it like they're watching a soap opera or something. It's like, man, show us something. All right, so here we go. Shotgun, 3rd and 8 now. Bryce in the shotgun, 1 to the left, 2 to the right, and his running back next to him in the left in the shotgun, lifts his leg twice. There's the snap. Looking toward the left. He got time. stands and then checks it down to Hubbard. Hubbard wrap down, great open field tackle by the young Jordan Howden. But is this a 4-down territory for Carolina? They're in the 1-11 team. You would go for it if you would think that. So Bryce had time back there, and he just checked it down to Hubbard, and Hubbard got wrapped up by Jordan Howden. Great open field tackle by Jordan Howden, brung him down for, just shy of the first down, maybe 1 or 2 yards on the play. But Howden got in there and made a great wrap-up, bringing Trooper Hubbard down. Great play by the young Howden. All right, 4th and 1. They got a timeout for the black and gold on the play. And if you're the Carolina Panthers, you're a 1-11 team, you go for it here. So I'd expect them to go for it. Bryce Young is still on the field as well, and they will go for it. All right, Brother Prime says if DA returns, his organization are grifters.
Thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Nah, Lobo, soap opera kid. No, I'm just saying, bro. All right, here you go. They got 2 wide receivers to the left and right of formation. Bryce is in the shotgun. He sends his tight end in motion to sit right next to the left tackle. Is this a running play to Hubbard? Nope, it's going to be a throwing play. Pressure coming. He's taking a shot downfield, and it's knocked away, says Alante Taylor. No good. The ball was thrown behind the wide receiver, DJ Chalk. He had to make an adjustment, and Alante Taylor just turned around and just popped the ball and said, nope, you're not going to get none of that today. Alante stayed on this hip, turned around, boop, popped the ball right on out of his hand, and that'll bring up a turnover on downs. You can see Alante turns around, ball gets there, and he just boop, pops the guy right upside the head. Ball goes down, and so does the wide receiver. So that'll bring up turnover on downs. Saints will retrieve the ball at midfield. Carolina can't seem to do anything right now. Here go the Saints with 1:05 on the clock. They have 1 timeout remaining. That's plenty of time. Can Carr get a touchdown here? You got 2 wide receivers to both sides of the formation. In the shotgun, that's a snap, steady right, fires the ball to the right. Juwan Johnson catches it and get grabbed down and dragged down inside of Carolina territory right around the 47-yard line. So a pickup there of 7 yards. It'll represent a 2nd and 3 on the next set of downs. So there it is, and he got to the sideline to stop the clock, it appears, because it stopped at 1 minute exactly. Yeah, this was kind of crazy. Daniel says, "Who that nation? It's a beautiful day. Last night I had a dream, but I remember, of it in the play." All right, anyway, here's the second play. Is a fire. The car fires it in to Chris Olave, who picks up the first down and gets him to the 41-yard line of the Carolina Panthers. This is when they operate the 2-minute warning. The 2-minute offense, excuse me. All right, so here's the shotgun once again. There's a snap again. He looks and checks it down. Doesn't even look over the side of the field. And then Elvin Kamara is going to get tripped up for a loss. Derek Carr didn't even look over the damn field. He just immediately fired the ball to Elvin Kamara. Why not take a look upfield, brother? He didn't even look toward the right. You had 3 wide receivers on the right side. He didn't even look over there. You had guys that was there. You could have just threw it somewhere else. And then you got a deflection on the play, and Carolina retrieves the ball. Derek Carr is sinking the Saints, 2nd and 19, and he threw the dumb Fox people just totally didn't show what happened. They was doing something else. I didn't see what happened. Now they're going to show the replay. And there's the throw. Carr throws the play. It's batted down by Brown. It bounces up in the air. No, look like Brown caught it. Not only did he batted down, but he caught the deflected ball. Carr tried to throw the ball. Brown gets up, bats it down. It bounces off one of the Saints offensive linemen back into his hands. I couldn't animate this. I couldn't make a cartoon out of this, the way that bounced up right to his hand. So Carr throws a pick, and he gets the ball back to Carolina in their territory. Carolina got new life. They get the ball right back where they had it at. First down from the Saints 45-yard line, thanks to Derek Carr. Derek Carr does it again. There's the shotgun. Saints defense coming. Bryce has time, taking a shot down the field, and it's overthrown over the wide receiver's right shoulder and out of bounds with 12 seconds remaining on the clock. I couldn't animate this. I couldn't pay people from Japan to animate this stuff. How Derek Carr at times, how he looks out there at times. I'm like on the play, and even the guy said it on the telemetry, like, dude, why, you have other guys running down the field. Why not take a look? He didn't even look. He just fired the ball in there. Dude is a problem, man. All right, 2nd and 10 shotgun, 3 wide to the right, 2 to the left for Bryce Young. He's back there by himself. There's a snap. Saints coming with pressure. He's going to take another shot up the center of the field, and it's just out front of the wide receiver. He has the guys. He's just not in rhythm with them. And it works out because Bryce Young is taking shots at the Saints secondary. The guys are there. He's just overthrowing them. Boy, if he had some accuracy on that, that would have been an easy pitch and catch for a touchdown. His passes, he's seeing the guys. He's just not making the connection. And it's benefiting the Saints. Really, his inactivity, his inaccuracy right now is not being. But sooner or later, he going to get you for one because he's seeing them out there. He's seeing something out there. There's a snap, shotgun. Bryce fires it toward the sideline, and it's incomplete. And there was nothing on the play, and that'll bring up 4th and 10. Nothing on the drive there for him. And we'll see what happened here. So right now, guys are running around. He's not finding them. And that last play, he just threw it out of bounds. He didn't like what he was looking at. Here you go, 4th and 10 now for the Saints. So like I said, he missing on wide receivers, but the reality is he's throwing at guys that are open. He's just missing them. But sooner or later, he's going to hit 1 or 2 of them, and it's going to sink because he's seeing it right. He's just missing on them. All right, 4th and 10 right now with 3 seconds remaining. The Carolina Panthers are going to call a timeout to make sure they get the right play in this thing. Let's see what Tabar got set up for him. But it's like I said, I'm seeing what Bryce Young is seeing the right people. He's just not hitting them. Those guys streaking downfield, and he's overthrowing them. Sooner or later, let's see if he's seeing them. Sooner or later, we'll see if he can line them up. But he's seeing the right people. He's just missing on them. He's seeing them. I see. Ain't nothing wrong with his eyes or his arm. He's in terms of throwing the ball, his power, but in terms of his accuracy, yeah, he's sucking right now. But he's seeing them guys up the field. That's more than I can say about Carr. All right, shotgun for Bryce Young, 4th and 10 for the Carolina Panthers. Saints coming all out blitz. They're going to run. He twists out of it, and he's going to throw it upfield. Is it going to be worth anything? Hell no. It's incomplete, out of bounds, and the Saints defense can't get him. And, of course, that'll run us in halftime as the Saints defense pressure Bryce Young into an incompletion, and that would ultimately bring up halftime right now for the black and gold. All right, black and gold up 14-3 at halftime thanks to a special team block right there. No thanks to Derek Carr, who threw an interception, and Carolina almost made it up if it wasn't for the inaccuracies of their quarterback. Chris says, Derek tire blown out vehicle car, ladies and gents. Yes, indeed, bro.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, car sucks. Alpha says, you can't be high and concussed too. Man, only thing I say is, bro, it's not, it's not, I mean, it's just crazy. We gotta tell y'all, man. It's literally insane the way we seeing this. Let's get into our halftime report, man, because we are winning, by the way, Who Dat Nation, for the family members. We are winning right now, and I think that's cause for a little happiness right now that we're up. Team statistics right now, the Saints 8-7 on the first downs, not much shaking there. You can see the third down. Saints are 2 of 5 on third versus 4 of 10 by Carolina, and they're 0 of 2 for fourth down plays. 37 total plays versus 29 for the Saints. Total yards 123 versus 115. Advantage Carolina. 7 of 5 on drives. Advantage Carolina. Saints averaging 4 yards per play. Carolina's 3.3. And then, of course, you look at the passing yards right now. Not much going on. Bryce has 17 yards passing in the first half. Derek Carr just 41 yards passing and a pick. Rushing statistics, Carolina 106 yards versus Saints 74 yards in a game. And my thing is, and we talked about, like, when I made mention, like Dr. Gray mentioned early on during the super chat, is that it will benefit the Saints to run the football. Carr shouldn't be throwing the ball. If you know he's concussed twice in 21 days and he has a shoulder issue, why is Carr throwing the ball more than the Saints are running the ball? Case in point, they have 15 passing attempts versus 14 rushing attempts. Regardless if it's one difference or not, The Saints need to stick to the run and stop trying to force a guy with a rickety arm or shoulder to try to keep throwing the ball. Rely on your running attack. This is not smart football. It's not discipline. When you know you got a banged up quarterback, utilize the running attack, especially when you're averaging over 5 yards per run. The Saints are averaging 5.3 yards running the ball between their running backs, and they still trying to let Carr throw the damn thing. Use your rushing attack. The rushing attack going forward should be the way in which the Saints take the game, by in terms of shrinking the clock, taking their possessions away, using the running attack to steal the clock from them. And the defense is doing great things. The defense forced another turnover. They're allowing them to run, and I think Tabar and the rest of those guys going to make an adjustment in the second half and use more plays where you see guys like Bryce Young, and I'm going to get into that going into the second half. Let me finish up with the statistics here. As you can see for yourself, family, the rushing stats, Saints 106 versus 74. Saints have 74 yards, 21 rushing attempts by Carolina, which is keeping them in the game because they're averaging 5 yards per rush, which means the Saints can't stop them. You look at what the Saints are doing. They're averaging 5.3 yards per rush on 74 yards total. Penalties are non-existent in this game, 2 apiece by both squads. It's not impacting them. Turnovers on both sides of the thing right here. And, of course, you have the special teams touchdown, which helps keep the game up ahead. But time of possession is for Carolina, 16-17 versus 13-43 for the black and gold in the game. Getting into the box stats or the individual statistics currently. Derek Carr, 10 of 15 for 41 yards. He's averaging under 3 yards per throw. Let me say that again. Less than 3 yards per completion, Derek Carr is averaging. He has a bad pick that he just threw and a rating of 42.4. Derek Carr has turned the ball over 3 times in the last 3 games. I'm just going over the past 3 games. 3 turnovers, 3 games by Derek Carr. You had the pick 6 in the Atlanta game. You had the dumb fumble that he had in the matchup against the Detroit Lions, and that he had an interception in his throw. The guy turning the ball over the last 3 games, and even though I think the Saints ultimately win, but that's something that we can't have. You know, like I said, he doesn't see the field well. He doesn't even give his chance to. He's so poor with his fundamentals. It's ridiculous. And I can't understand how coaches are not seeing this stuff. And we able to see it, and you see it based on the tape. You watch the all 22. It shows how poor his skill set is in terms of spanning the field. That's what a quarterback's supposed to do. It's all of your options. If you're looking at one side of the field, you got options everywhere, and you're not looking over you're sharding, you're half-assing everything. You know, staring down is so poor, and I just understand how these guys that's supposed to be coaching this man up is not sitting down on tape saying, bro, listen, you got to stop staring down one side of the field and span the field. You're missing options that are better than what you're looking at. You got to see the field. You got to see the field. You must see the field and stop staring down one side of the damn field. You know, I just don't understand. We need to fire whoever these coaches are because they're not instructing him properly. You can't. He a player. He needs to be coached up on that. You can't stare one side of the field down. You must span the entire length of the field when you have options. You're missing out on options of people running around on the field. You got to look over the entire field. 10 years in, and you got to tell that man that. All right, so anyway, you can see nothing really popping with the receivers, man. Chris Olave, 3 catches for an ineffective 21 yards. Not nothing shaking in terms of that. Pete Werner did get the interception right there off of Bryce. They saying it was a fumble right there on the play. I won't say it was an interception by Bryce Young that he threw. They don't count it as a interception. They saying it was a fumble. I thought that was a pick. This might be wrong. I don't know. All right, so anyway, the top defenders for Carolina, they have 6 tackles by Derek Brown. Xavier Woods is behind him. No sacks currently. You look at the Saints, Jordan Howden is cutting up, man. We might as well just take Marcus May and send him away. I was talking about this earlier in the week. Marcus May misses a lot of games for the Saints. He missed a lot of time. Last year he missed 6 games. This year he was suspended. He missed a couple of games. Then he was injured. I don't know how many games he missed, but is it really worth it, especially with Jordan Howden here, who's leading the team right now with 8 tackles, and Jordan has a sack. He has 8 tackles in the sack. Tyrann Mathieu has 4 tackles. That's the closest, but Jordan is doing a good job in there. So, and that's pretty much all we want to talk about. Blake Grupe missed that really, really easy kick. They didn't even give him an opportunity to redeem himself, and that was just terrible that they wouldn't allow him to go out there and kick. They want to punt from inside the 40, but whatever, man. You got to give it. That's your guy. You picked him. You got to give him a chance to redeem himself. Bryce Young, 3 of 15 right now for Carolina. 29 yards. He sacked one time. And like I said, the Trooper Hupper in Carolina's offense running it, he's got them on their back. 14 carries, 59 yards, over 4 yards per rush. Bryce scrambled twice, 16 yards per scramble. So you can see with all that they're doing, 21 carries, 106. Now, despite the fact, now let me say this, we get ready to go back into halftime in a little bit. Let me just say this, fam, about what's going on with Carolina. Despite the fact that Bryce Young is 3 for 15 and only has 29 yards, they're only trailing 14-3 right now. The game is still very close. They get a touchdown. It's still within attacking range. We still got a lot of football, 2 full quarters left to play. They are still running the ball very well. And like we talked about in the preview, the Saints defense has allowed people to run on them, especially the quarterbacks. Now the running backs are getting involved. So Carolina is, and this is what I think is going to happen. They're going to go into it and they're going to realize they're going to start calling plays where Bryce Young will start rolling out and making passes or throwing to guys close. They're going to cut off the field and have him moving and doing rollouts, where he'll start locating wide receivers and throwing to him to build a rhythm so he can start seeing that ball getting caught by his wide receivers. And that's going to open up stuff down the field. He just needs to start making completions for them. Now, that is available for him, and the Saints are hoping that they don't go that route. But Carolina's going to keep running the ball, and they're going to get Bryce Young involved because the Saints can't stop Bryce Young from doing it. Now, like I said, he's missing on throws down the field, but he's seeing the wide receivers. He's just not connecting with them. He's been taking shots at the Saints secondary all game long. How long do you think before he's going to drop 1 or 2 of them in the breadbasket of a streaking wide receiver? It's there. He's missing on it. So eventually, like I said, if these guys are professionals, and Tabar or any of these guys, whoever they are, if they're worth their salt in trying to collect money from the team, you get involved by getting him in rollouts so he can see people catching the ball. They build up that type of thing. Running tag, the Saints that's what they have to do to make it a game. So it really ain't that far off from them to get involved in this game. From a defensive standpoint, all the Saints need to do, and it's one of those things, they all season long, they haven't exhibited the ability to do it. Number one, Derek Carr can't turn the ball over anymore. Number two, the Saints have to go back to running the ball and take the ball out of Derek Carr's hands. Take it out of his hands, because you will not win with Carr. You can't win with Carr. He doesn't know enough of the playbook. He's fundamentally flawed back there, standing there, staring down one side of the field. That we take it out of his hands and put it in the hands of somebody we trust, like Alvin Kamara and Jamal Williams. The running attack is working. They're averaging over 5 yards a carry between Williams and Kamara. Kamara himself is averaging 5.6 yards per carry. Should not be Derek Carr throwing the ball as much as he's been carrying the ball and throwing the damn ball. That's number one. Take it out of Carr's hands, put it into Kamara and Jamal Williams' hands, and eat the clock up and run, score another touchdown, and keep this thing out of the way. Defense will take care of the rest and pin their ears back and go after Bryce Young. They're already blitzing the hell out of him already. So Candace, and with Carolina, what I just talked about, what Carolina's going to do, the Saints can't stop that. The Saints can't stop them from running the ball, because they haven't done. This is what they do week after week. They've slipped in terms of being a good run stuffing team. They can't stop mobile quarterbacks, which Tabar should have known and seen that. He should have seen that and done. If he done his worth, he would have understand and known that you can attack the Saints with a scrambling ass quarterback and a running attack that's a north to south type team. They can have success with that. Can the Saints stop that? No, because they hadn't shown that they can consistently stop that. That's punching the Saints where it hurts. So in the end, take the game. How we neutralize that is we got to take the ball away from Derek Carr, put it in Kamara and Jamal Williams' hands, allow them to run. That'll control the clock. That will steal possessions away from the offense for Carolina, which will put even more pressure on Bryce Young to make plays, minus all of the possessions that you're taking away from because you're controlling and dominating the clock. When that happens, the defense pins their ears back and fire off against Bryce Young, knocking them around and keeping them off balance. That's the key to it. That's all we got to do. All right. So anyway, that's my call on it. Shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. Please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and by all means, feel free to share the show on your social media feed. We up in this thing. Saints up 14-3 at halftime. This is something that it's a positive thing, despite the family members want to see Dennis Allen lose. I'm not of that mind, even though I understand your frustrations. But what's meant to be it's meant to be. Alberta says, "Who that nation? Hey y'all, if y'all can say anything nice or positive, say nothing at all. Me perfect." They're getting paid no matter what. Show love. Yes, we do see their fault. Encourage manifesting. Thank you, Alberta. Appreciate you on that. Duke says Carr cannot convert third. You have to make the switch. Alvin Kamara special teams are winning the game. Thank you, Duke. Rock says it's 7. He says 7-3 without a block punt. Such a frustrating year, so we know how y'all feel. Who that nation? All right. Thank you, Rock. Appreciate you there. All right. Gen X girl reacts says Carr is averaging. Yeah, I know. 2.7 yards per pass. Yeah, I know. It's not very, like I said, it's like knowing your limitations. Like, okay, this is how it works, right? In my mind, y'all put one in the chat if y'all agree with me on this thought. When you are a football team or any, like in life period, if you're a person period, if you want to see something positive happen, you got to know your faults and your positives, right? You make a list of them. You get a piece of paper, you put a line right down it, you list your faults, you list the positive things you do, you list your faults, and then you systematically attack each fault that you have, and you wipe them out. That's how you improve. And this is the kickoff from right to left, and there's Lynn Bowden Jr. gets all the way up from about 25, and he carries the kick return all the way back to about the 33-yard line where he's tackled at. Saints running out on the field. When you do that and you understand your faults or your pluses and your minuses, once you understand or truly know your faults, you start working on them and getting them out of here. A lot of times the Saints, they don't know their faults. They really don't. They're thinking that faults are positives, and they're not. Like Derek Carr, you got to understand and know his limitations and what he's dealing with. The man is twice concussed. He's not all there. All right, Saints pick up the ball from their own 34-yard line. Carr under center, tosses it to Kamara to the right. Kamara gets that and gets about 4 yards on the pickup as he's tackled by several Carolina Panther players. So 14-3 right now, 14-40, 4 and down as they get a few yards on the play. So that's the point. Understanding what guys can do and what they can't do. You can't ask people to do something they're not capable of doing. You're only setting yourself up for disappointment. You can't ask them that. That's the reality. If you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the knowledge. You don't have the ability. Yeah, here go the Saints, got the ball, 2nd and 6, man, and most from left to right. That's a handoff to Jamal Williams, who fights for it, and they got 3 Carolina, actually 4 of them. 4 Carolina Panthers have to drag Jamal Williams down, and he'll be shy by 3 yards. So it's 3rd and 3 for the Saints on that play after Jamal's slight pickup. All right, so like I said, understanding who you are and what you're capable of. And once you fix it, you can take the guy to another level. But right now, you're asking him to do stuff that he's not capable of doing. Will set you up for failure. Shotgun for Saints, 2 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Running back is Jamal Williams. Carr tosses it to Jamal Williams, and he falls for it just shy of the first down. And it was a good attempt on the delayed play, but they tossed it to Jamal on a little delay there, and he's just shy of the first down, man. I thought he was going to get it. And Carolina smelt the play, and they just made some really good plays to stop Jamal shy of the first down. Good play by Carolina's defense. I thought Jamal was going to break through, but good tackle right there by J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn was able to make the stop there, 4th and 1. Saints are going to go for it, it appears. The Saints are going for it on 4th and 1. I don't understand why they would do this. And they're just trying to make them jump. They're not going to actually snap the ball. They're going to just try to make them jump. Carolina's not falling for it right now. And there they are. They are falling for it now. The big interior defensive lineman, Shy Tuttle, the former Saint, runs into it, and he helps the team out by giving them a first down. Thank you a lot, Shy. Shy Tuttle. At first, they wasn't falling for it. Then Shy Tuttle jumps in there and gets the false down. He threw his arms up after that. It's like, man, why did I do that? Because you used to play for us. That's all right. So first down for the Saints. There they go. So the flag happens. Shy Tuttle jumps in there, and it's offside. That'll give the Saints a fresh set of downs, and Shy Tuttle like, man, what am I doing, bro? Yeah, you helping us out. Remember, we the ones put you in the league, brother. Thank you for that. All right, so shotgun for the Saints. Wide receivers everywhere. Carr looking to the left, and he gets a check down, and there's just a fall forward of at least 2 yards on the play. They had wide receivers both sides of the formation. I don't know if he looked or not, but they had a lot of people everywhere. And, of course, he just went to the check down. A gain of 2 on the play, 2nd and 8. All right. AT pair, everybody was out there on that last one. All right, anyway. So don't give them no ideas. They got to execute, bro. All right. So anyway, here we go. 2nd and 8 now. 12 and 17 on the clock right there. There's Carr sends a man in motion. 2 guys next to him, the left and the right. There's a snap. He got time. Carr got time. Checks it down to Alvin Kamara, and Kamara's wrapped up, and it's going to be a loss. When I get done, I'm going to look at the film on these check downs because they got to be better options up the field. They got to be better options up the field as opposed to what he's looking at out here. I mean, my goodness. And he looks one way and then just fires the check down. And I'm like, they got to have better options because those guys are waiting on Alvin Kamara there. I mean, as soon as he threw the ball, Deion Jones was right on him. Deion Jones there was no way for Alvin to go. They lost 4 yards on that play. There have to be a better option somewhere. Carr in the shotgun, wide receivers left and right. And he's going to take a shot downfield, and it's knocked out of his hands. It's J.C. Horn with the bat away. So that was one. Carr actually took a shot downfield, but it was just behind him. That's how J.C. Horn was able to knock it away. He had to wait on it, and J.C. Horn played it perfectly and just knocked it right out of his hands. Good play by J.C. Horn on Chris Olave. Olave had to wait on it, man. 4th and 14 now, and they're going to just force the punt situation. So the Saints offense, no good on it. So they'll punt away. We got to count on the defense to do something here to help us out. All right. Yeah, indeed, man. Thank you, Brent. Brent says, damn Q, we can't win for losing. Yeah, there's the punt. And they'll receive it at their 11-yard line, maybe the 12-yard line. But right there, J.C. Horn at the last minute was able to get up there and just knock the ball away from Chris Olave on the throw. And Derek Carr talked about it was holding on the defensive back. He at the last minute is holding. Maybe if you'd have put it out there a little further, my friend, just lead him a little bit better there. Lead him out there to, he can run up under it. He had to wait on it a little bit to the end there, but it's what it is. All right, so yes, what's up, Hanu? Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you being here. All right, Jerome says they need to just run the ball. Hey, bro. Thank you, Hanu. Welcome to the channel, man. Appreciate you, bro. But hey, listen, this is what I'm saying. Running the ball, Saints need to run the ball. They damn sure need to run the ball. We've been saying that. That was the halftime, discussion. We need to run the ball more. And the Saints, like I said, fam, the Saints are actually doing a pretty good job of running. Right now, they're averaging 5 yards a rush. They're average. Make this make sense to me. Right now, you're averaging 5 yards a rush. What, right? They're averaging 5 yards. Kamara's averaging 5.4. Jamal's averaging 4.3. But both combined for 5 yards rushing per game. Carr is averaging 2.1 yards per play. Carr is averaging 2.1 yards per throw. 2 yards, 2.1, and we rushing it at 5 yards. So it kind of makes sense for us to do that, to keep the ball in the hands of Kamara. But like I said, it's they have to learn that, man. If we know that, they should know that. But once again, you know what you're dealing with. I know Alpha said they're still throwing. I mean, I'm saying right now, Derek Carr doesn't have it. He's averaging, like I said, 2.1 yards per throw. That is crazy. That is insane that it's that bad. Duke says Carr 2 of 6 on third. They hung on. He said the hung in are too long. All right, bro. I think I kind of feel you on that. All right. So Glenn says, what's up, Glenn? Said the Saints is running about. Oh, no, I don't know if I can say all that, brother. Oh, no, B-Mill, we damn sure can't say that, though. Paul says, Q, I've noticed Derek Carr passes rarely on the money. He's not very accurate at all. Bro, that's a lot of that. Like I keep people saying, Q, he faking injuries. I'm like, dude, for real? Seriously? You really do believe Carr's faking injuries? And you literally see him out there getting slammed down and thrown down and guys driving him in the ground. He faking all of that for real? I don't get it. All right, so anyway, here's Carolina with the ball back at their own 13-yard line. It's a handoff to Hubbard. Dances around back there and barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. No gain. That'll bring up 2nd and 10 as the Saints neutralize it. Yeah, I do still think that he's hurt and he's banged up. His shoulder, his chest, he got several different injuries. I've been telling y'all he got busted ribs. They say it's a rib issue and they're shooting him up with painkiller. Do you think this game that Dennis Allen saved the season is career? Not with this game, bro. It keeps him off of him for 1 week. All right, so there you go. The Carolina Panthers, no gain. They send a man into motion. Bryce is a handoff to Bryce keeps it. It's a rollout. It's a rollout to the tight end, and it's just pushed out of bounds. Demario Davis is on the play. I told you they was going to do the rollouts with Bryce Young. That was the first one. It was a rollout to his tight end. His tight end, Demario, seen it and covered up the tight end. But I told y'all that's what they're going to do. They're going to roll Bryce to his left or his right, to shrink the field for him, to try to get him to see some accuracy, to see some throws get caught. And then, they're going to keep it like that. So, like I said, here come the rollouts. All right, hold on just a second, vulture mode. All right, so here goes 3rd and 8 for the pickup in the shotgun. It's Bryce Young with his running back next to his right side. And 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Bryce Young's there, steps up, and he's going to try to run it. Can the Saints get to him? He's going to run and fall. It gets flipped upside down, but he gets the first down. What a run by Bryce Young, and they're going to give him the first down. Why? He took off on him and got away with the first down, just like I said. I told y'all what he going to do, a rollout, then a scramble. I told y'all that. See, he ran out. They got some good blocking, and boy, he got up and flipped upside down, landed funny, and looked like he's all right. Boy, he got flipped upside down, landed on his helmet, but he got right on up and looked like he's all right. So first down with the scramble by Bryce Young. There's the snap, hands it to his running back, runs up the center, and picks up about 3 or 4 yards before the Saints grab a hold to him. So it looked like the Saints had him, and Jordan Howden ended up popping him upside down, and he popped right back up. So it's a gain of 3 on the play, so it brings up 2nd and 7 now for Carolina. Boy, I told y'all, rollouts and scrambles. I told y'all that was on the docket. It's easy. The Saints can't stop none of that stuff. If Carolina gets good at that, it's going to be an interesting game here. Bryce Young in the shotgun, 2nd and 7. Does it spark something? He got wide receivers 2 to the left and right with his running back next to him. The clock is getting low. Lifts his leg. Here comes the snap. Saints send pressure. Bryce stand tall, fires the ball. It's incomplete. Thrown too low. Jordan Howden in on the breakup. 3rd and 7. Bryce Young fired the ball too low, and Jordan Howden was also there to make sure it wasn't a completion. Vulture Mode says, Q, I turned on the game and thought I was dreaming. How do you have 12 completions for 37 yards? What doesn't seem real? Well, we've been talking about it here that Carr's averaging 2 yards per throw right now, sir. And the Saints are averaging over 5 yards per run, but we still throwing the ball. Hey, man, hold on for a second. 3rd and 7 is Bryce in the shotgun, 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. There's a snap. He gonna look like he got time, stands tall in the pocket, delivers the ball open, and that's the Thielen up the field in the Saints territory. He makes a completion. Like I told y'all, it was coming, and what a throw it was as he delivered it toward the sideline, and Thielen got both feet in and then dragged him for the pickup in the Saint territory. And that was the thing. Can Bryce Young get Adam Thielen, who's a Saints killer, involved in the game? He's been relatively quiet. They make the completion into Saints territory there. So like I said, Bryce Young, is this the spark or something? Scrambling and moving around. And I told y'all, all right, so here we go. He's right up toward not in Saints territory. It's right around the 47-yard line of the Carolina Panthers. There's a snap. Bryce has time, checks it down to number 3, who then gets to the 49-yard line and in the Saints territory on that last play. So there we go. So, when they talk about, they showing some old throwbacks of Adam Thielen busting up the Saints and catching passes all over the top of P.J. Williams. I'm so glad P.J. Williams ain't here. Thank you, thank you, Vulture Mode.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, thank you, bro. Appreciate you there on the play. Now here go the Carolina Panthers at the 50-yard line, handoff to Chupper. He finds a lane, gets to the 40, still on his feet, and running down, gets to the 25, the 20, and look like he's going to get in for a score. And he gets pushed right on out at the 1-yard line. Blackshear, the backup running back, cuts the Saints defense up for a huge run, and he gets all the way down to the Saints 1-yard line on that play. So the Carolina Panthers hanging in there as Blackshear, the backup running back, was able to get all the way up the field on several missed tackles, and he finally gets pushed right on out at the 1-yard line. So the Carolina Panthers trying to make a deal of this. They're making a deal of this. And like I told you, family, when we started, I was like, listen, the halftime adjustments what needs to happen, and look what they're doing. They're on the goal line, hands the ball off to Hubbard. Hubbard gets stopped by the Saints, and he gets pushed down. So it's going to be a loss of actually 1 yard on the play. Looked like more, but the referee came running out there. She's going to make it just a 1 yard loss as Demario Davis and several other Saint players, including Jonathan Abram, is involved on the stoppage. 2nd and goal. Can the Saints defense keep Carolina out of the end zone? Shout out to Brother Prime Carfax. His stats, Dalton stats last year. Thank you, Brother Prime. Hold on just a second, bro. Let me get this call in here. All right, here's Bryce under center. They're showing a run look here, turns and hand. Nope. And there it is, Bryce Young. And he gets wrapped down really quick. It's Demario Davis with the sack to force the 3rd down on the play. Demario Davis blew through the line and was able to make a play to wrap up Bryce Young, man, really quick. Great play by Demario. He just delayed blitz, shot right through there, and was able to wrap Bryce Young up for a big sack and a loss on the play that for the New Orleans Saints defense. So the Saints defense allowed them to get downfield, but they pushed them back. 3rd and goal now for the Carolina Panthers. 5-10 and counting down. Bryce in the shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. There's the snap. Saints coming with the pressure. Bryce Young's looking, rambling, scrumbling, and just throws it away. Saints defense force the 4th down as they pressure Bryce Young into an incompletion. The only thing is, do Carolina take the points, or do they try to go for it here? Something tell me they're just going to try to take the points. So the Saints defense humble Carolina on the play. As you can see, Bryce wanted to take off. They did a good job of containment on the play, and Zach Bond was able to stop him from trying to scramble away, force him to turn the ball over, and they're going to, throw an incompletion. And here comes their kicker for a 29-yard field goal, Eddie Pinero, 20 of 23 on the year. And Pinero's going to easily kick it, and it's good, and it'll be 14-6 Carolina. So despite all of the funkiness that we've seen so far, Carolina is within the touchdown and the 2-point conversion of making this a relevant game again. Saints offense have to get back and make it pop. They got to get on it. So we'll see what happens here. All right. So anyway, man, it's interesting. Duke says, thank you, Prime. Appreciate that too. Prime,
say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this one.
All right, thank you, Prime. Judah says that explodes offense, this explosive offense that Mickey's talking about. Say, bro, you know it like I do.
I say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this one.
All right, shout out to Brother Judah. Thank y'all, man, for the super chats and cash apps, man. Listen, all I can tell you, bro, is that right now, man, even though, and this is what I was talking about, even though they just got a field goal, them people they're doing something that they can build on right now. They're doing something right now that they can build on, fam. That last drive, even though it didn't score them a touchdown and they were able to get a field goal out of it, notice that the guy made a big completion up the field, Adam Thielen. They got the running attack going, which gashed the Saints down the field to get them relevant. They're doing, even though it don't seem like a lot now, they're doing just enough to stay in this game. They're staying in the game. Field goal puts them close to the Saints. Now, if they come out and the defense forces the Saints into a 3-and-out situation, if the Saints don't handle it the correct way about entrusting a running attack and keeping the ball out of Derek Carr's hands, Derek Carr is not all here. Listen, he's been concussed twice in the last 21 days. Do you really think a person that has that done to him is in their right mind right now. He's not in his right. So we need to take the ball out of his hands, and we need to use Alvin Kamara and Jamal Williams. Right now, the Saints are running the ball pretty well. They're averaging 5 yards per rush. Derek Carr is averaging 2.1 yards per pass. That is laughable. That is laughable. So right now, we got to keep it going, and they're staying very close in this game, family. They're staying, despite the fact the defense are forcing turnovers. The defense is getting to them and making plays. Isaac Yiadom is having a fantastic game, breaking plays out. You got the special team block return, the punt block for a touchdown that they're showing on television right now. And really, the Saints had one offensive touchdown, and the defense, like they showed on the play, they ran down there and got the guy out at the 1 yard line. It could have been a different game. Right now, the defense is doing what it's supposed to do. It's holding these people without a touchdown in the game. The offense only gave us one touchdown. The special teams gave us the other. The Saints offense need to kick up and make sure they handle the business. They got to score another touchdown to push this thing further ahead. Let's see what they do on the flip side of this. All right. That's the M. Nelson says they'll make excuses for Carr and say he was hurt. That's what they do, bro. But what excuse would they come up for when they don't explain why they just didn't stick to the run? It's always this junk about Derek Carr is hurt right now. He shouldn't be the dude leading the team. All right, so here they go. The Saints get the ball at the 25-yard line. Carr's under center, turns and hands the ball off to Alvin Kamara. Kamara dances around in there and picks up about 4 yards on the run, just like that. And they're showing, I think, actually look like they're showing about 4 or 5 yards on the run by Alvin Kamara. The Saints offensive line is doing just enough so Alvin Kamara to get going. He gets 4 there. It's 2nd and 6 as he gains 4, kind of getting to the right side of the line right there. 4:30 and something ticking down. They put Jamal Williams in here. Jamal Williams, let's keep it going, man. Jamal's in the game. The Saints send a guy in motion from left to right. He turns, and there's a handoff to Jamal Williams, and Jamal Williams gets kind of wrestled down by the big nose tackle for a gain of 3 yards on the play. So, I mean, it is what it is, man, on there. As they're showing the Saints block punt and DeMarco Jackson's return for a touchdown that kind of helped push this game ahead. If it wasn't for that, man, the Saints, if it wasn't for that, and that was a really solid block right there by Nephi Sewell, it will be 7-6 right now. So we need our offense to get involved. It is now 3rd and 2. Carr in the shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. They got a running back there. The blitz is coming. Carr is he's down on the ground. Carr gets sacked, and just like that, Louisville gets in there and knocks Carr down on the ground on the sack. And Carr, why didn't he get rid of the ball? Let's see on the replay right there. Looked like he had a chance. He pump faked to the right, and then the guy came through, and Cesar Ruiz just got beat on the play. Cesar Ruiz fell on his quarterback too. And Carr was looking left. He pumped to the left like he was going to come back to the right, and he just gets knocked down on the ground. Cesar Ruiz beat badly on the play, and Ruiz falling all over his quarterback. What's wrong with him? So there you go. The Carolina Panthers get the Saints out of there. Saints offense stuck in the mud. There's the punt. And it's received by the Panthers at the number 11, makes the grab around, I want to say, the 30-yard line, I want to say. And they got Eric McCoy fussing at somebody. They're fussing at each other. They're showing the replay. Y'all seen Eric McCoy fussing and fussing at his offensive lineman? Y'all seen that? Put one in the chat if you seen McCoy fussing and barking. Was it at Carr? Looked like he was barking at Carr. And we know that offensive linemen shouldn't bark at cars, man. That you can get ran over that way. All right, M. Thank you for the super chat.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Now I'm gonna have to look back at that play because looked like McCoy was barking at Carr, or was he barking at the offensive lineman? Y'all educate me in the chat. Let me know what y'all seeing, man. Y'all let me know, because Carr looked left and was staring left, and then the guy came and got him. He was pumped like he was just pulled down a pump fake to the right side, and then the guy came and got him. And then they showed the replay with McCoy barking. Was he yelling at the offensive lineman or at Derek Carr? Looked like he was fussing that car to me. Y'all tell me what y'all seen. Y'all tell me what y'all seen. Bobby says car is really 12-8 for 37 yards. Yes, but that's not y'all. That's true. He is, but what you're missing out on, that's not even that's not even the craziest part of the stat that he's 12 of 18 for 37 yards. He's averaging 2.1 yards per throw. But the Saints, that's not the bad. The Saints still are leading the game. 14-6. They're still winning the game. Who was McCoy barking at, family? Restrictions say Carr is winning. He ain't getting a concussion today. I don't know. That's like he getting knocked around a lot, family. He getting knocked around. He getting knocked down a lot. Who was he barking at? Y'all let me know. Devin says, did you see McCoy finally? So yeah, but was he barking at Carr or was he barking at the offensive lineman? Who was he barking at? Thank you, son. All right, so yeah. He threw his helmet down. Yeah, but who was he? Because he was fussing at somebody. He was fussing at Carr. Okay, Thomas said that. C-Style said it was at Carr. Okay, it was definitely at Carr. At Carr. Okay, thank y'all. Paulie says, Q, Eric McCoy is fussing at Carr. Okay, because he had an offensive lineman in between him, and he's barking at Carr. Okay, see, that's what I'm saying, family. It's going to happen. All right, so anyway, Carolina gets the ball back. They're at their own 30-yard line. Bryce in the shotgun. 2 wide receivers left, 1 to the right, running back next to him. There's a snap. It's a draw play to the running back toward the right side, and he climbs into from the right side for a gain of about 4 or 5 yards. Bryce Young is not doing a lot, but the Saints offense the Saints offense right now are not doing anything to keep Carolina from keeping it. They're very much alive in this game is what I'm saying. And that's what I was saying and I was cautioning people during the preview, man. I know what the hell I'm talking about. I know football. And I was telling family members, fam, Carolina's good at what we are bad at. You know, we're not good at stopping mobile quarterbacks, and we haven't been able to stop north-south runners. All right, there's the pickup, 2nd and 5 on the play. There's a toss play, Saints reading it, and they missed it, and he's still running 40 to the 45-yard line, number 11 on the play with the little reverse move on the play, and they get the first down and plus some. So let's see how much it is. 1st and 10 now off the little trickeration. So look like Carolina's kind of picking up a little steam right here. Still a ton of time remaining. A little less than 2 minutes in the third. It's still a full fourth quarter worth of plays going on. Saints offense right now stuck in the mud. They need some kind of way, jump out of it, use the 2-minute offense if you have to. There's Bryce Young under center. Wide receivers, 2 of them to the right, 1 to the left. Bryce under center. He sends a man in motion from right to left, turns, hands the ball off to the running back, and he climbs the pocket and picks up another 4 yards off to the left side. It's Hubbard again. And Hubbard is putting some pain on the Saints' lackluster rush attack. Right now, Chuba has 17 carries for 67 yards. He's averaging 4 yards per carry. Bryce Young's averaging over 13 yards per scramble right now against the Saints defense, and they appear to have some type of rhythm. It's a 5-yard pickup after that run play by Hubbard. 2nd and 5 now, a minute left to go in the third quarter. Bryce under center now. 2 wide receivers right, 1 left, turns and hands the ball. Nope, play action. He has a chance looking deep. He's going to take it, fires up the left side of the field. It's caught by Adam Thielen deep in Saint territory, and it's a first down. And here come the Carolina Panthers offense, man. The non-existent offense, listen, the Saints letting them hang around in there, and Adam Thielen cut across the field and makes a grab down, and he's wrestled inside of Saint territory in the red zone. He gets all the way down to the 19-yard line against the Saints as Adam Thielen does it what Adam Thielen does against the New Orleans Saints. So there's a 1st and 10 at the Saints 19-yard line. They're showing some kind of stuff here. Bryce Young under center, receivers on both sides of the formation, turns, hands the ball off to Hubbard, and Hubbard able to fall forward for a gain of about 2, maybe 3 yards on the play. And that'll be the last play of the third quarter as we get ready for the fourth quarter of play. It's looking pretty bad now. The Carolina Panthers right now are showing some type of rhythm here. This is what we were saying early on. And I was saying, fam, listen, we can't let them do this. And the Saints are letting them do exactly what we said they shouldn't do. So right now, but anyway, Bryce Young, 17 of 21 for 85 yards. He's averaging 4 yards per throw right now. But really the big thing about Carolina, even though they were trailing in this game, was the fact that they refused to stop running the football. They refused to stop running the football. And this is how you're supposed to win this type of game. The Carolina Panthers currently have 31 rush attempts versus 21 pass attempts. Let me say that again. Carolina has 31 rush attempts for 174 yards. 174 yards on 31 carries. That's over 5 yards, almost 6 yards a carry, 5.6 to be specific. Hubbard, 73 yards, averaging 4 yards a run. Bryce is averaging over 13 yards a scramble. They're averaging 5.6 yards per rush on 31 carries for 174 yards. Bryce Young is 7 of 21 for 85 yards. Derek Carr, 12 of 18 for 37 yards. He's averaging 2.1 yards per throw. The Saints rushing attack, 19 carries for 91 yards, they're averaging 4.8 yards per rush and a touchdown. It is not flowing as much as I have to keep on saying it over and over again to the family members out there, is that Carr cannot win you the game. Thank you, Prime, for your super chat, brother.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
The way to win is not through Carr. How do I know that? And these people don't know that. I don't understand. Brother Francis said they're tired of Derek concussion. The Carolina Panthers have been knocking him down. They've sacked him several times already. Right now, Carr, and now they're barking at each other, are highly pissed and upset because Carr's, I can't put it all on him, but it's a comedy of errors right now. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
They got the graphic. I just told you the stats. 32 yards on 174, 32 rushes for 174 right now for Carolina. That's kept them in the game. The Saints offense has not scored a touchdown. They are not even close to scoring touchdowns. It's all on the defense. Carolina opens up the fourth quarter. They got a bunch formation to the right. Looks like it's a running play. Dobbs says Saints stop Chupa Hubbard right at the line of scrimmage, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 10 as Alante Taylor and several other Saints are in there to stop them. All right, so Saints defense trying to do what they got to do. They're going to give him 1 yard. That's being generous because looked like to me he didn't get any gain on that play. He didn't look like, and Alante Taylor popped the hell out of him, man. Sent him backwards on the play. But they give him 1 yard. They credit him 1 yard, 3rd and 9 there for the Carolina Panthers. Saints defense on the prowl. They're at the Saints 17-yard line. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right, as Bryce Young is in the shotgun with his running back next to his right. There's the snap. Saints coming with the pressure. Bryce Young he goes down with the sack. Who is it but Carl Granderson? It's Carl Granderson with the sack. Big Carl Granderson gets in there and bring Bryce Young down. Saints defense stopped them. So, there you go on the play as Carl fires off, beats to the just no problem getting around Akwanu on that other end and was able to get there, and Bryce Young and gets him down on the ground. Big Carl Granderson, worth every dime. They send Eddie Pinero in there to kick a 41-yard field goal. He's perfect today. And there's the kick, and it is no good. Carolina missed the field goal from 41 yards out, and that will keep the Saints in the game. Well, right now, the Saints offense will get it, and it was kind of an ugly wounded duck, and it banged off the left upright, and the Saints stay where they are at 14-6, and Dennis Allen celebrate. He better be celebrating. Jay Bello, thank you for being a member for 3 months. He says, Carr had this rib injury, and I agree, bro. I'm with you. He should have sat out and learned the dang playbook. What's wrong with Jameis being in the game? Carr is really going through it right now. It is not fair to put Carr through this stuff, man. It really isn't fair. Twice concussed in 21 days. You can obviously see it's affecting his game. His own players are fussing at him now. My goodness, man. The only thing I want to see now in this next series is how do they respond? Because McCoy don't bark at nobody. McCoy is the most Eric McCoy is the most docile of all of the offensive linemen. He is. We usually say, "Where McCoy? Come on, man, show some," because he's so smooth and cool. You don't never see Eric McCoy barking at somebody. Never see that. But he barking at Carr. So we're gonna see. But thank you, Jay Bello. Appreciate it.
I wanna say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, shout out to Brother Thomas. He says Carr must really rub players the wrong way. Bro, he's supposed to be a leader of the team, but it's so unfair because you put him in a situation. We know the man's not right. And now everything falls on him. Why not let Jameis run the team for the next 2 weeks? What's wrong with Jameis? I know you paid Carr all this money and you love Carr so much, but you got to protect the man. This is not fair. And he's in there getting knocked down. He getting sacked. Guy slammed his head into the ground early in the game. I mean, dude, for real, thank you, Thomas, for the super
I wanna say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Black Preacher Man says DA got to be real stupid. I know he see how bad Carr doing and refuses to pull him. What's up with Jameis? Why don't he want to give Jameis some play? I don't understand this. Thank you, Black Preacher Man.
I wanna say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
I just think it's a bad look, man, to have Carr out there and then his people are busting at him. You got Eric McCoy. Eric McCoy don't fuss at nobody. He doesn't. It's crazy, man. All right, so they pick up at the 30-yard line. Carr in the center. He turns and throws the ball to Jawan, who was it, to Lynn Bowden. I think that's an incompletion because that was just not a good throw by Carr on the play. Now they flash it to the Tampa Bay and Atlanta game, and they got a guy running into the end zone. And right now, Tampa Bay beating the Falcons 19-10 right now. So that'll be 2nd and 10. I don't know if that was a completion or not, but it was a poor thrown ball by Carr. Carr in the center sends a man in the motion, turns, hands the ball off to, I can't tell who it was, but it's not a big gain of anything. Jamal Williams, I want to say it was. Williams? I don't know who it was on the play. I can't tell who was the running back. But you can look at Derek Carr and see Derek Carr. It's so unfair what they're doing to him. To run him out there. And right now, the Saints offense, they should be going, fam, shouldn't we be sparking the offense by jumping into the 2-minute, try jumping into the 2-minute offense? They have no rhythm. All right, shotgun, wide receivers on both sides of the play. Carr's in the shotgun with the running back next to him. Carolina's showing all-out blitz here. They're showing all-out blitz, and they're coming for Carr. Carr stands in there, throws the ball, and it's knocked down by Alvin Kamara. Kamara turns around like he wanted a flag or something, and the referee said no. 4th and 8, and the Saints go 3 and out just like that. So that the blitz was coming. Jamal Williams picked up the blitzing guy. The ball was thrown, and the guy was right on Alvin Kamara. And even if Kamara would have caught the ball, it wouldn't have been enough for the first down. 4th and 8. So just like that, the Saints get off the field and get a ball back to Carolina with 12:23 remaining. Carolina's starting to pick up a little steam. The defense did stop them, but how many times do you expect the Saints defense to keep stopping this team before ultimately they make a few plays? Offense literally stuck in the mud right now. There's the punt and a fair catch around the 24-yard line for the Carolina Panthers. So the guy looked like he did get there a little early. Elvin wanted a flag, but they said no flag for you, Mr. Elvin. All right, Rich says, Q, you got a Heisman winner and refuse to use him. Yeah. I mean, bro, what can I tell you, bro? What can I tell you, man? Jameis Winston is not a perfect quarterback, but my goodness, he's better than Derek flipping Carr. No disrespect to Carr. We know he's getting beat up a lot. He's been vandalized. He needs an alignment and a tune-up. He needs a tune-up, an alignment. My goodness, man. Need his computer checked. We got a lot of stuff going on right here, but Jameis Winston is a lot better than this. I mean, he's a lot better than this. Let me tell you something. Thank you for the super chat.
I wanna say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
I mean, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, Corey, I know, bro. 13 of 19 for 39 yards. You couldn't, and see it right now, he's 13 for 20 for 37, and now he's 1.9 on the, so he's averaging less than 2 yards per throw and 13 of 20 for 37 yards right now. He's really struggling out there right now. Really struggling right now. And there is no Taysom Hill to save you. Now, we did get a special teams touchdown, which is a rarity. We got a special teams touchdown to help us. But there is no Taysom Hill coming in there to help out here. There's no Taysom Hill. So what do the Saints end up doing here? What do they do? That's another 3-and-out situation. You give it back to Carolina, and we're going to need our defense to get some more turnovers here. That's just what it comes down to. Paul says, Q, Dennis the Weasel Allen still holding a grudge against Jameis. He just doesn't like Jameis Winston for real. This is Winston's last season in New Orleans along with Michael Thomas. I don't understand what's going on there. I don't get it. I really disagree with it. I think that Jameis should have been played in this game because Derek Carr is not all there, man. He's not all there. He's had 2 concussions in 21 days. They're ruffling his feathers in the game, knocking him down, pushing him down, hitting him, sacking him, and you can tell it's affecting him. Why let him go through this? Pull him out of the game and put Jameis Winston in the game to spark some life into this offense. But that's why Dennis Allen is so hated in the Who Dat Nation, because he's incredibly stupid as a head coach, non-fundamental, totally commonsensical things bypass him. He's ignorant, arrogant, and think he got the game plan. We shall see. All right, from the own 23-yard line, Carolina hands the ball off. Running back dances around in there, falls forward for a gain of about 6 or 7 yards on the play. So a little dancing around in there by the running back, and right there, and listen, Carolina is right now, family. They got 25. There's a flag down now. It's a flag down. They just showed it. And it's against the Saints. So the Saints tack on 15 yards on a dumb, brainless play by the Saints defense, tripping by Nate Shepard. Now has the Saints backing up 15-yard line to help 15 yards to help Carolina. And he just kicks him right in the leg. My goodness. And now you gotta have some kind of way to stop him. And Nate Shepard right here just kicks him right in the knee, and he goes down. Sanders goes down after he kicked him. So it's a 15-yard penalty. I guess I'll take that besides the guy run for a touchdown, right? I'll take the 15-yard penalty. He might have ran for a touchdown. All right, so here's Bryce Young under center, sends Thielen in motion from right to left. It appears to be a running play. Saints are stacking the box like it's a run. They go in there. It's a run to the left side, and number 6 is climbing the pocket, breaks through, breaks tackles, and gets about 7 or 8 yards, and he'll be 2 yards shy of the first down. So despite the fact that the Saints had resources designated up there to the line, the runner was still able to pick up about 8 yards on the pickup. It'll be 2nd and 2 on the play. Right now, it is ridiculous. The Saints defense have allowed almost 200 yards rushing right now on 34 carries. They're averaging 5.5 yards rushing. They are Carolina right now on the Saints. Bryce in the shotgun, showing like it's a running play here. And it is a running play. It's a draw play to the running back, dances around and falls forward for a gain of about 2 yards as he's now in they're in Saint territory now. So to be 3rd and 1 on the play. 3rd and 1 as Saunders dances around against Saunders. Sanders against Saunders. 3rd and 1. Saints defense right now allowing 190 yards. We need to make the stop. We need to turn over here. 10. It's a lot of time left in the clock right now. Carolina moving the ball. Bryce Young is under center. It appears to be a run play setting up. He got 3 wide receivers to the left here. Tight end is at the bottom of the formation. He sends a man into motion. It's a toss to Sanders. The Saints in there trying to get him. Can they get him? And he drops through for the first down. Did they stop him? We'll see where they at. And based on where the referee stops him at, look like he's right on the line right there of Miles Sanders. But it was a toss play to Sanders toward the left. Saints had people there. And Sanders, did he get enough for the first down? Looked like he leaped right over it. It's going to be close. They saying it's 1st and 10. They're going to give it to him. They're going to give it to him. And Carl Granderson upset. He said he didn't get it. He didn't get it. but they gave it to him. So they're at the Saints 45-yard line, shotgun. There's a throw, and Adam Thielen catches it, falls forward. It's a fumble, but Carolina gets the ball back. So it's a pickup of about 5 yards as Thielen fumbled, but DJ Chalk is in the building to outline it. He was able to get it down. So to bring up 2nd and about 5 or so for Carolina. But the referees are conferring on to see what's going on. But regardless, they be figuring out what's going on. But if it was a fumble or whether it was an incompletion, they're taking a look at it right now. But a red flag popped up there like a challenge flag. Was that a challenge flag? What was Dennis Allen? Why did he wait so long to throw that damn flag? What was Dennis Allen trying to challenge? What was that? There was a challenge flag. I was like, was that a challenge flag? And the referee said, yeah, challenge flag is too late. What was he trying to? Dennis Allen losing his mind on the sideline, man. You don't know what he's doing. Throwing. All right, so there they go. They pick up 2nd and 5 from the Saints 40-yard line. Man in motion from left to right. Turns and hands the ball off to Hubbard. Falls forward for a gain of about a yard on the play. Saints chop him down. That'll bring up 3rd down and 4 on the play. Not much going on. Saints defense stop him. 3rd and 4. Saints defense still feeling pretty good. Good vibes on the defense right now as they are feeling pretty good about themselves. 7 and 15 is the conversion rate for Carolina. Saints are 2 and 9 on 3rd down. That stinks. But the Saints defense is holding the Saints up right now. 3rd and 4 now. Let's see what happens as Bryce Young's in the shotgun with Hubbard to his right. Wide receivers on both sides of the formation. Wide receiver goes in motion from right to left to make 3 on the left side. There's the snap. Bryce looking, checks it down to Hubbard. Hubbard falls forward, gets it, and was able to get close. Boy, that's going to be close. As he broke a tackle, fall forward near the 1st down. It's going to be 4th and 1, but you know Carolina's going to go for it, right? They're 1 and 11. Why not? Hubbard's running off the field, and if you're Chris Tabor, what do? It's 4th and 1 with 8 minutes left to go. You go for it. They're 0 for 3 on 4th down. The Saints were able to doing a good job of stopping them for doing that. But this will be a big time right here if they can stop him. Bryce Young's in the shotgun. You got 3 wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right. There's no running back there on the draw to help him. And there's a snap. And they're going to go for it. There it is. Bryce Young looks, fires the ball, and it's incomplete. And that's going to be incomplete. He slipped down on the play. Number 3 slipped down, and the ball was going toward him. And he fell on trying to make a cut and couldn't make the play. So Blackshear slipped down. The ball went to him. It would have been a completion, but the Saints bailed out by the ineptitude of the backup running back. He couldn't make the play. So that helps us out. All right, so the Saints make the stop right there, and now we'll get a chance to see Carr in there. All right, Brother Charles says, man, this is embarrassing football. DA celebrating like we not underachieving. That guy will take whatever he can get, bro. I mean, the bottom line, after 3 straight games of funky football, that guy he'll take whatever. He definitely celebrating like the Saints up by 21, but the truth is we're winning the game 14-6 right now, and the defense is doing a pretty good job of keeping Carolina from doing anything. Carolina doing a pretty good job of not making catches and, just all kind of stuff. So thank you, Charles, for that. Appreciate it.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, shout out to you. What's up, Valika? Shout out to you. Appreciate you being in the stream. Much love. Boss says you're missing okay, y'all having a talk right there. I don't know what's going on. Desi, what's up, baby? Say I hope they lose because a lot of people feeling like that. All right, Dwayne, what's up, bro? Shout out to you, man. Good to see you. Snake Bites. So don't worry, guys. We have the right people in the building. Yes, indeed. We definitely got the right people in the building. Listen, a lot of people know that a loss to Carolina means Dennis Allen won't make it. You can't lose to the worst team in the NFL record-wise and expect to keep your job. It don't work like that. That would have put him on a severe hot seat. It went from a hot seat to a nuclear seat, to be honest with you. It would have been difficult for them to protect him. But even if it doesn't happen now, it'll help him later on the season because the reality is this is very poor. The Carolina Panthers offense has been suffering this entire season. They've been suffering this entire season. And for them to still be in this game with the Saints offense is a laugh. There's no disrespect to my Carolina people. No disrespect at all. But your offense, the ineptitude of the offense, all season long has been a reason why Carolina has been having so many losses. The offense doesn't step up where the defense is. The Saints offense right now is having difficulties competing with their offense, and that's sad to me that what kind of stuff we got going on here, and they will not change a damn thing at the end of the game. They will not change anything. Dennis Allen has no vision and no sense, and that's why people don't like him. He does stupid stuff. All right, so here you go. Saints pick up the ball right at the 36-yard line. Derek Carr is going to try to throw the ball. He takes a shot down the field, and it is caught. Good catch by Chris Olave. No, that's A.T. Perry. A.T. Perry with the throw, and the Saints finally get up the field with a good throw and catch by Derek Carr. As A.T. Perry moved toward the center, and he had to dive a little bit, but a good catch by A.T. Perry wheels it in, and the Saints in one fell swoop gets all the way up to Carolina Panthers territory. Give Carr credit for making the throw. That was a big throw as Carr's numbers improve. Give him credit for making a throw as he gets up to 80 yards now in passing for the team. All right, here we go, Saints, and there's a handoff play to Kamara, dances around, and Kamara gets met right at the line of scrimmage. No gain as the big defensive ends, a defensive interior man for the Carolina Panthers, wrestle him to the ground. So Carr, 14-21 for 80 yards right now and an interception. So there's a play action to Jamal Williams, and he was able to lead. And that was it was a good throw by Carr, and he was able to make the throw downfield to A.T. Perry, and A.T. had to lay out to go and get it, but still in all, he made the play. All right, shotgun for Carr again. Carr looking, and he gets hit and knocked down on the ground, and it's incomplete on the play. And is it a turnover? Referees looking at it like it's a turnover on the play. They're conferring to see if it's a turnover. Is this a turnover? Look like they're looking to see if it's a turnover on the play, and they said, no, it's an incomplete pass. Okay, 2nd and 9 on the play. That was horrible. So we get one good throw, and then the next throw Carr gets, it's an awful one. Guy came in on the pressure, and he tried to throw it to his offensive lineman. He tried to throw it to Andrews Pete. So 3rd and 9 for the Saints right now. Carr got confused, man. And Carr's stumbling around in there, man. Like I don't know, something's not right here. Carr is kind of stumbling. He kind of walking funny through the pocket. And what's going, I don't know, man. 3rd and 9 now. I don't know. He might be confused. He was trying to make a pass to Pete. Nobody should throw anything to Pete unless it's food. You don't throw nothing to Andrews Pete. 3rd and 9. Let's see what the Saints got doing. Carr got up, and he was kind of walking through the huddle looking real strange like. I don't know, man. 6:44 on the clock. 3rd and 9. Carr in the shotgun. Wide receivers on both sides of the formation with the running back to his right. There's a snap. Pressure coming. Carr fires it over the center. And is it caught? It's Jimmy Graham, and it's a catch as he gets inside the 10-yard line, and Jimmy gets up and tell you, I can play football too. Jimmy went up and got that thing. What a hell of a catch by Jimmy Graham. Gets it, and then he gets slammed down, but Jimmy makes a terrific catch and gets up and pumps his fist and says, I told y'all I can play. Even though I got this old-ass helmet on, I still can play. All right, so Jimmy Graham went up and got that. I don't know why he's not still in the game right now. We can use him right now. All right, so here they go. Carr right there. Pump fakes it, throws it, and is it a touchdown? It is. The Saints get in with the slant play to Chris Olave. He gets up a little slow, but it's a touchdown. The black and gold get it.
Yeah, huh? And I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. 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 Huh? Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, 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 welcome. Somebody please better help. Somebody please better running this thing like elf. Thank God every day I'm not a foul, not a foul. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, behind a bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out the shame for the championship. Fucking on down, duck down. Falcons pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you can probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees are Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma. This is where we do that. 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 Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma. This is where we do that. Do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma
Yeah.
with Big Q and the guys on the
All right.
PRO Media Network.
All right. Let's give it to him, man. The Saints came out with the touchdown. Carr made several impressive throws on the drive. We need him to do it more consistently. He came out and had several really key throws. He threw it kind of high to Jimmy. Jimmy Graham went up and got that, set up all that. But Carr got the ball downfield to A.T. Perry. That was the first one. Then he found Jimmy Graham later on in the drive for a catch that set up them into the red zone, inside the 10. Then a slant throw to Chris Olave for the touchdown. Give him credit for that, as Carr was able to make the plays necessarily get the Saints in the end zone. We needed an offensive touchdown. We got one. That should make the Saints safe for the rest of the game, hopefully. So anyway, like I said, give him credit. Carr finished 16 of 24 right now, currently 16 of 24 for 99 yards. He's averaging now over 4 yards per throw, a touchdown and a pick, 71.4 on the rating is Carr at this time. So he was able to get the passing touchdown. Credit to him on that. We need more of that, but we're up currently 21-6 as they're kicking off from right to left. Return man gets from inside to the 5 and wrestle down right around the 25, I want to say, between the 25 and 30-yard line. So Graham sets up the play. Good throw to Graham, and then ultimately the Saints were able to make the play. Now, it was a slant play to Chris Olave. Olave got down because the guy was getting ready to headhunt Chris Olave on that quick slant throw, but credit Carr with several throws during the drive to help set up the passing touchdown. That should keep the Saints safe with a little less than 6 minutes on the clock. All right, anyway. So I got to give him credit, man. Give Carr credit. He got the touchdown. All right, so here the Carolina Panthers operate from their own 23-yard line. There's the throw by Bryce Young, and it's a bad throw towards Mingo to the right sideline. No good. So, Carolina had opportunities in this game to make plays. Saints defense did several really positive things to kind of neutralize the effect. But in the end, what I really like about what I've seen so far is the fact that the defense kept us in the game, just keeping them out of it. And they allowed a ton of rushing yardage. But at the end, the Saints defense did a very good job of keeping Carolina from scoring touchdowns. So that finally our offense got going with the score. All right, there's the next play. Saints defense looking. Bryce Young scrambling and throws it out of bounds, incomplete. So the Saints defense not giving Bryce Young much of anything. It'll bring up 3rd and 10 now as they're getting after Bryce Young. He smartly throws it out of bounds. So, yes, indeed. Jimmy Graham, that was a hell of a catch by Jimmy Graham. We need more Jimmy Graham, man, and especially in the red zone. Jimmy can help, and I don't understand why he is not more involved, especially in this 3-game losing streak. We should have had him out there a lot more than what they had him. All right, right now, 5:42, Bryce Young in a shotgun, 2 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. His running back is back there to his right side. There's a snap. He has plenty of time, steps up in the pocket, runs away from Carl Granderson, looking upfield, fires it upfield, and it's caught. But he's shy of the first down by at least a yard on the play if it's a completion. No, it's not a completion. It'll bring up 4th and 10. Carolina will have to punt the ball. So the defense is doing a great job now of making sure Carolina's not getting going. So the defense has arrived. Now that the offense is going, they can kind of pin their ears back. But look like Tabor is going to send them out there. The coach is going to send them out there and tell them to go get it. And Brian Bursi's like, man, y'all crazy. He's shaking his head. Like, man, y'all, you're supposed to punt this, man. We won in 11. All right, shotgun for the Carolina Panthers, 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And Bryce Young's with the ball. There's a snap. Saints send pressure. Young stands, takes a shot upfield, and it's overthrown, and it's incomplete. Turnover on downs. Bryce Young overthrew his man by like 10 yards. So, I mean, toward the outside bound. So the accuracy has not really been there, to be honest with you. And like the throw is right there. And the receiver wanted a pass interference, even though he was the one that was doing the pushing, and that ball wasn't even catchable, man. So Bryce Young, just not seeing his guys today. I mean, he's seeing them, but he can't connect, man. He's seeing these guys running, but you got to put them on them. All right, James says $2 million per touchdown for cars so far. Thank you, James.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, thank you, fam. Appreciate that, man. And here comes Carr back into the game. Saints and look like they're in the power eye set. Turns to hand the ball up to Jamal Williams, and Williams falls forward for a gain about 3, maybe 4 yards on the play. And as we flash to the Atlanta game, and Atlanta scores with Bijan Robinson, and they're trailing 22-17 with 11 minutes in on the clock as Robinson gets in there. So right now, Buccaneers are beating the Falcons 22-17. Can they keep hold of it? Did we jinx the Atlanta Falcons last week when I told them, or a couple of days ago when I told Low in the NFC South Roundtable that I think Tampa Bay will beat you guys? Not because I'm hating on Low's Falcon Club, because I think Tampa Bay has their number. I think Tampa can beat them. So we'll see. They're up right now, and if Atlanta can win, that'll further push them out ahead of everybody else. So as long as Atlanta lose, of course, we got a matchup with Tampa Bay down the line. We got to face them and beat them. We got very crucial matchups coming up against the Rams, against the Buccaneers, against the Falcons, and then we got the what's the other team? I forgot. The Falcons, Bucks, Rams, and somebody else I'm missing. All right, so there's the quick throw by Carr, and he finds Lynn Bowden, who gets a nice run and gets down to the 5-yard line, maybe the 6-yard line on the play. So a great play right there call as Derek Carr fires down the line of scrimmage to Lynn Bowden. Lynn Bowden makes a move on the defender and was able to get right around the 5-yard line on the play. So the Saints moving the ball now, and you can see right there that's an extended run play to Lynn Bowden. And Lynn Bowden, I thought he was a little fast. You got to turn on the afterburners, brother. If that was Rashid Shaheed, that'd have been a touchdown, man. Rashid Shaheed takes off from goal. That'd have been a touchdown. But anyway, he gets it down to the Panthers 6-yard line. Man in motion is Jimmy Graham. There's the handoff to Elvin Kamara. Kamara still on his feet, getting pushed by the Saints, and he's going to get dragged down for a gain of maybe 2 or 3 yards on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and goal, I want to say, a 2nd and goal for the Saints, rather. All right. Thank you. Well, okay, who that Fly Pelican says, I got mixed feelings about this game. Always want us to win, but wanted us to lose today to get rid of Dennis Allen. All in good time, fam. I don't wish any, these guys will get what they deserve. That's all I got to say. They'll get what they deserve. And Dennis Allen wins today. It helps keep them in the conversation, especially if Atlanta loses, but you still have to beat Tampa Bay. You still got to be Atlanta. You got Rams and somebody else I'm missing, family. Who I'm missing? I know we got 5 games. Well, actually 4 games remaining. Who I'm missing? All right. Thank you, Who That Fly Pelican. Appreciate it.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, Saints operating from the 4-yard line. Carr rolls out to the right, fires the ball in. It's low. And who is it? Is it Jimmy Graham? It's a touchdown. Graham gets the touchdown for the black and gold. Here we go.
And I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. 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 Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, high, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out the shame for the championship. Fucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. Division really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you can probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, funny like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma. This is where we do that. Do that. Where we 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 do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma. This is where we do that. Do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma
Yeah.
with Big Q and the guys on
All right.
PRO Media Network.
All right. Good play by Jimmy Graham. Set up the other touchdown. Again, gets a touchdown from Derek Carr. Saints go 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter to ignite the lead to a 28-6 run with 4:29 remaining on the clock. So the Saints add 2 offensive touchdowns on the back of the contest. Both touchdown tosses by Carr, who was struggling mightily in the game. They are rolling now against Carolina. You can see Carolina kind of falling out of this thing now, defensively speaking. But any credit to Carr, you can't take nothing away from Carr in this one. Later on, getting 2 touchdowns in the back end to kind of bolster his stats. Thank you, Fly Pelican, for
I
that.
wanna say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, Jamie, thank you for your super chat, too. That's a bad Carr.
I wanna say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Indeed, man, indeed. That's a bad Carr, Papa. Yeah, y'all got to be from there. Remember that, man. That's pretty funny commercial back in the day. All right. Anyway, the Carolina Panthers pick up with the ball from their own 25-yard line. It's a handoff to the running back, and the Saints stuff him right at the line of scrimmage. Ain't nothing going on with that. 4:24 and counting down. The Saints 14 points in the fourth quarter of this game to add on top of it. Lead is now 28-6 right now. Dwayne says the big lady is definitely singing right now, brother. So shout out to you on that. Yeah, we got it. We reproduce this? There's a shotgun right there play, and Bryce throws it incomplete. That'll bring up 3rd and 9 now for Carolina. I mean, Bryce is just missing on targets, man, and it's like, yeah, he kind of suffering back there. Like the guy sees the targets. That's one thing. He don't have any problems looking downfield. It's just making the connections is the other part of it. But like I said, he's a rookie. You got to find the right people to work with him and build up an offensive line around him to protect him and by all means, give him some more weapons. Shotgun for Bryce Young. You got 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. It is 3rd and 9 for Carolina. There's a snap. And there is going to be a flag down on the play. Let's see what the call is. All-Star Carolina. That'll back them up. That's the backup. Yeah. What's up, Tasha? Shout out to y'all. Hit the like button, fam. Hit the like button for me. Okay, hell no. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Vera. Can we reproduce this, man? That's the whole thing. We need to reproduce this stuff. Javier says, love the Saints, always be a Saint. Who that for life? Thank you, bro. Appreciate you for being here. Duke says, surprised they haven't played Dalton in the game. Yeah, they trying to let Bryce get everything, man. There's Bryce, and they set up the screen, the wide receiver screen, and he was able to get right up to the first down. It was a pickup about 13, almost 14 yards. He might have picked it up. Nope, it's 4th and 1. He just went shy, and, of course, they're going to try to go for it with Bryce Young on the play to see if they can spark something with 3:43 remaining on the clock. You're 1 and 11. You might as well go for it. Shotgun Bryce. They're 0 for 4 on 4th down today. There's the draw play right there. Chupa Hubbard gets it and gets up to the 45-yard line, their own 45-yard line. And you got Adam Thielen is down, and Adam Thielen is limping off like something's wrong. And something went wrong with Adam Thielen. He was trying to block and looked like somebody might have ran into him or something, but he runs off. So 28-6 right now, 3 minutes remaining. They got 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. There's a shotgun defense coming. There's a throw out to the wide receiver toward the sideline. He gets pushed out of bounds around the Saints 45-yard line. To the right sideline right there, Adebo pushes him out. That'll bring up 2nd and 1 to gain a 9 on the play. So Bryce Young's still trying to see if he can get a touchdown, man, just for good time's sake, I guess. You know. All right, Brother William, thank you, sir. Says, that's sad. Jimmy won't be back next year. Wasted talent. Still a lot of football up the left, man. We'll see what happens. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers left, 1 right for the Panthers. There's the snap. Saints come with pressure. Balls out, and it's knocked away, batted down at the line of scrimmage. Good play by the Saints. That'll bring up 3rd and 1. All right, thank you, Brother Francis. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right. Appreciate that. And M. Dot says, I'll take the dub, but it's Carolina. DA can't hang his hat on this one, but he will do it, though, bro. He will definitely try. Thank you.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Shout out to the Saints defense, man. They didn't allow a touchdown in this game. They got turnover today. They made sacks. And that's Bryce Young throwing the ball, and it's going to be caught by Adam Thielen on a sliding grab, and that'll bring them a 1st down, new set of downs into Saint territory, even further in the Saints territory. Slid down right at the 31-yard line and made a great catch on the play, Adam Thielen. So that'll give them some more. Well, they said they moved it back to the 32 now. Shotgun Bryce, and he's still trying to see if they can get some. 3 wide receivers right, 1 left, running back next to him on his left. There's a snap. Saints come with the pressure, balls out, and they'll get it, and they'll wrestle the receiver down for a gain of about 7 yards on the play with 2:17 and a 2-minute offense as DJ Chalk makes the grab, and Isaac Yidam makes the tackle. So he gets 8 yards on the pickup. That'll bring up 2nd and 2, and we're just a few seconds from the 2-minute warning stopping them. So I don't think they'll get the ball off in enough time. They do. They get it off. Nope. The referee says he blows the play dead at 2 minutes. So there it is. They didn't get the snap off in enough time, and it's now 2 minutes. 2-minute warning. All right. So, yes, indeed, man. This has been a very interesting game, but we kind of anticipated that you're supposed to beat the Carolina Panthers. Carolina Panthers are not a very good team. You know, they show why quarterback missing on wide receivers. They have a phenomenal running attack that kept them in the game. But credit to the Saints defense, man. To be honest with you, the Saints defense really did a good job of keeping Carolina from getting the end zone. Like the play where they had the long run up the field. Blackshear had to run all the way down to the 1. The Saints got him out of bounds at the 1 and then forced him to kick a field goal. They did not let him convert that into a touchdown. So the defense did a really good job. And, of course, you got to give Derek Carr. He started really poorly, but ultimately in the back end of the game, Derek Carr was able to get 2 touchdowns in the 4th quarter to extend the lead to a very manageable 20 and 28-6 right there. So he finally was able to do it with touchdown passes to make it a lot better looking. So anyway, it is what it is right now. Saints doing a fair job. Tampa Bay is now trailing to Atlanta 25-22 with 1 minute and 33 seconds in the 4th quarter. Tampa Bay does have the ball, 2nd and 10 at Tampa Bay's 48-yard line. So it's going to be a photo finish between Atlanta and Tampa. Now, a lot of family members are watching that game to see what's going on there, and we'll see how it all, works out. But regardless or not, we got to beat both those teams as we climb back into the rest of the year. We got Tampa. Right. Thank you, family members, for letting me know. The Giants are next. We got the Giants up next week. We also have, followed by that, we got Giants. We got the Rams. We got the Bucks, and we also got the Falcons. So we got to win the majority of these games. And I think that we're going to have a lot more difficulty with the rest of these teams than what we're seeing with a Ram or a Buccaneers or the Falcons or the rest of these teams. So it's going to be interesting, and we'll see how the Saints end. Like we're saying, the Giants, and they got at the Rams, at Tampa, and home against the Falcons. So how many games of the final 4 games do the Saints win? That's when it comes down to. Because Buccaneers got Green Bay, Jacksonville, Falcons, they looking pretty manageable. They beat Tampa Bay today. They kind of extend themselves a bit. So, like I said, the Saints had it, but they let it go early on with the loss to the Falcons. Can they get it back? They got to keep winning. So, anyway, shotgun for Bryce Young. They're near the 24-yard line of the Saints. Wide receivers, 3 of them to the right, 1 to the left, running back next to Bryce in the shotgun. Pressure, Bryce Young takes a shot downfield, and it is knocked away by Jordan Howden on the play, who's been having a fantastic game. 3rd and 2 now it is for them as Jordan Howden was covering the tight end, and Jordan Howden right there kind of ran into it and knocked him away. Could have got hit with a penalty because he was face guarding, but referees are not calling the Saints for penalties today. That's to be honest with you. But Jordan Howden still playing a really solid game regardless. 3rd and 2 now. Shotgun. Bryce Young, 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left in the shotgun. Lifts his leg. There's the snap. What good pickup blitz right there. The Saints get him and bring him down. It's a sack. Who is it? No one else but Nate Shepard. He gets the sack on Bryce Young. Saints finally get him. They get Bryce Young down out of force the 4th down play. So the Saints get pressure. And like I said, they've been doing a good job of covering up his targets and force him to hold that ball down. And the guy came with the blitz, and try to pick up Demario Davis. But Demario was able to recover, and Nate Shepard was there with him to help getting that sack. 4th and 13 now. 3 wide outs to the right, 1 to the left. There's the snap. Bryce Young, final play. Scrambling around, Saints pursuing him. He's looking, and he's just going to heave it up and almost intercepted by a Saint defender, and that'll bring up 4th down. Nothing shaking on the play. Saints pursued him to the sideline, and he throws an incompletion there as Lonnie Johnson Jr. extended out to try to make the play, and they got some pushing going on there between the Saints and Carolina people at the back end of the play. They thinking the guy got roughed up a little bit. But Saints doing a phenomenal job of covering up all of his routes and the things that's going on for him. And then they push him out of bounds on the plays. If Zach Bowen pushes them out of bounds on the play, and the Carolina people didn't appreciate that. So 1 minute and 8 seconds, the Saints should be able to kind of walk this thing out of here pretty easily. And like I said, the Saints just didn't fall into the win. The Saints offense finally got going and scored 2 passing touchdowns in the 4th game as they come out in the victory formation. And they set on the ball, and the Saints ultimately going to walk this thing into a victory, and they get a good 28-6 win. They snap the 3-game losing streak. They get 28-6 in the victory as they get into the victory formation. So the Saints, hey, they did what they were supposed to do. They beat a 1-11 Carolina team. A win's a win. You break the 3-game slide, and remember, these games count in the NFC South if you're going to keep pace with teams like Atlanta. So we just got to keep doing what we're doing. All right, Tampa Bay is up on Atlanta 28-25 right now as the Saints. This is going to be a victory. They're going to close out 28-6, and credit to Carr. We got to give Carr some credit in the back end of the game. Carr was able to get 2 touchdowns, 1 to Olave, 1 to Jimmy Graham, to help break the lead open. So let's credit Carr for today. I know a lot of people don't like Carr. They don't like Dennis Allen, but today they got the victory. Carr did what he was supposed to do. He just got the touchdowns on the back end. You got to credit them when they do what they're supposed to do. You can't hammer them up and beat them up when they do what they're supposed to do. That would be a hypocrite. So the Saints win the game. We ultimately climb out of the 2-game snide, and it appears that Tampa Bay they will go with the victory. They're beating Atlanta 29-25 with 31 seconds left. So that's a doubly sweet victory that the Saints were able to get against Carolina, and plus Atlanta right now look like they're going to lose the game. Tampa Bay up 29-25. They got the ball right now with 31 seconds in the game. So doubly good victory because the Saints win, Falcons lose. So that's cool. All right. So anyway, fam, let's get right into it on the post-game stats. Y'all stay right with us. When the post-game pop up, we'll go right to it and cover it here live on the channel. So y'all just stick with us on that. All right. And we go over the team statistics today. 16-14 in terms of first downs. Panthers have it. But look at the third downs. Panthers 8 of 20. The Saints were 3 of 10. But really what the Saints defense shined was in the 4th down. The Carolina Panthers went for it 7 times, have 1 of 7 on 4th down. Credit the Saints. They had 79 total plays versus 52 by the black and gold. 303 total yards versus 207. 12-11 on the drives advantage Carolina. The Saints averaged 4 yards per throw versus 3.8 by Carolina. The passing attack went 110 versus 99. The rushing attack wasn't even close. Carolina, 204 yards rushing on the Saints defense versus just 97 yards rushing by the Saints. Red zone, the Saints were 3 of 4 in the red zone. That's more like it. 0 of 2 Carolina was. Defense was on point, handling their business today. As you see the turnovers right there, 2 turnovers. The Saints defense very opportunistic. One by the Saints, which is the Carr pick. And of course, you look at the defense, the special teams punt for a touchdown was very good as well. And of course, the time of possession, Carolina ran away with a 34-50 versus 25-10 Saints. So very positive, man, defensive play today. Derek Carr finished 18 of 26 for 119. He went up to almost 5 yards per throw, 2 touchdowns against 1 pick. He was sacked once, and his rating went up to 88.5. So that's better. Alvin Kamara finished 12 for 56 for a score. Jamal had 11 for 43. The Saints team finished, like I said, 97 yards on 25 carries. Not much to speak of. Chris Olave, 4 catches off of 5 targets for 28 yards in the matchup versus A.T. Perry had a big one for 44 yards to help him get up there. Lynn Bowden, 4 for 4 for 24 yards. But Chris Olave had the touchdown. Jimmy Graham caught 2 passes for 16 yards, a big conversion catch that set up a score, and then a touchdown, which helped them get ahead in the play. You look at what happened with Bryce, finished 13 of 36 for 137, sacked 4 times by the Saints, a rating of 48% flat. Hubbard, like I said, Carolina, if anything they want to look at that's positive, their rushing attack was phenomenal. 39 rushes for 204 yards, 87 for Hubbard, 74 for Miles in the matchup, and Bryce Young threw 40 yards on 3 scrambles in there. Adam Thielen was their top guy, 5 catches, 74 yards off of 7 targets, but didn't get in the end zone. Of course, you see the turnovers there. Our top guys, credit Jordan Howden. Jordan Howden had a fantastic game. He finished with 10 tackles and a sack. He was in there making plays for with Marcus May out. We might as well just get rid of Marcus May. Jordan Howden got our safety of the future. Demario Davis finished with 8 tackles and a sack and a half for Demario Davis doing this thing. Nate Shepard have a half a sack. Granderson got 1. So the Saints finished with 4 on the day. So big plays by the Saints, big plays by the Saints. Defense in the matchup, they handle their business in the game. So like I said, you got to give credit Carr when his credit is due. You got to give him credit when credit is due, and he did a good job later on in the game, that is, to make it pop. So anyway, let's look at some of these scores, man, in the matchup here right now as we stand right here. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now leading 29-25 as the Falcons are marching, and they just got down 1st and goal at the Tampa Bay 3-yard line with 4 seconds remaining. Can Tampa Bay do us a favor and keep Atlanta out of the end zone and go away with the victory? And of course, you look at the Lions getting beat by the Bears. So does they hammer the Saints and beat the Saints one week? Did the Saints kind of expose who Detroit was? Detroit is getting hammered by the Bears right now, 28-13. The Browns get a win without Watson being there. They're still winning. The people winning with Joe Flacco at the quarterback. Joey Flacco, 306 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a pick, and they beating the Jaguars 28-21 in the matchup. How about that? And you look at the Rams. The Rams are up right now, 28-3 on the Ravens right now. Lamar Jackson not looking all that good, but 28-23 right now as the Rams are winning the game. And of course, later on, you got the Vikings, Raiders, Seahawks, Niners, Bills, Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers, and of course, the late game, the Monday game is the Eagles and the Cowboys, which will be an interesting game. So anyway, there you go. And we're going to see what's happening with this one. And there it goes. Tampa Bay wins the game 29-25. They stopped the Falcons. Tampa Bay beat the Falcons, which means the Falcons will fall to 6-7. Buccaneers will go to 6-7 on the day. And I kind of told them that, you got to be humble, brother, when you're holding on to the NFC. You got to stay humble, brother. But anyway, it don't make a difference. We got to take it from either one of those teams. But right now, Saints 28-6 on this game, man. Shout out to the fam. Y'all hit the like button. Like I said, we're going to end up kind of we're going to recap this thing in a little bit. We're going to go to the live press conference with Dennis Allen. You're probably going to see about 8 people pop up there today. You know how it is. When they win, you're going to see everybody. When they lose, you're going to see 4 people. when they win, you got about 8 or 9 people up there won't talk. So we probably going to end up seeing that as well in today's game. I'm just keeping it real. That's how it be. All right. So anyway, let me kind of bring up some of the standings right now, family. As you can see right now, hold on, they haven't updated it yet, but Tampa Bay has they haven't updated it quite yet because they haven't gone final. But with the win, you know, the Saints still remain at third place in the NFC South when it's all said and done, because Atlanta and Tampa Bay control the tiebreakers. Tampa Bay beat the Saints and the Falcons beat the Saints. So everybody will kind of have the same record. Saints get 6-7. Atlanta falls to 6-7. Tampa Bay goes up to 6-7. Saints will remain in third place in the division. So that's a good victory for the Saints with all things considered. Omar said the conference still wide open. Yeah, we gotta get it together. We gotta get it together, man. You know, but thank you, Omar. Appreciate that, bro.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right. Bishop says, Q, you been a little too polite to Carr. He threw Peter pass before Jim. Yeah, I know, bro, but you gotta. But the thing is, bro, I don't think I'm being too polite. I'm just stating what happened. I mean, Carr threw 2 touchdowns. I knew he tried to throw Pete the pass. That was boneheaded and foolish, right? We know that. But what has more weight, the stupid attempted pass to Andrews Pete, or the 2 touchdowns that he threw on the back of the fourth quarter of the game? I'm just what's more, what has more weight? What has more weight here? The touchdowns or the dumb pass to Pete? Because he threw 2 of them. He threw one to Chris Olave on a slant, and he found Jimmy Graham in the end zone. That's 2 touchdowns. Of course, the touchdowns have more weight. I'm just stating the obvious, you know. It was a good game. It was a good game in terms of him finally getting in the end zone. That'll keep some pressure off of him, to be honest with you. That'll keep some pressure off him at least for another week. But all due seriously, the Carolina Panthers, you expect to beat the Carolina Panthers. They're the worst team in the NFL. You're supposed to beat this team. They finally got the offense going in the back end of the game, which is credit to them for that. 2 touchdowns from Derek Carr, which is a positive. But also remember that Atlanta lost today. So with Atlanta losing, the Saints winning, because if Atlanta had won, they would have been like that'll been put you a little space between them. So with Atlanta losing to Tampa, that keeps everybody within the vicinity. Everybody's now 6-7. Everybody's 6-7. Of course, like I said, the tiebreakers for Atlanta and Tampa Bay is owned by those teams against the Saints. That is, we got the Giants coming up in the final of the 3 home games that we got before we have to hit the road against the Rams. But you're still there. They're gonna have to win a lot of games. So 4 games remaining. The Saints got to fix whatever they got to fix and make it work. So, like I said, 2 touchdowns on the back end. You can't kind of rail on them for that. They did what they were supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Right, Gundam says the touchdowns. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not being too hard on these guys or too easy on them or whatnot. I know y'all don't like Carr. I know that. I know it don't matter what he do. If you threw 50 touchdowns in this game, a lot of people, that still don't change the opinion on him. You know what I mean? That don't change a lot of people's opinion on Derek Carr. If you don't like him, you don't like him. You know what I'm saying? And I can't do nothing about that. Brent says, thank you, Brent, for the Cash App. Says, for what you eating, Big Q? Not possum. Not yet. Not yet. The possum, you done saved yourself today, bro. He says, here cometh the proud vanilla possum peacock. Yo, yeah. Get ready to see a very spunky and happy and crap talking Dennis Allen out there. Get ready for that, because you can't help but to show it, because he can't show it often. So when the win, he got to show it. So thank you for the Cash App, Brent. Thank you, man. Appreciate
I want
it.
to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Indeed, man. So like I said, y'all hang tight, man. When the press conferences pop up, we're going to go right to them in here and have live reaction to them. But that's what I'm saying. When you talk about what the Saints were able to do today in a matchup, I think it was a positive. It took them a long ass time to get going. But to me, it sweetens the pot when the Saints beat Carolina and Atlanta loses. Atlanta loses, that helps us out because it still keeps you in the hunt for something. You know, if Atlanta wins, that kind of forces things to be a little further out than what you would want them to be. So in the end, I think it's still a very positive. I'm just keeping it real. I just think it's a very positive win. Now we got to build on it, of course. We got to continue to build on it and still make things pop. But Carr, that by all counts, this is not a perfect affair at all when you talk about Derek Carr. You're absolutely right. Derek Carr, for most of the game, was insufferable. I mean, what he was doing out there. But on the back end, he cleaned it up. They made some plays, and they executed. And we got 2 offensive touchdowns in the fourth quarter. We don't get that often, family. It's like we don't see that very often. Like we get multiple touchdowns in 1 quarter of play. And we just have to see if things kind of bend and put on that. So, all right. Yeah, I know, Bishop. I hear you on that, brother. I know, bro. I could tell, bro. When you said that, man, he's like, Q, you being a little too polite with Carr, ain't you? I'm like, nah, brother. I'm being polite by reading the statistics. How am I being polite by reading stats? You know, I'm reading the stats. Dude had 2 offensive touchdowns in the fourth quarter. That's a positive because we don't really see that often with this offense. So, you know, I'm just saying the stats. I'm not really saying no, you can't stand them. All right. Anyway, Jamie says, will the NFC South be the first division with back-to-back losing champs? How about that, man? I don't listen. It depends on what. Man, it's difficult to even call it because I don't trust this team. I really don't trust them. Now, we playing Carolina. Let's not get above ourselves. We supposed to have beaten this Carolina team. We were supposed to beat them, and we kind of struggled around with them, you know, ultimately for this entire length of the game until the fourth quarter came around. We was able to gain a little separation. But thank you, Jamie, for the super chat.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
All right, shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream, man. As we're gonna bring in Pops Q, man. Pops, man, listen, the Saints got the victory, man. They made it pop, they made it work. Everything was fine. Well, up until the fourth quarter, that is. Carr looked at really tough early on in the game. Saints hung around in there and make some plays, man, and get something positive done. So let's get your thoughts on that, my friend. Okay, I can't hear. We having problems hearing him. I can't hear him. Pops, are you still there? Check your sound, my friend. No, sir. I can't hear nothing. All right, so let's just pop back out and pop back in. Maybe that'll reset your sound settings. All right, kind of pop back out. There you go. All right, so anyway, we'll get them in there momentarily. Like I said, y'all hang close. Hit the like button, man. We got a W, man. We got a W today. We beat a team we were supposed to beat statistically or standing wise. It's the worst team in the NFL. We were ultimately able to give them, get the W on them. But in the end, what can I tell you, man? We are a team that just need to keep on chopping wood. We got to keep on chopping wood, man. We got to keep chopping wood. So we're gonna bring Pops in. Pops, you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now.
Okay, good. I was saying earlier that Carr is playing as he should have. He picked the tempo up a little bit in the fourth quarter, which helped us to get the victory. He made some pretty good passes, and I noticed what a big surprise they're using Jimmy Graham in the red zone. I just can't believe they did that. And it resulted in 2 scores that really broke open the game from us separating the Saints and Carolina. I hope they would continue to use Jimmy in other situations, maybe on the field, maybe for a few stretch plays. He's got the length, and he can catch the football. He's very reliable at catching the football. He's got good hands. So he should be used in that offense more often. And the defense, what can I say about this Saints defense? And the young cornerback, I mean, he played outstanding. Everything that Carolina threw up, the kids in the back in the secondary played it to the hilt. I mean, I don't know how many.
I thought the block punt was a big play in the game. I thought defensively we came up with a couple of red zone stops that I thought were, big in the game. And then our ability to finish in the red zone today was kind of the deciding factor. I think we were 3 or 4. I think that's what it was in the red area today. So, we finished drives and scored touchdowns down there. So there's some positive things, but obviously there's a lot of things we got to fix.
What didn't you like about the offensive performance?
Well, I didn't think we had really hardly any rhythm, early on. Well, I shouldn't say that. I thought early on in the first quarter. I thought we did a good job on the opening drive, basically being able to run the football. You know, we were converting early. We stalled in the red zone, and then we missed a field goal. And then I think for probably a significant portion of the game, you know, I just didn't think we had great rhythm, you know, offensively. I thought our guys, you know, in the fourth quarter responded. We got the big play to AT. You know, then obviously we, you know, scored down there in the red area, and then we had a fourth down stop, you know, basically down there in our red zone, and get another touchdown to kind of finish off the game.
It looked like Derek and McCoy had an exchange of words. Is it concerning at all that your quarterback's finding a couple of these things on the field?
No, look, this is a highly competitive business that we're in, you know, so I don't think anybody gets too sensitive. You know, guys want to win, and that's really what this is all about. So, look, we addressed it. It's you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's water under the bridge. Let's move on. You know what I mean? Let's move on.
When it's two team captains yelling at each other, one has to be held back. You don't
Look,
that's a concern for team chemistry overall.
I think if you're ever in a highly competitive environment, you know, and things aren't going the way that you want it to go, yeah, there's sometimes that you get frustrated. You lash out a little bit. I'm glad that both of them, you know, have the balls to at least stand up and fight. You know what I mean? So, you know, this isn't like a, you know, I mean, hell, my wife and I argue, you know, it happens. So let's don't make too much of it.
So you would say that this is something that you've seen before with teammates and team captains?
Look, these kinds of things happen on the field. They happen on our sideline. They happen on our opponent's sideline. They happen in other NFL games. So I wouldn't read too much into it. I think that's two highly competitive guys that want to win.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, can I finish?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I just think when you have competitive guys and things aren't going the way that it needs to go, guys, they get pissed, and sometimes they express their emotions. And then you get over on the sideline, you calm down, and then you come back out and you regroup and you go. And that's what we did.
Sorry, but with that situation and then the fans even trying to chip at James a couple of times, the way that
Listen, stop. Okay, stop. We're making way too big a deal of it. Let's move on.
There's how you assess Derek Carr's play.
Yeah, I think up and down. I think much like the whole offense, right? Up and down. There were some good things. There's some things that we need to do better at. So that's how I would assess it.
Dennis, were you limited at all or a little more conservative than maybe you might want to be because of Derek's injuries? Did that play a
No, I don't really think so. I don't really think so. I just think we struggled to kind of get into a rhythm. I don't think our execution was where it needed to be. I did think we ran the ball well early on. And then obviously we weren't really able to throw the ball as well as we needed to. So then we began to get a little bit more loaded boxes and things like that made it a little bit more difficult to run the football. And then look, when we needed to go make a play to try to end the game, we made a play to end the game. And so I thought that was a positive.
Dennis, what do you think of the kind of hustle play by Debo?
I thought it was awesome. I think it's something we talk about all the time, defend every blade of grass, and he easily could have just allowed him to go into our end zone without, having to pay the price. He hustled down there, he stopped him short, and then we're able to get a red zone stop. I think that's part of, the culture of a winning team, and I thought that was exactly what we're looking for.
Dennis, going back to your opening statement, you guys ended up in a three-way tie for first again today, but I feel like the last couple of years there was a sense of the division hasn't gotten away from us. If we can get healthy, if we can play our best football game. Do you think this year it's even more about this team needs to start playing better than just, surviving long enough to let it stand?
Well, yeah. Look, I mean, obviously I feel like we need to play a better brand of football. And that's what we're going to continue to work towards doing. But we talked about winning this week, and we took care of goal number one. And now we'll move forward and worry about the next week.
Jimmy gave you guys a little bit of a spark with that third down catch.
Yeah, I thought that was a hell of a catch, for him to go up there like that and then bring it in through contact is something that, we've missed a little bit, and it's been nice to see.
It was kind of hard to tell because Carolina was struggling on offense quite a bit. But did you feel like your defense gave one of its better performances in the last month or so? Or
I thought particularly in the passing game, I thought we did a good job. I felt like, again, I feel like there were some opportunities to get the quarterback on the ground that we didn't, and they ended up, converting a few more first downs via, his legs than I would have liked. And then we had, one misfit on a run, which ended up being a, explosive run. But I thought overall, they did some nice things. And I feel like kind of once we got them into, a passing game mode, I thought our guys, took advantage of it.
With Jimmy kind of giving you what he's given over the course of the past couple of games, touchdowns in the red zones for each of those, do you feel, what would you say your assessment is for the earlier decisions of him being inactive?
Again, I'm not, let's start focusing on what we need to do moving forward. And, I think we've all been through those, decisions and thought through all those things, but he certainly has given us a little bit of an uptick the last couple of weeks. Well, look, honestly, I'm not sure exactly how it got. I know Nephi got through pretty clean and did a heck of a job of taking the ball off the foot, and then D-Jack was there to pick it up and run it in. I thought it was obviously, the design of the rush was good, and the execution of the rush was good.
Coach, at what point does winning no longer cover over the multitude of things when it comes to football? How do you approach the message to this team after the win, even though you had a good margin of victory on the scoreboard?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So you win by a big margin, but it's kind of an ugly game. At what point does winning not cover up for a lot of the issues?
Listen, every game that you play, whether you win or lose, there's going to be good things that happen in the game. There's going to be some bad things that happen in the game. There's never been a game that hasn't been the case. But ultimately, this game's about winning. And so we won a game today. Nobody's going to apologize for winning a game today. All right. We're going to take the win. We're going to understand the corrections that we need to make, and we're going to work hard to correct those things. And that's the process that you go through on a daily and a weekly basis.
Seemed like there was, we kind of spoke about it Friday, but a little bit more of an expanded role for Zach Vaughn as a pass rusher. How do you feel that impact the game?
Yeah, look, hard for me to comment on that right now, but certainly, that's been something that we've, kind of needed, maybe a little bit more speed on the edge, especially with Cam kind of being a little limited, so we'll evaluate the tape and see how it was, but I would expect that, we could potentially continue to see him in a little bit of that role.
I know Chris was sick all week. How, was he battling through that today?
Oh, yeah, he was battling through it, but, he fought through it. It was a hell of a play down there on the goal line to, catch the ball for the touchdown. So it was good, but he was not feeling well.
You touched on this earlier this year, but how did Jimmy respond when he wasn't in the lineup? How did he?
Great.
Yeah.
Great. And he responded great when he got in the lineup. He's a pro. So said he'd be ready when his number was called. His number was called. He was ready. So that was good.
Dennis, can you talk about Jordan Howard? It seems like he was all over the place.
Yeah, look, I mean, just on first take after, just coming off the field, I thought there were some good things that I thought he did in the game. I think there's some things that, we're going to need to correct. And so I probably can't get too much detail as to, exactly how I think he played because, it's kind of hard to do when you're just coming off the field. But I saw some plays that he impacted the game, and I saw some plays that I felt like, we got to be better there. All good?
Derek had 37 passing yards until the fourth quarter when y'all had that run at the end. How do you feel like he played coming off those injuries last week?
I think I mean, up and down. Up and down. I'd said he played up and down a little bit like the rest of the offense. You know, I mean, that's really, so it wasn't his best performance. But again, you know, we won the game, so we'll make whatever corrections we need to make, and then and we'll move forward.
Was the early focus in the run game something that y'all were intent on having?
Yeah, look, we felt like that. You know, look, this is a really good pass defense, and they're top. I think they were 6th in the league in terms of pass defense coming into the game. So we knew that was going to be a difficult challenge. And yet we felt like there were some opportunities to potentially run the ball against them. I thought our regular running game was much better in this game. And, you know, particularly with us not having Taysom available to us, we knew that was going to be, you know, something that we were going to have to, you know, really do a good job of, is hand the ball off to the runners and let them go make yards. And I thought we did a pretty decent job of that.
And that's with the way the crowd has been the past 2 weeks. How much did you lose? I mean, I know you need to win every game. How bad did you need to win this week?
Yeah, look, I think everybody in that locker room and everybody in the city of New Orleans needed the Saints to win. And so I was glad we were able to do that.
What do you think of the front four so far from this game?
The what?
Front four.
On defense? Yeah, look, I mean, why don't you let me look at the tape and before I can really comment exactly how I thought, you know, look, I did think we got after the quarterback a little bit more in this game than maybe what we have been able to do in the previous game. So that did kind of stand out to me a little bit. All right, thanks, guys.
Okay, Jimmy. All right, brother.
It's weird to catch passes here that wasn't a touchdown.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it was weird getting hit for the first time. But, you know, I mean, I'll take him any way I can.
Been preparing to do the fake dunk for a while?
I thought about dunking it, and I thought about the penalty, and the last time I did it, I was fined $32,000. So probably not going to do that.
That was a preseason game, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I can only imagine regular season. You know,
$32,000 for a preseason.
Preseason game, making $1,000 a week. I got fined $32,000 after the rule change, and you know, I might talk to Adidas and see if they can cover it for me.
Jimmy, I think this might be your first time talking to you since you kind of had that inactive streak. So how did you kind of approach that as a vet and just it was not going to lie?
Yeah, you know, for me, it was a little different, obviously. You know, I always want to be in that jersey for the city, for this team. And, you know, I know numbers wise, it just didn't work out. And I kind of knew my role coming in this was going to be limited. And I just knew I needed to stay ready for the opportunity. So I did a lot of biking and just made sure I was just mentally ready for it. So I could, you know, rise up and make a play. And, you know, glad that happened.
Last week was your first touchdown as a Saint in the Superdome in a regular season game for a while. What did that feel like?
Yeah, it's, you know, if you think about it, I was, you know, I mean, I spent a year away from the game and, you know, ended up moving on to a sailboat and, you know, just always felt like there was something missing. And, you know, there's nothing like scoring in this city and for this team and in this jersey. You know, it was magical and, you know, hopefully we get a lot more. And, you know, I'm blessed to be able to play this game at 37. I feel like I've been kind of an underdog most of my life, you know, so every play I get out there in that jersey, you know, I play with a chip on my shoulder and I'm always trying to prove people wrong, you know. I had to throw the walker to the side today to make a couple plays, but, you know, it's magical playing in here.
Like a third down catch, just I had to look and get it.
Yeah.
I got hit on the head as well, so kind of walked through the play.
Yeah, well, I kind of wasn't supposed to be there, but, you know, they rerouted me. And, you know, I mean, it felt just like a moment with Drew, you know, where, you know, he just trusts me, stays on me, and he just throws it up. And you know, it just felt like the clock, you know, ticked back about a decade. And after that, I kind of lose it and start screaming, going to the sideline, headbutt people. So, you know, those moments are special. And, you know, I got to say that's the one thing you can't replace, you know, whenever you leave this game. You know, the feeling, the moments like that, when the crowd goes crazy and when your teammates are on the sideline and, you know, you're able to celebrate with them. You know, that's what came back. And these are the moments I live for. And so to be able to do that here, you know, I'll never get tired of it.
Do you appreciate it in a different way, those kind of moments, than you did like 10 years ago? Like the different perspective of being a little bit older, does it feel different?
Monday feels a little different for sure. But you know, for me, it's a different mentality. You know, it's one where you're going in, and I remember kind of early in the game, one of the defenders, you know, asked me why I was still playing because I was 50. And so, you know, I use it as motivation. You know, if I'm 50 and you know, I jump over you and I'm making these plays, you know, it's more of like an inspiration for everybody, you know, for kids. And, you know, I mean, I came in here a college basketball player, you know, with a hope and a dream. And, you know, this team believed in me. And then again, this team believed in me, you know, in my late 30s. So, you know, every time I put that thing on, I always got something to prove.
Did you say you were living on a sailboat?
Yeah, I moved onto a sailboat in March in Miami. It's phenomenal, but just a little different. You know, it's big piece of mind. You know, I plan to sail around the world one day, so I kind of started that last year and went to some courses and, you know, focused on doing that later in life, but put that to the back burner for this opportunity.
Sorry if I'm repeating things you've already talked about, but you know, you've made a decision to come back and put your body through all this again, which can't be easy.
Yeah.
When you weren't playing, do you have any moments of doubt or wishing you made a different decision to come back?
Well, one of the biggest things was, you know, I found cycling. And so, you know, I've been doing endurance cycling for the last, you know, basically a year and a half, 2 years. And, you know, my body felt amazing. It's the best I've ever felt. And, you know, for me and a bunch of my guys, a bunch of Pelotons in Miami, you know, I was always telling them, I wonder what would happen if I came back and how my legs would respond. You know, next year I've got about like 500-mile races. And so really the bike really helped me. You know, it enabled my legs to get stronger without having to put the load on, without having to do, you know, power cleans and big squats again. And I mean, it's crazy. I was in Italy biking across Tuscany beginning of July, and I got the call to come here and to Mickey called me and he asked me if I could still run. And I said, maybe. At the time, you know, I hadn't ran a route since 2021. So I came in here and ran some routes for the first time with the ball in the air and looked fast. So they ended up signing me, and here we are.
Jimmy, can you hear the crowd? Like they tend to react when you come in. Can you hear them?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know, it's interesting because, you know, this latter part of my career, I've kind of been a specialist in the red zone. And I remember when I was young here, or even in Seattle, you know, after I hurt my knee, I wouldn't go in the game until the red zone. There they call me like the big unit, like Randy Johnson, because I'll just go in and just catch fades. So, you know, when you get in the game and the crowd's standing up, you know, they know what's happening, and, you know, they know it's an opportunity for me to maybe get the ball, and, you know, you don't want to disappoint them. You know, you always want to rise up to the occasion.
What was the name of your boat?
Flight Risk.
Flight Risk?
Yeah.
And how big?
52 for Beneteau. Yeah.
Jimmy, I know that you're seen as, you know, a leader in that tight end room, for sure, and all.
Yeah.
And I know earlier on this season, it was kind of a heartbreaking moment for Boston Morel,
Yeah.
And everything. Did you have any words of encouragement for him, or did you two get an opportunity to talk?
Yeah, I mean, he is a warrior. You know, just his mentality every day, coming in, every day at practice, what he puts in, how much he loves his game is unmatched. I mean, it really is. And obviously him being, you know, from New Orleans, you know, being able to meet his family and, you know, to see where that mentality came from. And, you know, he's a special dude. And, you know, he truly gives everything that he has to this game. And, you know, I love playing beside him.
Jimmy, you got a three-way tie for first place now.
Yeah.
How do you feel about everything?
Yeah, you know, it's been a lot of ups and downs, but to be in this position for us, we feel very fortunate, very blessed for this opportunity. You know, like DA said, you know, we're just going to take it one game at a time. You know, right now we're just looking to go 1-0 this next week, heal up, you know, and have a right game plan and come back here to the city and and try and go 1-0. So we just feel very fortunate for the opportunity, and it's December ball, and this is when you got to step up and be special.
Hey, Jimmy, you probably have a better understanding of this fan base than
Yeah.
anybody else in the locker room. What's kind of your reaction, or just to like how they've been the past couple of weeks with some of the bullying?
Yeah.
What's kind of your reaction to all that?
Yeah, this place is, they are accustomed to winning at a high level. They're accustomed to, going out there and putting up 50 points on everybody, and that's something that, when I hear it, it motivates me, because I know it just takes one play and that thing will switch. Like last week, ended up, dropping off this young kid and scoring, and it felt like the whole crowd just changed. And so I know this crowd, they love us, they believe in us, and they're there for us. But you got to make them stand up and holler. They love to dance in here, they love to party, so you got to give them a reason to.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's good to see you guys. It's been a while.
Derek, how happy are you to see Jimmy back?
He has been, he's been someone that, our lockers are just separated by one, and we have had a lot of great conversations where we're both in there very early. And so some early morning from training camp to now, just great times getting to know each other, just becoming good friends and good teammates, and having him, we knew that he could do some of these things. Obviously we hit him early in Green Bay, and now the past couple of weeks he's, been, a viable option for us. And just to see him still play at that level and still be able to execute at that level at his age. I heard him talking about his training and all that kind of stuff. And that's like the new thing. Like, as you get older, you have to change certain ways that you do things. And he knows what he's doing, and it's paying off for him because he still executes at a high level. He made the best play of the day was that catch, it was unbelievable. It's like the only place I could throw it, and it's Jimmy Graham. Like, I watched Drew do it enough, it's like give him a chance, and he went up and made a heck of a play. So, you watch that play and you're like, he looks like he's, 28 years old, and really impressed. But I think the greatest thing is his leadership, what he brings to our team, just the mellowness, just his demeanor, when it's tough, when it's hard, those grinding days on a Wednesday or Thursday, he's been just fantastic for our team.
What happened between you and Eric in that situation?
Yeah, always. Yeah. I mean, things happen, man, we were both had our reasons. We were both right for an aspect. We were both wrong for an aspect. But that's not the only time that's ever happened, with me and a player or an offensive lineman or a center. That stuff happens. And, the best part about it, Rich Bisaccia always taught me those moments are going to happen. You're going to have conflict sometimes, confrontation, always circle back. So we went and circled back. We looked at each other, both smiled because we both already knew, but that was, with all the cameras around, that stuff gets caught sometimes. But there's no problem. It's all good.
You've had a couple of those this year. Is that something that you kind of
Me and Eric?
think about, or you mindful of?
Well, I'm just excited that we won a game today. People gritted through some stuff, and that's what I'm happy about.
You don't think that conflict's like maybe an issue, though?
Brother, I'm not trying to be negative with you anymore. I'm sorry.
When you say fight through it, how much were injuries? How much were you affected? How much were you trying to fight through stuff physically? Did that limit you at all?
Everybody's dealing with stuff. They put the little injury report out there, and there's everyone, there's 8 guys on every team every year, or every week, I should say. And everybody's dealing with stuff. I grew up in a time where, like, there are certain things that you may not put your best film out there, but are you still willing to go out there and be out there for your teammates, right? And we have a lot of guys that make those decisions all the time. Like, no, we're going to be out there, and it is what it is,
You're pretty good with transparency. How would you assess your play today?
We won. We won. I got enough yards and touchdowns for a lifetime, man. I came here to win, and hopefully we can just keep doing that.
Derek, everything you went through this week, how does it feel
Yeah, my favorite thing is to watch my teammates celebrate. So, we got to go in that locker room and everyone was dancing. Coaches, special teams coach, right in the middle of it. Watching Riz dance and all that. I mean, this game's hard enough, and so whenever you can get a win and watch everybody celebrate, knowing you see guys a smile on their face, what they dealt with all week, what that guy dealt with, and you watch them and you see that smile, and like that's those, like Mickey said in there, like you're gonna remember the people you do it with, and because their story, you know what's happening in their life, and that's what was cool to me. I saw 2 or 3 guys I know they were dealing with some stuff nobody knows about, but they came out, gritted it out, and we were able to get a win and see them smile. Even though it was a hard week, it was really cool.
There was a report that you got a rib fracture. Is that right? And is that limiting at all in anything you're trying to do?
I did. I've had a couple this year. I think I'm up to 3 now, which there were guys last year on the team here that were dealing with those, and they what's crazy is they had a whole bunch of them last year. They know exactly how to treat them, like just stuff to help you be at your close to as best as you can. And so ribs on court or any rotational athlete are tough, but I felt good enough. They felt confident enough that I could at least be out there and execute.
So like a mobility risk or a pain management thing, a little bit of both?
Yeah, because pain would be the mobility issue, but we were able to do some things to help that as best we could.
Maybe the other one.
Sorry.
Did that affect the game plan that you guys were trying to work around them?
No, we knew. I mean, this scheme, they want to stop the pass. They hold their shell looks. They want to take away the deep stuff and all that kind of stuff. And I think they're only giving up 180 yards passing all year. And so the emphasis. I used to play that scheme all the time in Denver. That's the emphasis. You got to be able to run the ball to win the game. And when you do have pass plays down the red zone, try and be efficient. Try and hit. Got to hit a shot. There's just formulas to playing certain teams. And trust me, I'll throw 20 yards in a game and get a win any day. Like I said, I came here to do that. So however we have to do that, we've thrown for 300 and lost, and it's a crappy week. Like now everyone have a smile on their face. We got to win. And whatever the scheme is, man, you just, everybody tries to attack things differently. And so going into it, it wasn't like, maybe they didn't tell me, but I knew it was going to be a heavy run the ball day, because every time I played this scheme, you got to be able to run the ball efficiently, and we were able to do that.
But Eric, at what point does the way you win matter as much as getting the win?
Man, in 10 years, I've been a part of some really big wins, and you have a huge day on one side of the ball or the other, and then I've been a part of some win or some games where you have a great day and you lose, or some games where you lose. And one thing I've learned is that you really don't care how us in the building, we don't care how we win. You just got to win. This league is way too tough, to try and nitpick. The nitpicking is to get better for the next game, if we're going to do those plays and that kind of stuff and get better as individually. But you just take a win anytime you can get them. You always hear a coach. I've been a part of these where it wasn't pretty, and then, hey, man, we able to get a couple at the end and put it away. And it wasn't pretty. I've heard coach say it wasn't pretty, but we won. And so I've just adopted that, and I believe that any way you can do it, you just want to win.
It was a unique play. Did you get away with one-on-one, or what did you see when you threw that one that went to Andrew's feet? I guess you were glad you didn't catch it.
I was trying to dirt it at Chris. Chris had broke in, the safety was there, and I was trying to dirt, but as I got hit, it just kind of fell to him. But I wasn't trying to throw it to Andrus. That was not a target. Yeah.
Eric, I'm sorry to belabor this, but
You're fine.
When people see the quarterback and the center arguing throughout a game on television, it's going to be perceived as this is just something bubbling out of the locker room. This is something that's happening that we're now seeing.
Yeah.
What would you say to that? And does that perception matter?
The perception of it, no, that doesn't matter. To say, I mean, I've always been honest with you guys. To say that there was a problem before, we had a great week of texting each other and practice and laughing and having fun and all that kind of stuff. So me and Eric have no issue. In the moment, something happened. The reason doesn't matter. Everyone wants to know the reason. Everybody wants to know the why and what. Doesn't matter. we were both right, we were both wrong at the same time. We both were like, my bad. He was like, my bad. I was like, my bad. And that was it. And I've done that with my 2 older brothers probably 50 times in my life, and it happens. But when it's like in a frustrating moment and that kind of happens, it is intensified, as I've learned, because people want to know, oh no, what's wrong? There really is nothing wrong. We had a moment that I've had some of those moments in my 10 years a lot of times, with a coach, with a teammate, somebody. And just I always learn, you always circle back, you make it right, and you keep going. But that kind of stuff happens all the time at practice. Not saying with me and him, I'm saying just with teammates. That stuff happens. And you just make sure you always, circle back, make it right. And we did that. And so I love Eric. I love Eric to death. But I would be completely honest with you. There's no problem.
I think one last question for Derek and then Carl Granderson.
Derek, when did the rib fractures happen? Sorry, I mean, it's not going to be, I just need to ask that.
You talking about?
Yeah, is that
there's
the Green Bay game? And then there's the other rib fracture.
Yeah, there's the other 2, no one even knew. I played through them, but the one was last week, Detroit. Yeah.
But you'd already had the 2.
A different time. It was a different. It wasn't those 2 games. It was a different game. Yeah. Good. Yeah, appreciate it.
Can you talk a little bit about how well y'all felt the defense played today?
Yeah, we played a good game. We came together today as a team, started off fast, got a quick little 3 and out on defense, gave the offense an opportunity. So we just came out ready to play.
Probably if you're aware, but there's oftentimes sort of this narrative that players get big contracts and then their production falls off. How does it feel to sort of be setting the example on the opposite side of that?
Yeah, I came a long way, started from the bottom, try to work my way up with effort, energy, and execution. So I started off on special teams and now starting defensive end. So I came a long ways, put hard work, dedication in every day, come to work, and try to play hard for my teammates.
It's one thing to get a sack at a big moment in a game, but to see that followed up by a missed field goal, how does that kind of compound the successful play?
Rather you know it or not, every play matters. So getting a sack took them out of field goal range, made it harder on the kicker, put pressure on the kicker. So that was a big turning point in the game. And so we just executed and finished out. The defense held the offense, and we got the W.
Carl, what was the mindset of the defense approaching this game? Did you guys feel like the last couple games have been uncharacteristic and you had a better performance to put out there?
Yeah, we know overall we're a better defense. So going into each game, our objective is to stop the run so we can get after the quarterback. And that's what we did today. They had a few rushing yards, but we was getting after them. So moving forward, we got to stop the run. Everybody going to come in with a game plan. We just got to execute better than them.
How do you think Cam Jordan has helped you evolve in your game?
Say that again?
How do you think Cam Jordan has helped you evolve when it comes to technique?
Yeah. Cam Jordan been a big role model since I came in my rookie year. And, I looked up to him. He's a heck of a player. So he been teaching me, and I've been watching him over these last couple of years, inspirational. He motivated me. Even when I'm doing something wrong, he get on me about it. So he's a great leader, great captain, and I'm thankful to have a great mentor like Cam Jordan.
When a team has an offensive lineman that goes out of the game after the first snap, obviously that has a big impact on the offense, but does that change anything about what y'all do over on the defensive side? Well,
it just depends on your mindset. My mindset after a turnover, it don't matter. We could get the ball on the 1 yard line. We're gonna take care of our offense. Those are our brothers. We got their back. My mindset getting on back to the field is let's go. I got your back. So I'm thankful to get out there and go stop them. We got another opportunity to make a big play on defense, and we got our offense back. We're a team.
But for Carolina, they lost one of their offensive linemen early on in the game due to an injury. Is that something that y'all focus in on and know that there's a backup in that spot? Is that something y'all even think about at all?
We game plan all week. It's a system, so they was taught to execute and run their plays. So it's a system. Injuries happen, so I'm pretty sure they thinking about the next man up, and we got to take advantage of that. So that's what we did today. They had an injury. We got the W, and we executed better than they did.
Bryce Young missed on a lot of throws. Could you sense the extent to which pressure from the defensive line affected his accuracy?
Yeah, definitely. We had some interior pressure early on, and allowed him to scramble. So once he get off the spot, he's looking to either run or get to panicking. So we was able to cause pressure on the defense and get after him and, affect his judgment.
Zach wants with a little bit of time with the defensive line throughout the week. Sort of, what have you seen with him fitting into that group and helping to contribute as a pass rusher?
Say that again?
Zach Bond over the course.
Oh yeah. He been ready, so he's a pass rusher. He can stop the run. Outside linebacker is no different from defensive end. We got the same job, so he's been contributing and stepping up big for pass rushing on the other side. And he got a sack last week, so he's learning and he's doing his thing. So I got his back.
Anything else for Carl?
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
All right. Shout out to the fam, man. I think that's the end of the hit parade. Like I said, it's always a bunch of people when the Saints get a W, man. And shout out to the fam. Thank y'all for being with us in this stream. Please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. By all means, feel free to share the show on your social media feed. And shout out to King Morrison, man, with the super chat. He said, what happened on the sideline? I missed the second half. This is what the people were talking about, the discussion between Eric McCoy yelling at Derek Carr. This happened in serious in the game. And this happened prior to halftime. But, ultimately they kind of hashed it out between them two. They got together, made it work. And obviously it worked well for them because after they came out into the second half, especially in the fourth quarter, the Saints were able to get multiple touchdowns in the back end of the fourth quarter to close out the game 28-6. So a lot of stuff to unpack there with everything that was said based on what happened with Dennis Allen. And, of course, and a lot of people don't get that with Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen acts like that. He gets spicy like that at the press conferences with people after wins because that's really the only time that he can really do it, so. And he doesn't win a lot, but when he does, that's what he does. So thank you, King Morrison. Appreciate that, man. Super chat.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right. Shout out to Brent, man. Appreciate you, Brent, with the Cash App, man. Says, Aaron Graham, hope he stays next season. Yeah, hopefully the Saints could utilize Graham more so over the next 4 games. And the season is now confined to a month worth of games in terms of the regular season. If the Saints are going to make a move and improve, and before I bring Pops Q back in, let me go over some statistics with you guys in a matchup. This is the NFC South currently. Tampa Bay they beat Carolina in a close one. They're now winners of 2 in a row. Tampa beat Atlanta today, and they squeaked out a win. They're winners of 2 in a row. They now occupy the top spot in the NFC South. It's a 3-way tie with the Bucks, Falcons, and Saints are there. But Tampa Bay and both Atlanta control the tiebreakers on the Saints. We both have these guys lined up on the next, 2 of the next 4 games that the Saints have to face off against. If you can see some of the playoff spots as they stand, the Eagles, Niners, Lions, and Bucks. They're the top teams right now. And, of course, you see underneath there the Cowboys, Vikings, Packers. And remember, the Packers have the tiebreaker on the Saints too. That's why you have to beat these teams. The Packers are now 6-6, third in the NFC South. The Vikings also have the tiebreaker. So that's why you're supposed to beat these teams. Saints lined up against the Vikings and the Packers and lost. And then, of course, you come down here to own the bubble teams, and you see Falcons hold the tiebreak. You see the Saints right just barely better than the Bears. They're 6-7. The Bears are 5-8. They won a day. So the Saints have to beat the Falcons. They have to beat the Bucs to claim the NFC South to get in, because there's no way they're going to be able to get in any other way, because most of these teams that are going to be there are teams that already hold the tiebreakers on the Saints. All right. So shout out to Brent. He says Mike sellout Hoss being bossy at the conference. Is he? We're going to, whatever he's doing or whatever he's saying, I'm going to cover it, man. Probably not today. Probably tomorrow, whatever Hoss is saying. Like I said, Mike Hoss is a kiss up. He's a brown noser. You know, supposed to be bending over and acting like that when asking questions to people. I know you work for the people, but have some dignity. And people are going to call out that. You're supposed to have some dignity and integrity when you ask. And I know you work for Making Loomis and the Saints, but did that mean that you got to cut your stuff off so that you can stand up there and have a job with them? Nobody told you to do that. So, I'm going to stay on Mike Hoss, because Mike Hoss is ballless. He's and Who That Nation knows that Mike Hoss is a piece of garbage. We want the truth. Don't stand up there and placate for Mickey Loomis in this game. But anyway, tonight, listen, today the Saints handled the business. They did what they were supposed to do and beat the Carolina Panthers. It was doubly sweet because Atlanta lost today too. They don't give them ability to step out front of us, because if they would have won, they could have had a really, they could have stepped out, had a little separation there. But they still don't close things down. The Saints still have some tough games to come up with in their schedule heading next. The Saints up next, their next up opponent is the New York Giants, and the New York Giants are currently on a 2-game winning streak. So, let me put that schedule up, and then we'll bring Pops Q back in here as well for him. But thank you, Brent. Appreciate the super chat, bro.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up and bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, shout out to you, bro. Thank you for the super chat. And this is, like I said, this is the next 4 games right here, week 15 through 18 that's remaining. They have the final 3 of the home games against the Giants. That's next Sunday at noon on Fox. Giants on a 2-game winning streak, so the Giants playing some good football right now, so that's not going to be a very easy win. Los Angeles lost to the Baltimore Ravens today, so we won't see them until Thursday. So the Saints got the Giants, and then they got the Los Angeles Rams on a short week going to LA. So they got the Giants on next Sunday. Then that following Thursday, they got the Los Angeles Rams, and then a few days after Christmas, you got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in their building on the 31st, and then they ultimately close out the season January the 7th against the Atlanta Falcons. So what they're saying is everything is before them. These games, the Saints have to win as many games as they possibly can to kind of clean out this stuff and move forward. So with that being said, let me keep it moving and pushing. We'll bring in Pops Q. Pops Q. Feel free to drop some science on us about the Saints win and what you heard, as well as the post press conference. Here we go.
Well, I think the Saints, the Saints have a great opportunity. These last 3 games that you got coming up are all beatable opponents if they come to play. They played. I think they might have learned something. I'm hoping that they learned something from the use of Jimmy Graham in the red zone. Jimmy can go up and get the ball. So he can draw, Jimmy will draw coverage off of some other wide receivers or other pass catchers that get in the end zone by his very presence. So he could have other teams trying to make sure they double Jimmy Graham, and then all of a sudden somebody else sneaks in and grabs a touchdown pass. So if they continue to use Jimmy, which they should have been doing all season long, I don't understand why. I don't know if he was a healthy scratch or what. But they need to incorporate him in this offense, especially in the red zone. I'm hoping that Jimmy Dennis Allen would have sense enough to look at the film from this game and say, well, we got something here with Jimmy, and Carr and Jimmy is really getting close, so that would give another weapon for Carr. because still it's holding on to the ball too long. A couple of times he got sacked from holding on the ball too long, holding on to the ball too long. That's going to happen. The offensive line can't hold those guys out forever in the day. And so he's got to correct that. I don't know what it's going to take for him to understand. You got to be able to, as soon as you get the snap, your eyes got to be looking so you can get rid of the ball. Give your wide receiver a chance. That just like that other catch that the young man made down the field. He threw that ball up down the field. I think his name was Perry. And he caught the ball, but he had to wait for the ball to come to him. He was behind the secondary. Now, if he got the air under the ball properly, he would have been in the end zone in a split second. But he had to wait for the ball to come, so he made the catch, thank goodness. But once he caught the ball, the DB came up on him and tapped him, so he couldn't go anywhere after that. But I'm glad they got the win. I like to see a little feistiness on that field. So they can start learning how each other adapts to each other's play. Something happened between them. They disagreed on. Well, hopefully they learned from it, and they'll be able to move forward. I don't know. I know this New York Giant team is pretty decent. I don't know what their record is, but I know they play pretty good ball. So. The Saints should are they coming? I think they're coming here, so they should be able to take that win. And then they got 2 dog fights, because the way I look at it, Atlanta, the Saints, and Buccaneers are always fighting for that NFC South title. It's going to be a very, very interesting. In other words, what I'm saying is for the Saints to have a good shot at, they'd have to win out. If they can beat, because they lost to both Atlanta and the Panthers, they'd have to win these next 3 games to have a shot at getting the title. See what I'm saying, son? So they need these games. They need this New York game. They need the Atlanta game, and they need the Buccaneers game. So I'm hoping that they could do it. Maybe they found something today. The running game wasn't that was pretty good. They were pretty good. They had a pretty good running game with Kamara. Those defenses that these 3 teams that they come in to face are not hell beaters. But Derek just got to understand he has to read over that defensive backfield. And if it's starting to break down, check it down. Don't stand there and wait until somebody grab you and put you on the ground. So that's how come he keeps getting these injuries. Now, he didn't get hit. I don't know if he got sacked or whatever. Remember, I think he did get sacked once, but he didn't get slammed to the ground. I mean, but you got to understand, get rid of the football. You have to get rid of it. So they have a shot. That's the only thing I can say. They have a shot. If they can play like they played today, if the defense can turn it on like they did today, they have a pretty good shot of winning. And if they can win those last 3, I think they get the division.
Yeah, we gonna check on that, because I know I've been watching how the Saints played this game, and listen, it was a good win because they needed to win. They needed this win badly, man. They
Yes.
needed this damn win badly. They needed to snap the 3-game losing streak that they had going on. And then, of course, you need to keep pace with the adversaries. So 6-7 puts the Saints in a favorable position in terms of it's the best that they can do right now, being that they lost to a lot of these teams. And if they're going to make the playoffs, the only way they can make the playoffs is they would have to go through and win the NFC South. There is no hope for them as a team underneath. If they don't win the South as a wild card, there's no hope because they lost to too many teams. They lost to the Packers, they lost to the Vikings, and each one of these teams are before them in the wild card race. They own the tiebreaker. So the only way in, they pretty much set themselves up, is to win the NFC South. But they're behind on losses to both Tampa Bay and the Atlanta Falcons. That we have to beat them, as well as hope for these other teams to stumble and fall so that they can win and keep pace, being that they're not in control of their playoff destiny. They had an opportunity to kind of give that thing up. But They got a good win against a team that they were supposed to be. A thing I really like about the game is the fact that the Saints scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. We don't often see them score multiple touchdowns in a quarter, and it was good seeing it was passing touchdowns from Carr to Jimmy Graham to Chris Olave for them getting in the end zone on the back of the game by passing the ball for touchdowns. So that was a positive. So even though we know the Panthers offense was basically passing offense wasn't there, these people ran for 200 yards, almost 200 yards rushing on the Saints today. 200 something yards of rushing they had against the Saints team today. So they were able to do some stuff, 204 yards on 39 carries for 5.2. If they had just a little passing game, it might have changed. But the Saints credit the Saints defense, credit the Saints special teams. The Saints defense got after them. They didn't allow them to score, even when they had that big old run to get down there to the 1 yard line. The Saints hustled down there, pulled the guy out by the 1 yard line, then stopped them from scoring the touchdown. They ultimately forced them to kick a field goal. That was positive. Then the defense kept them out of the end zone all damn day long. They got turnovers. They was able to sack them. And then the special teams were able to get in there, and the special teams made some plays. They had a punt block and in return for a touchdown to help to keep the Saints ahead of the Panthers until the offense caught speed, and they had the one touchdown run by Elvin early on, but then Derek Carr comes back with the 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. So after having a very lackluster game, he kind of cleaned it up in the second half and made it look better. So whatever happened after the Eric McCoy and Derek Carr kind of speaking roughly at each other, man, keep that up, because we need to see some fire from the Saints.
Yeah,
we damn need to see more fire from the Saints offense, and we've seen it with Carr fussing at McCoy, and Carr gets into it with everybody because nothing's his fault. Most of the time, he don't make no fault. So he got the win today. It was a positive thing. We are now 6-7. We're in a 3-way tie in the NFC South, and we just got to keep on pressing on. Like I said, the next teams that's up next is the Giants. They're on a 2-game winning streak. They're 4-8, 2-5 on the road. They won 2 in a row. They're dealing with a lot of stuff. Saints got a better record, but still in all, you got to be careful with these type of clubs, because they come in here and they want to try to upset you. So even though they're giving the Saints a lot of opportunities here, we're trying to see how they kind of keep that offense going. That was the biggest thing that I want to see moving forward. Keeping that offense driving, that's a big part of the game. So anyway, with that being said, man, listen, I appreciate everybody for being in this episode of the stream, man. Listen, hit the like button, family. If you're not a member or subscriber to the channel, y'all feel free to smack the hell out the like button. Hit the subscribe button. It's all, listen, I tell you, your bank account won't blow up. It's absolutely free to hit the subscribe button. It's free to hit the notification bell. It's absolutely cool and free as well, and it helps out the stream. If you share the show's links on your social media feed, we up in this thing, man. We handle the business here at the Coma, and it's always good to do our game day coverage. All right, thank you, DJ D Smooth Snakebite. Appreciate you guys. Much love to the family. Listen, we're gonna be back tomorrow, family. We'll recap this thing because I'm pretty sure we're gonna have some reaction streams to kind of do about whatever. I just seen some footage of Mickey Loomis was in the locker room with a couple of the dudes. He was putting his hands up in the air. He's been feeling the pressure, because you don't see Mickey Loomis in there holding his hands up with the rest of the players and doing that kind of stuff. He usually be somewhere eating clam chowder and drinking orange juice, but he was actually in that locker room with his hands up because he's been feeling the pressure. He's been feeling what we've been saying, and today it was a win you were supposed to get. I'm very happy for that. Let's keep this thing going. We got 4 games remaining in the season against the Giants. We got some teams coming up we got to beat to stay relevant if we're going to have a playoff run. We got to handle it. Nothing. If it's no playoff run, we don't want you around here. We don't want to hear no more excuses. It's either playoff or bust for the Saints. That's what's happening. So with that being said, I'm going to get out on that. Well, Ed, let me give my Pops an opportunity to give his last thoughts. Pops, what's your last thoughts on the game, my friend?
No, man, I tell you what, I enjoyed the game. They seemed to come alive in that the latter part of the third and the fourth quarter to seal the victory. And I'm just hoping that they can maintain the same intensity when they play against these New York Giants, which is coming to the Dome. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm pulling for them to try to take all these games that's remaining. I really do think they have an opportunity. Especially the way the defense is playing. Defense has been playing outstanding, and they did it today. They also did it last weekend. We just couldn't muster the offensive firepower to you get the victory. But go Saints.
All right, appreciate you. All right, y'all. So with that being said, y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and by all means, feel free to check out the pro shops. There's several pro shops. Links is in the description section below. It's holiday time, family, and there's some really good discounts that's at the pro shops. We got several pro shops. The links is in the community section and also in the links in the description section below. So if you want to check out anything from the pro shops, you know, we got TSC gear available. No excuses gear that's been really doing pretty well. We got Fire DA shirts in there. We also have the Dat Slap shirts when we use this. It's a cartoon representative of me slapping the hell out of a referee. All that great stuff is available at the pro shops. Y'all check them out. Also, some Pale gear in there too for my Pelican people. The really popular shirt that's selling a lot of shirts right now is the Not On Her Defensive Player of the Year shirts, available for men, women, children, everybody. And also the Grand Theft Alvarado shirt is there as well. King Room, there's 2 shirts by Brandon Ingram. One's called King Room, and they got a picture of animation of him with a crown on, and the other one is Magnum BI. We also got Zion, a few shirts in there. So all that's available at the pro shops, man. Y'all check it out, man. And really, y'all represent the family members. Don't buy none of the Saint shit until they get their stuff right. So support the family members and their platforms and streams, man. It's a big help. So with that being said, I'm going to get out on that. I appreciate y'all, man. I'll holler at y'all on Monday. Much love. And who that tell you?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that?
Thank you for making Saint Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
WhoThatDaily.com. That's right, the WhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, WhoThatDaily.com is your site. The WhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform